Object number 33 has broken out. I repeat. Object number 33 has broken out. Code Red. Danzo sat in his office, his hands folded on the table, silently looking at the door. The 33rd was following him. His primary goal was to take revenge on Danzo, and only then leave this place. The loudspeaker had already gone silent, but the alarm was still screeching. Then the door opened and Roots Anbu flew in. Lord Danzo, we have to leave. The experiment has gotten out of control. Even I probably won't be able to hold its seal. Yamato, calm down. I am his target, and he won't leave until he gets to me. Otherwise, he will try to destroy the village, and I'm not sure that the fourth can handle him. And the fourth can't even know about his existence. But sir. Leave. The powerful explosion blew the door off its hinges. Yamato immediately covered Danzo with his body and prepared to deflect the blow. But it did not come. From the dust that had not yet settled, he began to emerge. A boy of about 12. Black hair, an emaciated body. On his hands were uncut nails that were currently saturated with chakra and looked like claws. His mouth was slightly open in a furious grin, and elongated fangs were visible in it. Eyes, red with slightly elongated pupils. Danzo. Lord Danzo, go away. Yamato shouted and immediately tried to use Mokudan. But the boy didn't even give him a chance. Quickly appearing in front of the Anbu, he threw out his hand and simply pierced the man through and through in the heart area. Yamato died instantly. Throwing the body aside, the boy began to advance on the head of Root, since birth. Since the very first day of being here. Experiments, torture, abuse. Not a day of peace. And all because of what? Why? He continued to advance towards the old man. Danzo, apparently, stood calmly. I don't even know my name. 33rd. All I have. And nothing more. It was for the good of the tree. The benefits of the village. What the hell of a village? I don't even know the name of my homeland. And why should I suffer here, tell me? The boy was already standing at arm's length from the old man. At any moment he could kill him. And what are you going to do now? Kill me? No. You will live and wait. Now I will leave, but sooner or later, I will return and destroy what is dear to you. The village. Ha 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 ha. 33rd bent over in mad laughter. Danzo decided to act. He quickly formed seals and began using his air techniques. The vacuum bullets went first, then he decided to cut the failed experiment with an air sword. But 33rd did not wait. Having released his chakra, he simply burned the bullets and, having evaded the air sword at great speed, simply cut off Danzo's arm and leg. After that, he immediately cauterized the stumps so that he would not die. I told you, you will live, and your pathetic attempts to die will not be successful. The boy bent down, grabbed the old man by the hair and lifted him to the level of his face. Only now I will take something from you right now. Danzo tore off the bandage from his right eye and began to peer into the unusual eye. Red, with 3 commas around the pupil. Is this the Sharingan? How do you know? The eye was still a little pale and kept trying to roll up. The healing was not complete. Oh, just like that. I ran into some guy on the way. Oh, how he screamed, how he begged me not to kill him. But, he had a document with him, which contained the results of the Sharingan implantation of a certain Shisui. I'll need it. With his free hand, he grabbed the eye with 3 fingers and pulled it out by the roots. Danzo hissed in pain and fell to the floor, as no one was supporting him anymore. The boy calmly took out his right eye, without even giving any sign of pain, and replaced it with the Sharingan. A green glow immediately appeared around the red eye, and after a couple of seconds, the right eye began to move after the left. Danzo was surprised. He had heard about his high regeneration, but he did not think that the engraftment of foreign objects would be so fast. That's it. 33rd stopped paying attention to the old man and looked at the table. There was a protector with a leaf on the table. He had seen the same on the Anbu when he broke the masks. He reached out his hand and came across a folder lying nearby. There were numbers on it. Even if he couldn't read, it wouldn't be difficult to compare the tattoo on his chest and the numbers. Taking the folder, the boy resisted the urge to open it right away and find out about himself, but he decided to finish the job anyway. Taking the protector, he drew a horizontal line and headed for the exit. I'm not saying goodbye, Lord Danzo, and the demon smile. 33rd left, and Danzo was still lying on the floor and looking at the door. 3 hours later. Lord Hokage, the Anbu of the leaf burst into the office of the former head of Root, a certain object 33, he arranged all this. A tall man with blonde hair sat at the table, looking through secret documents. He had the Hokage's cloak thrown over his shoulders, indicating his position. Throwing the documents aside, He massaged his temples and looked at the speaker. What kind of object is this? We have no idea. There are no records about him. What do you say, Danzo? The man turned his gaze to the old man sitting nearby. His arm and leg were already bandaged, but the old man was still staring into space, and still silent. So, search all the offices. Also contact Jiraiya and Tsunade, we'll need their help. And also, he pointed to the claw on the table, for analysis. As you command. Danzo is under arrest. Everything he did here, there can be no excuse. As you command. And help all. The test subjects. Lord Hokage, an Anbu wearing a kitsune mask entered the room. I got one scientist to talk using the Sharingan. I couldn't find out much because of the seal, but it's better for you to hear it. Give me your hand. The Hokage stood up from the table and took the outstretched hand. Afterwards, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he moved both of them to one of the hiding places. Tell me, Kakashi. Subject number 33. Name given at birth. I sat in the forest and caught my breath. Using Kurama's chakra at such an age would not pass without a trace. Fortunately, the scientists had pumped me with some stimulants beforehand for testing, otherwise I would have died immediately. Such speed. What are you whining about? We got away and that's the end of it. Shut up, Kurama, I'm not in the mood right now. It's a small thing. Better read the folder. Just take a breather, and then we'll move on. You're right about something. Taking the folder from his belt, he opened it and stared at the first page. General information. Regeneration 10 out of 10. Chakra level 10 out of 10. Intelligence 7 out of 10. Chakra control 9 out of 10. Loyalty 0 out of 10. Danger level. Red. Note. Control seals wear off a few minutes after installation. Various. Why the hell should I read this? Where's my name? I started skipping most of the information, trying to find my name. My real name, not this damn number. Hey, Kurama, don't you know my name? You were sealed into me. First, don't say it out loud. Second, I'm just a fragment of the 9 tails. I was revived by the root scientists from the negative chakra you absorbed during the sealing. And I don't even know who the real me was sealed into. Screw you. But the name is burned here. I closed the folder with a bang and put it back under my belt. Adjusting the head protector, I shook off the long-worn jumpsuit of the test subject and moved on. A minute later I stopped abruptly. Kurama, where should we go? We ran away and, what? You are hopeless. Here I sensed some danger. Straining all my senses, I continued to pretend that I hadn't noticed anything. And there was the threat. Southwest. Definitely not Konoha. Their Anbu would have immediately rushed at me and tried to grab me. But this one was waiting. What was unclear. Continued his way to the moon, still keeping the direction of the threat on the edge of consciousness. Maybe kill him, so he won't bother me. It won't work. Your chakra is at 0, and you won't be able to withstand mine for a couple more days. Damn, we just got out. Well. And who do we have here? Quick. The threat had moved in a second and was now standing right in front of me. Or rather, standing. A man. Tall, thin and pale. Long hair down to his shoulders and a long face. Golden eyes with elongated pupils. Just like us, Kurama chuckled. Purple markings around the eyes. Teeth. More precisely fangs in the mouth, as well as a very long tongue. What business is it of yours? Can't you see I'm walking? The uniform of the test subject. Torn. Old. Apparently he was in Korn for quite a long time. I immediately tensed up. I won't give up without a fight. 33. A familiar number. Do you know something? Maybe yes. Maybe no. Quickly taking out the, requisitioned kunai, he put it to the guy's neck. He only smirked at this. Come with me. I will give you a new life. Smells like pedophilia. What? Night. Forest. Moon. A skinny guy, looking like a homosexual, beckons a boy to go with him. His brain stopped. My chance. I take just a little bit of chakra from Kurama, which immediately makes me feel pain all over my body, and with a sharp jerk I try to reach the man's neck. At this he smirked again, easily intercepted my hand and put my own kunai to my neck. It didn't turn out very nice. Agreed. Subject 33. Born on October 10th. Entered the route on October 12th. Many stimulants for soldiers, as well as medicines, were made from his blood. Real name. Here I froze and stopped paying attention to the kunai at my neck. Naruto. Son of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the bloody habanero. Has a twin sister. On October 10th, he was with his parents during the sealing of the 9 tails into his sister, which is why he received a huge dose of negative chakra that his body could not withstand. He was given to the root by the fourth. What? They gave me away, I thought. So what? Will you come with me? I will give you new life. And strength. Strength. I looked up. Yes. You want to take revenge on them, right? The village. Root. The fourth. You want to destroy this village, right? The village that took everything from you. Yes. That's exactly what I promised Danzo before I left. To come back and destroy what he lived for. Great. The man grinned. Follow me. And what's the price? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has its time, my little friend. Minato's Pav. Arriving home, I took off my coat and hung it on a hanger. Without taking off my shoes, I walked towards the office and sat down at the table. I took out my pipe, filled it with tobacco and lit it. My mood was at rock bottom. Starting from the urgent call to the Anbu and almost destroying the root, ending with the information that my son was alive all this time. Almost 11 years have passed. A couple of days after the resealing of the 9 tails into the elder of their twins, the younger one, Naruto, began to have health problems. The doctors only shrugged their shoulders. Tsunade was urgently called and set a deadline of a week. He received too much negative chakra that day. It began to destroy his chakra circulation system, as well as causing cells to collapse. Kushina cried and demanded that something be done, but he couldn't. If Tsunade, the best medic at the time, couldn't do anything, then the rest were powerless. A couple of days later, Naruto died in the hospital. They checked his body several times. They were 100% sure. But it turns out. At that time, Danzo worked quite a lot with the renegade Sannin Orochimaru. The best scientist of that time. Minato wanted to turn to him, in exchange for forgiveness of all sins before the law, but he did not have time. And Danzo had time. According to the documents, Naruto's body was replaced that day by an artificially created clone of a baby. The only difference between the clone and the original was the absence of a chakra system. Only upon examination did this not raise any questions, since negative chakra destroyed this same system. Danzo was able to seal the negative chakra deep within Naruto using one of his subordinates Mokuden. Damn it, there was a person with the best sealing techniques in root almost all the time. And this old man hid it all. After the sealing, experiments began directly on the child. Mutations, brainwashing, many drugs and stimulants were made on its basis, which were used by all the shinobi of the leaf. No one even had questions about where all this came from. Afterwards, Naruto's preparations for joining Root began. Training in the science of shinobi, various other general education subjects. But all this went down the drain when Danzo decided to revive the 9 tails in this boy. Orochimaru was urgently called, who was able to recreate the mind of the tailed beast based on negative chakra, but after that, Danzo's control seals began to fly off the boy. He was locked up, and experiments continued, as well as attempts to subdue him. But all of them were unsuccessful. On this day, Naruto was consumed by rage when he was forced to kill one of his comrades. A certain Sai, he refused to kill him, but simply cut out almost all the root in his path. His final target was Danzo, whom he somehow left alive. It was also Danzo who was behind the attempt to destroy the Uchiha clan, which failed due to the quick response of the Leaf Anbu and the 4th Hokage himself, who were able to pull about a third of the clan from the clutches of death. Unfortunately, the traitor, Itachi Uchiha, escaped. Even Yellow Lightning could not catch up with him, as he fell into a powerful genjutsu. Throughout this time, Danzo tried to graft the eye of a particular member of this clan. Shisuya Uchiha, one of the strongest users of the Sharingan. He went missing a couple of days before the attempt to cut. Attempts to graft were almost always unsuccessful. After another challenge from Orochimaru, the eye was put on long-term regeneration in Danzo's body. The regeneration was supposed to be completed within 2 months, although it had already lasted for several years. Naruto had also taken that eye. Now it was in an unknown location. The trace of his chakra ended 200 meters from Konoha. As if someone had cut the thread leading to the boy. Kushina entered the office silently. Seeing her husband smoking, her face darkened. If Minato smokes, then expect trouble. Did something happen? You're all pale. Darling, something terrible happened. Danzo was conducting experiments on people. Illegal ones, involving the missing Nin Orochimaru. It's terrible, of course, but not so much that it made you turn so pale. Even gray hair appeared. She ran her hand through her husband's hair. Among the test subjects was subject 33. His name, Minato swallowed and put his arm around his wife's waist, Naruto. What? She froze and turned pale, but he Danzo deceived everyone. Sorry for blurting it out so abruptly. Where is he? She looked into her husband's face. Minato looked away. He was the one who carried out the massacre en route. Almost everyone was slaughtered. Cold-bloodedness and bloodlust. Judging by the camera footage, the Hokage side, now he is unknown where. The trail ends somewhere in the north. There is simply nothing further. We have to find him. Do you hear? No. It's dangerous. He killed the best root fighters in a couple of seconds. They couldn't do anything to him. Now he's too dangerous. He's crazy and he could threaten our daughter. He is our son. Tears streamed down her face. Yes, I understand. But you didn't see what I saw. I want to see him too, but most of them were cut in half. They died at the hands of an 11-year-old boy who killed in cold blood. The only thing I managed to find out from Danzo is that he will return. Maybe in a year, maybe in 10. But he made one promise, his gaze darkened, to destroy Konoha. That boy is no longer our son. He is a soulless monster who will kill anyone. How can you? I can. Kushina. Yes, please, understand. This is no longer the little baby we tried to cure. Now he is completely under the control of the Nine Tails' negative emotions. I also want him to be with us. But, not now. We need to deal with the survivors of the route, as well as the former test subjects. Kushina, I swear that I will return him to his family. Okay, I believe you. You always keep your promises, she cried into his chest, and Minato hugged his wife tighter. Only neither Minato nor Kushina noticed that the sound suppression seal was damaged and their daughter, Naruko Uzumaki, heard all of this. Commentary on Chapter 1. I'm thirsty for comments and criticism. Just no swearing. Well, I was present beta. Chapter 2. 1 year later. I was sitting in a tree and waiting for my team to arrive. In the coming days, Konoha will hold the Chunin exam. Our team will have to participate in this exam. To be honest, I have no idea why Orochimaru decided to attack at the end of the exam. It would have been easier to immediately begin the assault on Konoha, since the sand will be on our side. When I first saw the teacher with the cage's face, I laughed for days. It suited him. He took offense at this and locked himself in the office. Kabuto went to calm him down, and I was left alone with Lina, the third of our squad. The teacher's revenge is terrible. Lina sees me as an ideal. And her constant attempts to almost rape me. I would have killed her if not for the teacher's order. We still need her. In general, a lot has happened in a year. During this time, I only wanted to destroy my homeland more. After my observations of the Fourth's family, I returned to the snake's hideout in a bad mood and killed a couple dozen prisoners. I hate my father for abandoning me. I hate my mother for being a Jinchuriki. I hate my sister for having what I was deprived of. I hate Konoha for what it did to me. I can no longer be considered human. Multiple mutations, increased pain threshold and chakra conductivity, lousy mental stability, which is why I can forgive a blow to the back, or kill for a sideways glance. And our connection with the Kurama fragment. And recently Orochimaru decided to strike at the leaf. Kabuto, as usual, was supposed to be sent to Konoha to undergo a test and gather information. I think it will be the 13th attempt. So, since Lina and I have been working together for about 2 months, this time they are sending a well-coordinated team, although before they would slip him random people. Orochimaru taught me many techniques, and also helped me develop my own. Rasengan. Negative chakra, taking the form of a ball and rotating with great force. Rings of negative chakra are also created around the ball. An S-class technique, but it requires a huge amount of chakra. If I didn't have Kurama, I would have died after the first use. Even with his chakra, it's enough for 10 uses, after which I would collapse from exhaustion. Menma, stop sleeping. Let's move. Hello, Mr. Menma. Yes, another minus. We have to endure this. Name for the duration of the mission. Horrible. Menma. Who came up with it? Throwing a disgusted glance at Lina, he immediately settled down next to Kabuto and rushed towards the village. An agent will meet us next to it, who will be our mentor. Now I was dressed in completely black clothes. On my chest I had a light chest plate made of thick leather, which had many pockets for weapons, bombs or various other surprises. My face was covered by a mask, and the village forehead protector covered the Sharingan. When Kabuto saw me for the first time, he compared me to copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, only lower, the other eye was closed, and my hair was black. But otherwise, a complete copy. The journey was boring. We reached the village without stopping, snacking on pills. On the way, Kabuto informed us. The exam consists of 3 stages. The first is written. There are no difficulties there, since basically only the last question has a price. I will constantly keep in touch with you, so we will pass calmly. The second stage. Survival. They choose different territories. We can pass this stage either in Konoha or in any other place. I don't know for sure. But if in Konoha, then 100% the forest of death. Many different creatures, the size of us. Also almost a flock of poisonous snakes. A dangerous place, I tell you, but we will also survive. The third stage. Elimination battles. Either to the death, or until one of the participants gives up or is unable to continue the fight. And also, Menma, do not break down right away. Wait for the signal from Lord Orochimaru. Then you can begin your goal. Don't be afraid, I understand. What will happen next? Nothing. During the third stage we will activate the plan. Now be quiet. We stopped right in front of the Konoha gates. The mentor met us right there. We greeted him briefly, pretended to be happy to see him and went into Konoha. They didn't even check our documents. To my silent question, Kabuto said that they knew him and were already used to him. The mentor left us almost immediately and went about his business. Kabuto calmly led us to the right place. Along the way, he nodded to the people and ninjas he met, but there was a coldness in his gaze. He needed all these acquaintances to gather information and nothing more. So he would let them die with a clear conscience. And here is the academy, where the first stage will take place. We headed straight to the two chunin standing by the door. Although the number was different, I simply pushed them aside and went into the office. Other groups of genin passing by followed us. The chunin, stunned by our impudence, calmly let them through. And Lina just chuckled. Without paying any attention to Kabuto's gaze, he walked past and sat down at the nearest desk. He folded his arms, put his head on them and dozed off. Sasuke-kun, why are you so late? What's with that squeak? Turning my head back, I looked at the speaker. She was hanging from behind a boy my age, whose face said, I'm so fed up with all this. Get away from Sasuke, pig. A girl with pink hair, there's so much here. Wow, here comes Sakura. As always, just for decoration. What a pity. What? Screamed the one who was called Sakura. In response, the blonde made a face. Well, like children, honestly. They continued to argue, and at that moment their peers joined them. Damn it, honestly, I'll kill them now. Kabuto, noticing my gaze, stood up and approached them. Hey you need to be a little quieter. You're that fresh meat, aren't you? The 9 newbies who just came out of the academy. And you act like it's not your first time, said the girl with red hair. Looking at her, I broke off a piece of the desk with my hand. The rain genins sitting nearby opened their eyes in surprise. Well, actually, yes. This is my 7th time here already. Is this exam that hard? I'd rather sleep, said the boy named Shikamaru. He, laughed Kabuto. Well, should I share some information with you? Kabuto, this is already going beyond the limits. Let them figure it out themselves. I decided to speak up. They behave like old women at the market. Let them screw up the exam, and then learn to live like ninjas. And who are you? Asked the redhead. And what business is it of yours? You have to know how to gather information. Naruto Namikaze. I growled the last word, and Lina squeezed my shoulder. Yes, now is not the time. Calm down quickly. Oh, come on, Menma. It's customary to help newbies. I felt like spitting at these words, but I didn't dare because of the mask. Instead, I just turned away and sat down at the whole desk, noting the interested looks of Naruto and that Sasuke, I think. Well, shall we begin? They didn't let me doze off again. Someone always has something in mind. He looked up and saw 3 people with sound protectors. Are they fellow countrymen? They just don't know about Kabuto. Judging by their emotions, they decided to strike at Kabuto, not at that pair of girls. Wow, one of them quickly rushed. But why run around the entire hall before attacking? Although, it's that idiot. Zaku had already jumped up and thrown both of his kunai at Kabuto. His partner jumped back and prepared to counterattack, but then Dosu appeared right in front of him and prepared to attack. I concentrate chakra in my legs and quickly moved towards Kabuto. I grab Dosu's fist and twist it. An unpleasant vibration from the attack runs through my arm, but I suppress the pain. Didn't the last lesson teach you anything? I look him in the eye and twist my arm even more. Where are you from? Fear in the eyes. Right. I live here, idiot. Or didn't I see the protector last time? I kicked him in the stomach and threw him towards the crowd. 2 of his partners caught him, and Dosu himself looked at me with obvious fear. Yes, he still remembers how I broke every bone in his body. Damn, I was reeling. What the hell? Everything was swimming before my eyes, but I stayed on my feet and held back the urge to vomit. Yours again. There was a burst of smoke from the far end of the office and someone shouted from there. Everyone, shut up. 10 seconds later, a multitude of figures emerged from the cloud of smoke. Judging by the vests, all but one of them were chunin. One of them was a jonin, and not a weak one at that. We apologize for being late. The first chunin selection exam. I am your examiner, Morino Ibiki. Hey, you, Konagaker. Did anyone give you permission to show your teeth before the exam started? Do you want me to kick you out right away? Dosu was still in fear, so Zaku answered for him. We apologize. This is our first exam, so we are a little nervous. Without the examiner's permission, such actions are prohibited. Any actions that result in the death of the opponent are also prohibited. From this moment, the chunin selection exam begins. Exchange your applications for numbered plates and take your places according to the numbers you received. After that, you will be given forms with assignments. The exam went off without a hitch. That is, I slept through it. Shikamaru followed my example and also slept through it. At the end, we were asked one single question. More precisely, we were given a choice. To stay or not. Kabuto knew everything from the very beginning, so we didn't care about the exam itself and waited for the end. The sound of glass, 2 kunai into the ceiling and before us in all its glory stands a pervert's dream. A fishnet suit, a miniskirt, and a brown raincoat. I made a facepalm. With a desk. Hey, what are you having fun about? I'm your second examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Let's move on to the next stage. Everyone, follow me. Having handed in the blank form, he headed towards the exit towards the forest of death. There are so many guys. After mine, less than half will remain. Okay, now I'll explain what you'll need to do. Each squad will receive 1 scroll. Sky or Earth, it depends on the case. There are 48 teams in total, and there will be 24 scrolls of each. Your goal will be to get the second scroll from the set at any cost. Steal, fight, as you wish. After that, move to the center of the forest to the tower. I warn you, there are many dangers in the forest. From poisonous creatures to giant monsters. So, don't die right away. Peef, is my entire comment. Maybe I should kill the redhead in this forest. No, then the fourth will get alarmed and try to find the culprit. Orochimaru won't be able to carry out his plan then. Movement behind my back. I take out a kunai and point it at the enemy's stomach level. I slowly turn my head. This Anko is standing behind me, holding a kunai to my neck. And you, apparently, are not afraid of anything. What is there to be afraid of? Death will reach everyone sooner or later. A suicidal pessimist. I don't remember any like that in our village. But the reaction is good. She put away the kunai and walked away. Having received the scroll, we immediately entered the forest. Having mapped out our movement, we headed towards the tower. We would definitely meet someone along the way and take the scroll. We ran for about an hour until we ran into a squad of genin. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto. When I saw them, I immediately growled, but Kabuto held me back. It's still early. Besides, Lord Orochimaru will be dealing with them now. What? All the anger instantly disappeared. He needs this Uchiha. Sharingan is too rare a skill, so he will try to get it. Your Sharingan is not perfect. Firstly, there is only one, and secondly, it is constantly active. And here begins the show. We hid in the foliage and waited for the show to begin. Here Orochimaru uses his wind techniques, drawing attention to himself. Then he summons a snake that devours. She was mine. I clenched my fingers into fists. Ah, he'll survive. Kabuto waved it off, but I don't believe him. Why does Orochimaru like to talk so much? I asked after half a minute. Honestly, yes, I understand that we need to somehow set the enemy up for hopelessness and show the difference in strength, but they can still run away. Although, and this is Uchiha, coward, although he hasn't forgotten about his partner. I wouldn't say he's a coward. Lina spoke up for the first time. He correctly assessed the enemy's strength and decided to retreat. No matter how strong Uchiha is as a genin, he doesn't reach the level of a Sannin. During, as you said, the retreat, he even tries to snap back. 3 snakes are already gone. So Sasuke stopped and decided to trade his life for the scroll. Orochimaru didn't give a shit about the scroll, so he decided to continue the attack by wrapping his body around a tree branch. Just, what a show off. I put my hand to my face. Of course, Orochimaru didn't finish his journey and right in front of him, kunai stuck into the branch. Sorry, Sasuke, I'm late. Looks like I'm just in time. Okay, We need to intervene. Let's pretend to be on Konoha's side, Kabuto commanded. Let's act according to pattern 33, I shuddered. Pulling the kunai out of its sheath, I waited for Orochimaru to continue attacking the Uchiha. After that, concentrating my chakra, I pushed off the branch. It was thick, it wouldn't break. Landing between them, I threw the air chakra-filled kunai at Orochimaru. He twisted his body at an impossible angle, dodging the kunai, but the next moment he rushed towards me. Fast. Intercepting the outstretched hand, which in theory should have pierced me, I let it pass over me and tried to send the snake flying with a kick. Damn reflexes. I exclaimed when I realized that the Sannin was still tied around the tree. Somehow I dodged the attack. Scheme 33 looks like this. I am the only one participating in a direct clash. Kabuto and Lina simply shoot him with kunai or shuriken. But Lina got something in her head and, grabbing a shoto, rushed at Orochimaru. While I was in shock from her actions, the snake quickly inflicted a lacerated wound on her stomach, causing her to fly down. Kabuto, jumping from the branch, rushed after her. She is not in any danger, she will definitely survive. Well. More kids. How good. Orochimaru was advancing on me, and Uchiha was still standing behind me and doing nothing. I'll step aside, he'll die, I'll stand there. Who the hell knows? For the serpent, we're bargaining chips. He'll kill us calmly. Maybe they sent us here only to provoke Sasuke to develop a third tomo. I'll have to play differently. I fold the seals and create 3 shadow clones. After which, one of them picks up Sasuke, the second Sakura, I think, I could be wrong, the third jumps down and, throwing the already slightly healed Lina, tears the claws. Looking at Naruto, I suppress the desire for revenge and turn towards Orochimaru. Hey, Snake, maybe we can part ways on good terms. I would be glad to, but I need a scroll, the man grinned. Taking a scroll from his belt, he threw it to the snake. Orochimaru dissipated before reaching it a meter away. A shadow clone. I heard a scream from behind and felt the loss of one of the clones. I rushed in that direction at full speed and saw Sasuke falling with a bleeding wound on his neck. 3 tomo appeared next to the wounds, a cursed seal. After awakening, those around will be in pain. At the limit of speed, I catch him right at the ground. After rolling a couple of meters, I put him on the ground. Kabuto lands next to me, as well as the rest of my clones. The redhead comes up from behind. Turning around, I put a kunai to her neck. Don't come at me from behind. I understand, she backed away. What's wrong with Sasuke? Who the hell knows? I turned to Uchiha again and pretended to be thinking, but this, I pointed to the seal, is not good. I need to show it to my parents, they will definitely be able to understand what it is. It's your business. We're leaving. Kabuto, how's Lina? He will live. Okay. That girl refused the scroll, apparently her target was your friend, little thing. We are not small fry. You are our age. You're nothing to me, so shut up. That's it, we're leaving. You'll figure it out yourselves, and we'll get the scroll. What's your name? The pink-haired girl said. Menma. And your last name? I didn't answer that. Throwing Lina over my shoulders, I followed Kabuto. He had previously instructed Naruto not to open the scrolls until they arrived at the tower. After a couple dozen meters, Kabuto spoke, and you held up well. To be honest, it was a test. How will you control yourself in front of your sister? Don't call her that. I have no family, only comrades. And she is in the enemy category. I growled at him, filling my eye with Fox's chakra. You better tell me how I was able to get out of the route a year ago. Now I was moving very slowly, and Orochimaru was about equal in strength to Danzo. You used Lisa's chakra to the limit of your strength then. After that, you were unconscious for about a week. Now you only used yours, and not even to the limit. Okay, who will go for the scroll? What scroll? Kabuto grinned and took out the second scroll from the set. And where is he from? Orochimaru gave it to me. The bespectacled man smiled evilly and threw it to me. Almost dropping Lina, he caught it. Putting it in one of his breast pockets, we moved towards the tower. We've been sitting here for 2 days already. We came in second, only some sand guys overtook us. Some Gaara, Tamari and Kankuro. Judging by their similar faces, they're a family, but I could be wrong. Having quickly grabbed the food that was given to me, I headed to the entrance to the tower. That's where all the teams are gathering now. Today is the last day to arrive and anyone who doesn't show up will be disqualified. Although I didn't really care. Going down, I saw Kabuto, who was talking with Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto. They were all a little gloomy, apparently the first awakening after the seal did not pass without a trace. Kurama, do you think the redhead is controlling the real you? To be honest, I don't know. As far as I know, the light part of me is contained in her, and the dark part is in the fourth. Which means that anything is possible. That means the third stage will be difficult. Don't be afraid, we'll get through this. Genins, line up. Someone shouted from the VIP stand. Looking closer, I noticed a man in the Hokage uniform. I couldn't help but growl when I looked at him, but I didn't say anything and just stood in my place. Greetings to those who have made it here. My name is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Congratulations. You are all worthy of participating in the third stage, but since there are more of you than required, we will now hold one-on-one elimination fights. In the end, your number should be reduced by half. 8 teams of 3 people made it to the tower. After the duels, no more than 8 people should remain. But do not be upset. During these fights, you will also be observed and, perhaps, if you prove yourself, you will receive the rank of Chunin. Allow me to introduce you to the observers. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Also, the commander of the Anbu unit, whose name we will not disclose for obvious reasons. Also, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade Senju. If someone is unable to participate due to injuries, then please inform our judge, he will mark you on the list. So, who's refusing? The guy with bags under his eyes immediately turned to us. Judging by the coughing every minute, he's sick with something. Isn't it contagious? Kabuto raised his hand, damage to the chakra circulation system. I am a medic, so I can assess the injury received and understand that it will not recover in the next few days. Did someone else notice? Also on my team, girl Lina Trade, lacerated wound on the stomach. Massive blood loss. Won't get out of bed for at least another week. Noted. More. That's it. Then let's look at the scoreboard. Everyone turned their gaze to the screen, where the names of all the participants were spinning. First pair. Dosu Kinuta versus Menma Uzumaki. Everyone else, leave the arena. I told them to change your last name, I muttered under my breath as the others left us. Hey. Dosu, I surrender. He shouted and hurried out of the tower. I growled. I wanted to take my anger out on someone, but I couldn't. In a rage, I climbed up and lay down on the nearest bench, then closed my eyes and dozed off. Naruto's Pav. And he's becoming more and more interesting. Besides being strong in battle, he also has the same last name as my mother had when she was a child. I'd like to know more about him, but I've never seen him in the village before. Although I know his name now and will gather information. And my dad will help. Oh, Hinata and Neji's fight. I didn't know she had a brother. Although she didn't spread the word. Come on, Hinata, you can do it. I encouraged this shy girl. She just felt shy and looked at her brother, and he. How much contempt in his gaze. And those words of his. You are worthless, Miss Hinata. Your fate now is to lose. She would have beaten him up on the spot, but then dad would have problems. Don't listen to him, friend. You are stronger than this feeble-minded idiot. Naruto, what business is it of yours with this brat? She's my friend, Kurama, you just don't understand. Of course I don't understand. I was sealed in people practically from birth. And in your mother I was crucified on a stone, he muttered. Well, I'm sorry. She didn't mean to do it, and she wasn't asked. Is your soul happy now? Yeah, also. Beware of that guy, Menma, I think, and the kid from Sand. I sense similar chakra from them. I don't understand. I even got distracted for a second from the fight, where Hinata, unfortunately, loses. They have the tailed beast's chakra. If it's clear about the guy from Sand that he's the Jinchuriki of my old crazy friend Shukaku, then I don't know what to think about the black-haired one. I sense some similar chakra from him. Very familiar. So close to me, I'm drawn to it. Maybe it's love. I giggled. Well, what if it's one of those same tailed ones, only a pretty girl, for whom you once had feelings? Naruto, this is no time for jokes. The chakra is familiar, but somehow crazy, or something. Just be careful. Okay, Fox. Hinata, unfortunately, lost. But I promised myself that I would beat the crap out of that idiot, Neji. Then there was my fight. Oops, my fight with Kiba. Hello, Kiba, let's show each other what we've learned during our work. Of course. Let's swap, friend. And then I had no time for Kurama's thoughts and warnings. End of Pav. Damn, she seemed to sense my chakra. Look how interested she was. Oh well, there was just a little bit left. The battles continued for another hour. Some managed to cope right away, and some flew out together, since both could not continue the battle. And so the last battle was over, after which the fourth announced, congratulations to everyone who has passed to the third stage. In the third stage, the battles will be held the same as now. That is, one-on-one duels. You will have a month to rest, as well as to prepare and study various techniques. The third stage of the exam will be held in a large stadium. The draw will take place right before the exam. Good luck, that's it, you can leave. He quickly said goodbye to Kabuto and Lina, who had come to her senses. When he learned that Kabuto had healed that Hyuga, he twirled his finger at his temple. Neji was right, the strongest survive, and she was too gentle for this whole shinobi world. Having reached the dorm where I used to live, I collapsed on the bed. There was absolutely nothing to do this entire month. After tossing and turning on the bed for a few minutes, I jumped up and went to the nearest training ground. I'll train a little. Having reached it, I found Naruto training there. Her mother was standing next to her and helping with the training. Now she was trying to hold the chakra sphere in her hands. Rasengan, I think that's what it's called. A fairly powerful Class A technique developed by the fourth. But it had one drawback. It couldn't be combined with the elements. Orochimaru and I tried to improve the technique for quite a long time, but in the end we only managed to replace the positive chakra with negative, which is why my technique was created. Yes, it is stronger than the standard one, but it eats up a lot. Passing them, he went up to one of the pillars and started practicing his kicks. 3 kicks with his right foot, 1 with his left, 3 with his left, 1 with his right, and so on in a circle until his legs started to hurt. How strong is the power of youth in you? I shuddered from this cry right behind my back. Behind him stood a tall man in a Jonin uniform. He smiled widely and assumed a pose that he thought was cool. He turned away and continued training. It would be better if you visited the student in the hospital instead of bothering me. Yes, a certain Lee, who was almost an exact copy of this man, lost a fight with a Jinchuriki from sand. As a result, he received an injury, because of which the further path of a ninja was closed for him. I just came from there. And you, apparently, like taijutsu. Dude, leave me alone. I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Good. Don't lose the power of youth. He shouted and walked towards the exit from the training ground. My god. I sighed and continued training, only for my arms. Only again I was interrupted in an impudent manner. Hello. That damned voice. Mentally counting to 10, he turned around and looked at the speaker. Naruto. Oh, you still remember me. That's good. Listen, I need a sparring partner. I don't fight with children, I said and returned to training. CC children, she screamed. What else should I call you? I finally gave up on practicing my punches and washed my hands with water from the flask. You come up from behind, distract and interfere with training. Then you look for a sparring partner, even though you don't even know his strength level. What if he's several orders of magnitude stronger than you and accidentally kills you? Or vice versa. In the forest you didn't show yourself to be super strong. You were standing in the forest and doing nothing, I replied to this, but how pathetically you appeared and attracted attention to yourself. Instead of attacking from behind from the shadows like a ninja, you exclaimed and lost the element of surprise. I threw kunai and shuriken. She screamed. Which were designed to attract attention. If you wanted to damage the enemy, you would have aimed at the tail, which was tied around the branch. Now leave me, child. Having taken out the lunch given to me, I opened it. Naruto was still standing next to me and was getting more and more angry with every passing second. Kushina caught up with her and was looking questioningly from me to her. I lifted the mask from below, took the chopsticks and grabbed a tomato. But then I couldn't resist. How about a tomato? I asked, waving the chopsticks with the red vegetable. Kushina's eye twitched and she tried to smile, but it only turned into an evil grin. But Naruko could barely contain her laughter. Yes, no one dared offer the bloody habanera this red vegetable. I refuse, boy, the former Jinchuriki muttered and turned towards the exit. I wondered why I was acting so calmly in their company. Logically, I should be raging and throwing a fit right now, but in reality. Kurama, your mother. Why are you suppressing my emotions, you damn fox? Don't do anything stupid, kid. I'll suppress them while they're around, otherwise we'll get into trouble. No matter how tough we are, we won't be able to handle the entire village. A fragment of the Nine Tails power and a mutant versus the Jinchuriki of the full Nine Tails, 2 Hokage, 2 Sannin, and other strong Jonin. Hey, are you there? They shook me impudently by the shoulder. What do you want? I told you we won't train together. Go and choose a pole to your liking, but don't come near me, he quickly finished, shook himself off and went for a walk around the village. The shinobi village was quite beautiful, which is rare to say about a practically military facility. Lots of lawns, parks, secluded benches under the trees. On the way I met many cooing couples who live for the present and do not worry about the future. Pure grace. I'll have to suffer for a month with practically no communication. In sound, I communicated with Orochimaru, Kabuto, or Lina. But here, there's simply no one. Kabuto will return closer to the beginning of the action, Lina. I don't know about her. After walking around, I returned to the room, where I fell asleep. Commentary on Chapter 2. I'm thirsty for comments and criticism. Just no swearing. I was present beta. Chapter 3. How much longer? What does she want from me? Every single day this Naruto finds me and tries to establish a relationship. At least some kind of relationship. Horror. Almost a month has passed. There are 2 days left until the 3rd stage. And all these days I have been developing my skills of camouflage and stealth. I no longer live in a designated room, but sleep wherever I can. In the park, outside the city, in random houses. I even snuck into the forest of death once. But she finds me everywhere. It would be fine if she were looking for me alone, but she also involved her comrades, and her father asked several people from Anbu to keep an eye on me. Horror. Menma, why are you running away? A hand fell on my shoulder. Damn, if it weren't for Kurama. It's good that he monitors my emotions and suppresses some of them in time, otherwise. That's it, I've had enough. Listen, it's time to go. I don't give a damn about comrades or friends, do you hear me? And I'm not going to try to improve relations with you. Now back off nicely and call off your lackeys. Why? She tilted her head to the side and made surprised eyes. My scream made the birds fly away from the nearby trees, because you wouldn't understand, daddy's girl. You think that everyone should be kind to you, respectful, and so on. I don't think so. I hate you and your family, I hate everyone. My peers for being so frivolous about the life of a shinobi, when anyone can die at any moment. Naruto. And you continue to pester me every day when I decided to prepare for the exam to get this damn best in rank. You're in the way, and instead of training yourself, you're looking for me and have attracted peers, half of whom need to train, to patrol the village for almost a day to find me. Tell me, what is all this for? She came up to me, looked into my eyes and poked me in the chest with her finger. You look lonely, and a lonely person can't be a normal shinobi. That's what my father says. Ah, father says, can't you think for yourself? Shinobi is about missions, mostly deadly ones. You're friends with that Sasuke, I think. So tell me, if he suddenly dies, what will happen to you? Will you be able to continue the ninja business? She was going to tell me something, but I didn't let her, hardly. After losing something valuable, a person needs time to recover. And the work of a shinobi does not allow such luxury. If there are no loved ones, then what is there to fight for? For a just cause and principles, your goals. That's it, now leave me and never come near me again and call off your lackeys. I quickly dashed away from the darkened Naruto and arrived at the training field at the highest speed I was allowed. Immediately after that, I began to beat the dummy with all my might. Friends. Comrades. What the hell do we need them for? The mission, strike, above, strike, of everything, strike, 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 damn it. I screamed as the mannequin shattered into pieces. I lay down under a tree in the shade. Damn Naruto, with her friendliness. It's annoying. How much time is left? 2 days. I'll be among the first to kill her. Can you do it? Even though you want to kill her, you know in your heart that she is not guilty of anything. Shut up, Fox, at least don't get on my nerves, I sighed tiredly. He's right about something. She was a baby herself then, but I don't know. He grabbed his head and started to sway from side to side. What should I do? What should I do? I promised myself, but okay, that won't help matters. Taking water out of my bag, I decided to think about it later. Right now I'm emotional, so I can't think straight. Yo, someone called from the side. Turning there, I saw a tall man with white hair. Almost his entire face was covered by a mask, and a protector was pulled over his left eye. Copy ninja, the only thing missing here is you. What did a ninja like you want from me? Conversation. Naruto told me. God, can you get this all off my back? This is my point of view and it won't change. Tell me, why does she want all this? The will of fire. The village is one big family for her. She wants to become like her father, to become Hokage and decide the future. She can't calmly watch as a person, in her words, rots alone. You know, I even envy her. To understand all this, I had to lose a friend, and then a girlfriend. And Naruto will not allow this. She will fight for each of them, as long as her heart beats. When I was a child, I was the same as you. I also believed that the end justifies the means. I also believed that the task is above all else. Don't repeat my mistakes, boy. And now I'll leave, as you asked recently. He turned around and walked away from here. I sat and looked after him with an empty look. 2 days later. I stood at the stadium. My gloomy expression did not escape Orochimaru's notice's cage, nor did Kabuto and Lina. I kept glancing at Kakashi and Naruto, but I tried not to think about that conversation. I now had a lot of contradictions, and most likely a split personality. One demanded to kill, and the other wanted to live a normal life, like a child. Damn it. I listened to the speech and just silently took the draw stick. I was drawn to fight Kankuro. The first fight would be between Naruto and Neji, the second between me and Kankuro, the third between Temari and Shikamaru, and the fourth between Sasuke and Gaara. There would be 7 fights in total. The first fight was interesting. Naruto showed a lot of techniques, as well as her father's signature ability. Quickly moving to the kunai, rasengans flew from all the clones, who also did not disdain to use seals on the kunai. And when Naruto managed to put a seal on the white-eyed one, the fight turned into a beating of a baby. Another 10 seconds later, Neji lay on the ground like a beaten doll, and Naruto wiped the sweat from her face. The winner is Naruto Namikaze. Next fight, Menma Uzumaki vs Kankuro of Sand. Don't they even have last names? The judge muttered at the end. I jumped down from the stands, but even in flight I heard. I give up. I forgot to group myself from the shock and fell on my tailbone. I got up, twitching a little from the pain, and looked at the speaker. The man with the doll behind his back stood and lazily looked at me. Come out and fight, coward. I shouted and pointed my finger at him. I don't want to. You are stronger. Don't be a woman. You are stronger. I will definitely lose, and it was said in such a lazy tone that I immediately believed it. MDA. Wailing in rage, he walked up the wall towards the stands. Poor Menma. He surrendered for the second time. Okay. Next fight, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari of the Sand. And there really are no last names. This fight was beyond praise. Shikamaru's laziness and tactical skills against Temari's wind power. The fight lasted about 10 minutes, after which Nara finally caught the girl in the snares of his shadow. When they approached each other, Shikamaru gave up. Yes, you heard right. His chakra ran out. Temari stood in a stupor until he got up and the last fight was announced. The kid will definitely be given a rank. He proved that he has tactical skills and can lead a squad. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara of Sand. Where is Sasuke? I was also turning my head. Sasuke was nowhere to be found. Gaara was already seething with rage, standing in the arena and waiting for him. When they were about to announce the Sandman's victory, the red-eyed man appeared pompously. He had changed his costume. Well, now let's have some fun. High speed, considerable strength, and the Sharingan against Shukaku's perfect shield. I wonder who will win. I don't know, Fox, I don't know. We even somehow forgot about the original purpose of arriving in the village. We were so absorbed in watching that we stopped paying attention to what was happening around us. We didn't even notice how some people started falling where they were standing. Kurama called out to me in time, which made me get ready. It's starting. Here Sasuke broke through Gaara's shield using lightning element, causing him to go crazy. Rushing away from the village, Uchiha hurried after him, and at that moment, it all began. The ninja began their attack and tried to knock out those who had not succumbed to the genjutsu first. And there were many of them. About half of Konoha's genin, as well as almost all of those who were higher in rank. Mostly, the residents who had decided to just watch the battles fell asleep. But, Naruto decided to rush towards Sasuke, but I stood in her way. Orochimaru had already begun the fight against both Hokage, and also revived the first 2 Hokage. The barrier appeared and now it is impossible to get through. Only the 4th can get someone inside with his technique. Move away, Menma, there's my friend. Yes, who cares, I said and, having created a rasengan, rushed at her. The fact that I have mastered my technique does not mean that I do not have mastery of another. Naruto was surprised, but she reacted quickly and jumped back. I didn't give her a chance. Moving quickly at the speed limit, I attacked and attacked. Fortunately I have enough chakra, and she spent almost all of it on the fight with Neji. When I hesitated for a second with the attack, she also created a rasengan and met mine with a direct attack. A whirlwind of chakra threw us in different directions. So you're with them too? What about Konoha? Konoha, I'm not a leaf shinobi. At least not anymore. Having said this, he changed his shiny protector for an old, worn one with a horizontal line. That's why I didn't want to have connections in the village, so that it would be easier to destroy it. Smiling a nasty smile, he gave himself over to revenge and accelerated even more. Naruto stood and waited for the attack. But a second before the impact, she was enveloped in a golden glow. Black stripes appeared on her body, and a cloak similar to the Hokage's appeared behind her. She disappeared from sight, and then appeared behind me. Looking at her face, I saw golden eyes with elongated pupils. She waited for me to rise. Give up, please. I have no desire to hurt you. Are you sure you can? Kurama, are you ready? Are you sure? Of course. I smiled madly. At that moment, the same glow as hers began to cover me. Only the color was bloody, but otherwise a complete copy. Raising the village's forehead protector, he opened the Sharingan. She stood rooted to the spot and looked at me with wide open eyes. Are you sure you can? Sister. He took off his mask, practically showing his face. Naruto. But. Dead. Yeah, Naruto's dead. Now there's only Menma. I rushed towards her, but on the way chains burst out of the ground and, tying me up, pinned me to the ground. What the hell? Kushina. This is her technique. Naruto, go and help Sasuke. I'll sort this out. Okay, Mom. She looked at me one last time and rushed out of the arena. Naruto. Don't call me that. I tried to break free in every way, but it didn't work. The chains blocked almost any surge of Kurama's chakra, and mine was too little. You have no right to do this, creature. You abandoned me as a child, giving me over to scientists for experiments. I hate you. Do you even know what I had to go through? Having filled the kunai with chakra, I threw it to the side. After that, I made seals and prepared the technique. I have seen it many times, for this I even opened the Sharingan to copy it. God of Thunder technique. I felt like I was turned inside out, and the next moment I appeared outside the chains. Kushina turned around in surprise, but I had already accelerated and at full speed, creating a rasengan, I hit her. She tried to get away, but I was faster. She was thrown back against the opposite wall by a powerful blow. I stood and looked at the work of my hands, and her body lay and did not move. I swayed. What the fuck? What? Why does it hurt so much? What? Why? Naruto, control yourself. Naruto, come to your senses. Idiot. Moron. I wasn't listening to him anymore. Something inside me turned over. I looked at my hands, grabbed my head and burst into mad laughter. From the outside it seemed creepy. Why? Why? I repeated the same thing. After which, without knowing why, I ran somewhere. Stopping somewhere in the forest, I slid down a tree and repeated one word. Why? Minato's pav. Minato, what's wrong with you? Hiruzen jumped up to the fourth and shook him by the shoulder. Right in the middle of the fight, Minato, in hermit mode, simply froze. Kushina. She. Go, I can handle it. Okay, third. Minato immediately moved to Kushina's seal and was dumbfounded when he saw it. Jumping up to her, he felt her pulse and sighed with relief. Her heart was still working. He used a couple of healing techniques and turned around to see the guy from the leaf protectors. Who was crossed out. He was holding his face and laughing. Then he lowered his hands and rushed in a random direction, without stopping and throwing back the shinobi who stood in his way. There was only one moment, but the fourth managed to notice the face. It can't be Naruto. He was here the whole time. But more on that later. Get to the hospital immediately to see Tsunade. Having picked up his wife in his arms, he moved to Tsunade's office. She was not there, so he had to look through the hermit. Having decided on the direction, he rushed along the corridors at maximum speed. Having simply knocked down the door, he ran into Tsunade, who was healing the wounds of the wounded. Seeing Minato, she was surprised, but noticing Kushina, she abruptly summoned a multitude of small slugs and ordered them to treat the wounded in the ward, and she herself, using a couple of analyzing techniques, took her and ran towards the operating room. Minato had to return to the battlefield, even though he wanted to be there. Returning to the arena, he saw the absence of the barrier, as well as Orochimaru in the first two cage. But, third, Sarutobi was lying on a branch and showed no signs of life. Minato cursed and tried to track the chakra. But, no traces. Neither Orochimaru nor Naruto. Feeling Naruto's chakra, he rushed towards her, but he didn't need help here. His daughter knew the seals and did an excellent job of sealing the one-tailed beast that had gone crazy. Having summoned a toad, he ordered everyone to be taken to the hospital, and he himself began jumping around the village on his seals, assessing the situation. All breaches were eliminated, so he signaled the squad leaders and began to give orders. Having ordered to strengthen patrols, help all the wounded without exception, and also to prepare a report on what happened. He moved to the Hokage's office and lit a pipe. And it all started so well. The next morning, Anbu commander's report. The attack was prepared by one of the three Sannin, Orochimaru. Judging by his actions, his main target was Sarutobi Haruzen, and the plan was thought out over several years. During the battle, he used Edo Tensei, which was banned and considered forgotten until now. The resurrected first and second Hokage were aware of themselves, but could not oppose the will of the summoner, even though one of them is the creator of the technique. We do not have more details, we need more time to investigate. It has also been established that Orochimaru used the identity of the fourth Kazekage and deceived both us and the Elders of the Sand. His corpse was found 3 hours before the attack, but they did not have time to report it. The activities of the traitorous Sannin under the identity of the Kazekage continued for several months. According to your orders, the Sand Shinobi were escorted to the border with Sand. Menma Uzumaki was not found. The chakra trail ends after 2 kilometers of travel. Putting the report aside, the fourth looked at the Anbu commander along with the captains. Declare Menma an outlaw and an enemy of Konoha. The fourth handed over a sheet of paper with the order. As you command. That's all. After these words all the Anbu members simply disappeared. Naruto, come in. Opening the door, his daughter entered the office. After shifting from foot to foot for a minute, she asked, did Grandma Tsunade report on Mom's condition? Honey, Mom's condition is stabilized, but she's in a coma. Tsunade doesn't know when she'll come out. You wanted to ask something else, right? Yes. Was it necessary to declare Naruto an outlaw? All shinobi who participated in today's attack are outlaws, and he will be no exception. Besides, he is dangerous. But it's not his fault. Naruto thinks that you gave him away on purpose as a child. He doesn't know anything and that's why he hates us. It doesn't change anything. Right now, he's a threat to Konoha and my family. The fact that he wields the power of the 9 tails only complicates things. By the way, my dear, tell me. When did you manage to become friends with the Biju? Well, she moved her foot along the floor and looked away, a year after joining the academy. And how did it all start? It all started when I went to bed once again. Commentary on Chapter 3. Something like that. Maybe someone will find the main character's actions strange, so I'm ready to fight off the slippers. In short, I crave comments and criticism. But without swearing. I will try to listen to opinions, or explain why I wrote it this way. I was present beta. Digression 1. 9 tails. Naruto woke up in a strange room. Looking around, she noticed only the walls, which were illuminated by an unknown light source, since no matter how much she turned her head, she did not find any lamps, candles, or other analogs. Looking closely at the walls, she noticed quite a few cracks running across the entire surface. Having turned around some more, she noticed only 2 roads. Forward and back, respectively. I have never had such dreams before. She stood there for a while longer, then moved forward. If this was a dream, nothing would happen to her. Only after 3 steps did she notice that water had spilled on the floor. She walked for 3 or 4 minutes, until suddenly a red grate appeared right in front of her. The cage, and that was it, judging by the seal lock, was simply enormous in height and width. Naruto blinked her eyes in surprise, interested in the contents of the cage. Squeezing between the bars, I went forward. After a couple of steps I heard a voice. No, that's not it. The size should be a little bigger, and the line should be thicker. The voice was a little growling and threatening, but there were notes of interest and excitement in it. The girl stopped at first, but then continued on her way. After a few more steps, something began to emerge from the shadows. Looking closely, she realized that this something had fur, was red in color and had 9 tails, and this creature was sitting by the wall and scraping something on it with its fingers. A little later, it dawned on her that these stripes drawn by the creature's claws were taking on a certain shape. Namely, a girl standing at full height. Looking along the wall to the right, she noticed the presence of other drawings, only already finished. And if the content of the rightmost ones could only be guessed at, then familiar people could be guessed at in the others, as well as the surroundings of her village. Here is the third Hokage, who gave his post to her father. Here is her dad drawn. Here are several more people, also wearing Hokage cloaks, apparently the previous ones. Mom was also drawn here. Naruto smiled and began to look at the drawings. She liked them. It's not always possible to see such detailing. Well, that seems to be it. The creature rumbled and moved back a little. Looking at the drawing, Naruto saw in it herself. There were even stripes, Giggling, she looked at the red-haired man. Beautiful. Yes, I spent a long time drawing, the creature answered, scratching its chin. Here it froze in place and turned its gaze to the girl. And what are you doing here? I'm interested myself. And who are you? Don't you even know who is sealed inside you? Are you the fox demon that attacked the village 8 years ago? Naruto was horrified, but immediately turned her gaze to the drawings. Well, a monster can't draw like that, she thought, childish logic. Author's note. Yes, in person, he chuckled, has it been 8 years already? How quickly time flies. He grinned and scratched his ear with his back paw. Listen, baby, get out of here. You have no business here. Why? This demon cage. Even the name says who it belongs to. Well, rather than who it belongs to, but who it supports, she smiled. You're right, but it's still dangerous for you to be here. He raised his paws above his head and made an evil grimace. What if I want to eat you? She looked at him and laughed. Now the demon fox reminded her of the kitten that the girl had been given for her 4th birthday. He also loved to raise his paws and bare his teeth when she picked him up. Not the same effect, the fox said in a stupor. Cutie, where did you learn to draw so beautifully? She pointed to the last drawings. He sat in the lotus position and propped his head up with one of his paws, and began to move the other one through the water. How fearless Jinchuriki have become. You ask where I learned it? Here, for 8 years. As you can see, I live alone. He spread his paws, showing the environment. Or rather the complete lack of this environment. There is no one to talk to, so I had to make do. So you spend your time here alone. You see, little one, Biju are used mainly as a battery for the user. Nothing else. They remember us only when they need to show someone their power. And mostly they keep us locked up in the seal. In the previous Jinchuriki, he pointed at my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. I was generally crucified on a stone and couldn't move. Do you understand my state? Poor thing. She brushed away a tear. Can I help you somehow? Remove the seal. He grinned. Then I will be free. But no one will allow this. Is that what's on the gate? Yes. Let's go. A desire to do something appeared on her face. The fox, surprised by the change in the girl who started to walk away towards the gate, silently followed her. She was strange somehow. Usually all the Jinchuriki, when they saw him for the first time, shit their pants. Well, except for Kushina. The first time she almost beat the fox to death, although there was no reason for it. And this one is generally calm. People are strange creatures. Approaching the gate, she looked at the bars in the lock. The fox looked at what was happening in surprise, but said nothing. He simply lay down and, propping up his head, decided to watch the girl. She had caught his attention somehow, but he himself did not yet understand why. If I tear off that leaflet, will the seal come off? What leaflet? Girl, I can't see what's outside. I can only fit 2 fingers between the bars, but no more, he sighed. Got it. Wait a bit. She, under the fox's surprised gaze, ran back a little and, running up, jumped. Having flown about 4 meters, she threw out her hand. She caught on something. Even a rustling sound was heard, similar to paper, but fell into the water with empty hands. Muttering something unintelligible, she ran up again and tried to tear something off, but with the same success. She almost grabbed something, but at the last moment this, something, was torn from her hands. This continued until she once again splashed into the water and remained lying there. The fox jumped up to the cage and looked at her. She was lying with her eyes open and thinking. Look, you said 2 fingers, right? Can you give me a lift? What? I want to know what will happen if I tear down that leaflet. I can't watch someone vegetate alone. Why? I don't know myself. You're too kind, little one, the fox chuckled. Does it matter that I destroyed your village 8 years ago? You had a reason for that, I think. You said it yourself that my mother was crucified on a stone, and when you were able to get at least a little freedom, you were immediately attacked. It wasn't like that, little one. How? Will you listen and believe me? I'll try. Okay, then listen. On the night you were born, a certain man from a clan known as the Uchiha tried to attack the village. He was a traitor to Konoha, so everyone else turned against him and tried to stop him. But, this man was able to penetrate all the security and appeared right where the birth was taking place. Having pulled me out of the Jinchuriki who had given birth, taking one of the 2 babies hostage, he took me and put me under control with his cursed eye, the Sharingan. After that, he summoned me to the center of the village and ordered everything to be destroyed. I tried to resist, but I couldn't. There's only one thing I still can't understand. Why didn't the Uchiha clan members loyal to the village stop me? There were quite a few good users of the clan's power among them back then, but they were doing God knows what. I don't know myself. Do you believe me? Yes. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel that you are telling the truth. Your inner world is still. Why aren't you rushing out now? You still have more freedom than your mother. And if I break free, then they'll try to capture me again. No matter how strong I am, I won't be able to do anything against agile and strong shinobi, and sooner or later I'll be locked up again. Let's finish this already. Help me get to this piece of paper. The girl pointed her finger at the center of the gate. Smiling well, as much as possible with such a mouth, he squeezed his paw between the bars, then turned it pads up and placed it on the water. The girl quickly climbed onto it, and the fox then began to lift her up. My name is Kurama, little one. I'm not a small thing. She stamped her foot. I'm Naruto. Naruto Namikaze. Having lifted the gate to about halfway, he turned his palm to the right. The girl jumped up, grabbed something and pulled it down with all her might. There was a crack, after which a leaflet appeared in her hands. Kurama, sensing danger, quickly but carefully threw the girl down from his palm and returned his paw to the cage. The bars immediately began to move towards the wall, folding. Almost got my paw pinched, he muttered, his eyes shining with happiness. Finally, at least someone understood him. He, slowly moving his paws, carefully walked out of the cage, glancing at the bars every now and then. But his fears did not come true, and they did not close. He came out bolder and stretched. Thank you, baby. He lowered his muzzle and nuzzled her with his nose. Speak to me, Kurama, she shouted, smiling, and then returned to the real world, that is, woke up. Commentary on Digression 1, Nine-Tailed. Something like that. I tried to think of other ways to entertain Kurama in the cage, but nothing came to mind. He can't fish there. I crave criticism, but without swearing. I was beta. Chapter 4. Is that how it all happened? Yes, Naruto and her shadow clone, who had taken on a beast-like form and had temporarily let Kurama's mind into himself, said in unison. And what happened later? How did you achieve this? Minato pointed at the shadow clone. We were training and looking for ways to solve one problem. Kurama was bored there, so we tried to find a way to sense what was happening outside. At first, only he could sometimes look through my eyes when I released his chakra. After some time, he learned to connect to my vision and other senses directly without my help. So he watches from time to time. In the inner world, we trained and developed new techniques, and also just studied. The fox joined in. Naruto is a pretty smart girl and it was fun to spend time with her. You know, fourth, I became attached to her. She became my first and only friend, not counting the other Biju and the sage. Kurama told me about other Biju in his life. From him I learned about the first Hokage and Madara. And no, the fourth, it's not the one who attacked that day. Then someone took his name, and Madara was several dozen times stronger than him. And the Manjiko drawing is different. Wow, so much news. My wife is in the hospital, my son showed up, and my daughter is friends with a demon. He's not a demon. Okay, sorry. Is there anything else to say? Well, apart from both me and her almost completely mastering your technique and improving the rasengan, nothing. The fox lay down on the floor. What? Improvements? The fourth one put the phone down. Yes, we were able to combine the elements in your technique. So far, only 2 elements, fire and air, to which each of us is predisposed. But in theory, other elements are possible. Come on, show me. He stood up and, taking his cloak, threw it over his shoulders. There is only one downside. The technique destroys the body's cells if you do not protect yourself with natural chakra, that is, the sage mode, or the tailed beast chakra, that is, the Biju mode. Let's sort this problem out. Naruto Pav. I stood by the lake and looked at my reflection. Now I felt no emotions at all. Only emptiness and coldness inside. No anger, no irritation. Just nothing. Understand, it was necessary. I don't need a completely crazy Jinchuriki. It's better this way than smashing everything around and laughing non-stop. Fox, do you understand how strange it is to feel nothing at all? I seem to understand with my mind that this is bad, but I don't feel any negative emotions. You'll get used to it in time. But now there's no point in hanging around. Return to Orochimaru's hideout. We need to decide on a further plan of action. Nodding, he dashed towards the shelter. In theory, that's where everyone should be now. Both Kabuto and Orochimaru. But they could have already moved to another one, due to the danger of being caught. Having run about half the way, he activated the Biju mode and began tracking the chakra flows. But everything was fine. Our people were still there and weren't going to leave anytime soon. Running up to the entrance to the shelter, he turned to the shinobi standing at the post. Is Orochimaru in? Yes, he answered and let me through. After walking about 100 meters, he stood in front of the door and knocked. From there he heard Kabuto's voice, "Come in, Naruto." Opening the door, he froze in his tracks. Orochimaru was lying on the bed, coughing every 30 seconds, his hands were rotting right before his eyes, and Kabuto was trying to heal them. "I need the fox's chakra," the snake Sanin croaked. Approaching him, I put my hand on his shoulder and released chakra. The hands began to heal, but after a while they decomposed again. Damn Sarutobi. So that's why you retreated. The seal of the death god. Yes, I was able to kill him, but after that I lost the ability to create techniques. Even changing bodies doesn't help. I sympathize, I said with complete indifference in my voice. You sealed your emotions. In vain, even I can't live without emotions. I'll get used to it, and besides, they didn't ask my permission. Orochimaru, I want to learn senjutsu. You need to go to the snakes, to the Ryuchi caves, and not to me. I couldn't master this science. Reverse call. Yes. Call the messenger, I will tell him. Having folded the seals, he summoned a small snake, to which Orochimaru addressed, he's ready. Fine. The snake immediately disappeared, and a few seconds later they began to call me back. Surrendering to the flow, I waited until they called. I appeared in a rather dark place. A cave immediately came to mind. I had never been to Mount Ryuchi. Orochimaru only allowed me to make a contract, but did not allow me to be here. So now I decided to look around the place where I first appeared. Quite a dark place, but if you look closely, you can see that the place is inhabited. Firstly, the walls, floor and ceiling are quite even. Secondly, there are patterns on the walls, as well as various architectural features, be it even columns or a moon clock on the floor, onto which the light fell from a hole in the ceiling. Hearing a rustle behind me, I turned around. In front of me was a rather large blue snake with light green eyes. Greetings, Mr. Naruto. Hello, Aoda. Sorry for not calling, there was no opportunity. Nothing. Aoda is my snake, with whom I made a contract. He has a calm and loyal character. Aoda respects me, so he gladly obeys orders. At the moment, he is quite young for a snake, so his final growth is not complete. In the future, he will be about the size of Mandu, and that is not bad. The white snake sage is waiting for you. I'll show you the way. He crawled forward along the road. Nodding to myself, I followed him. It was good that Manda hadn't been ordered to accompany me. He would have tried to devour me several times. We weren't friends. And if Aoda, that meant that the sage was in a pretty good mood and there was a chance that I would master sage mode after all. Having climbed almost to the very top, we entered a spacious hall. At the opposite end was the snake sage. The oldest representative of Mount Ryuchi, the leader of all snakes and so on and so forth. He lay on a huge pedestal. He was white in color, and had 2 gold bracelets on his body. On his neck, the part closer to his head, he wore an amulet. This amulet has 2 analogues, which are found on other sages from Mount Myoboku in the Shikatsu forest. Approaching him, I bent one knee, which I didn't like to do. But now it was better than running away from 50 huge snakes, whose eyes kept showing up in the dark corners of the hall. Naruto Uzumaki, stand up and come closer. Rising to his feet, he stood right next to the pedestal. Are you sure you want to learn the art of the sage? Keep in mind, there will be no turning back. I'm sure, I answered firmly. The snake looked at me for about 5 seconds, after which its mouth suddenly opened, its upper fangs lengthened and sank into my neck area. Where the cursed seal is usually created. Poison flowed from the fangs, which began to quickly spread throughout the body. Orochimaru told me about this. It's a test that you have to endure. If you can resist his poison, you're worthy. If not, you die. The pain tormented me for about 5 minutes, and Kurama refused to do anything. According to him, a sage can notice interference in the test and refuse to teach. We discussed our future plans with Kurama for a long time and came to the only conclusion. We need to master the Sharingan. We have it at the level of a blind man who received an artifact for the sighted. We do not use even 1/100th of its capabilities, although it is one of those who reached the level of Manjiko. Therefore, it was decided to find and join Akatsuki in order to become Itachi's partner. He will be able to pull me up in theory, as well as reveal my full potential. But there is a minus everywhere. Akatsuki no longer hides their plans and systematically searches for the Biju. And since part of Kurama is hidden in me, the revelation of this power will force Akatsuki to grab me and pull him out. At the same time, it is not a fact that I will survive, and Lee does not want to disappear. And since his chakra is one of my sources of power, it was decided to study Senjutsu. Sage mode will help me use most of my techniques, simply replacing negative chakra with natural, as well as stand on equal terms with some of this organization. It was also decided to seal Kurama's power. He will be able to talk to me and observe the surroundings, but I will not be able to use his chakra. When the pain left my body, I stood on my feet, only sweating all over and shaking a little because of the sharp pain. You have passed the test, I will teach you. From this moment on, you will live here and will not leave this place until I consider you ready. From this day on, I will be your teacher, and any disobedience will be severely punished. Do you understand me, student? Yes, teacher. Okay, let's get started. He crawled out of the pedestal and headed towards the almost invisible opening. I followed him. There was a long training ahead, and if Orochimaru was telling the truth, the food here wasn't great. The fox just laughed at this thought and fell asleep. As for me, I started training. A month later in real time and 4 months later in Naruto time. I appeared in a cloud of smoke formed after the reverse summoning. After 4 long months of my training, the snake sage considered me ready. After 2 months, I was able to partially enter sage mode. Then my left eye acquired a green color and an elongated pupil, and my right, the Sharingan, received slightly more twisted tomo. This state slightly increased my reaction, speed, and strength. But I could not use the main advantage of sage mode, hypersensitivity to chakra. It took me another month and a half to master this ability. During this time, I managed to slightly rework my basic techniques for using natural chakra. Kurama also learned to absorb natural chakra while I am moving. This way I can calmly fight without worrying about the amount of chakra left. This method even worked when I sealed his power deep inside me, although the influx of chakra decreased. At the very end of my training, I was able to fully enter sage mode. My body became covered in snake scales, my hair hardened, and my fingernails and toenails turned into claws. The tail, as the teacher predicted, did not appear, which surprised him. But after a couple of tests, he declared that this was my final stage of the mode and I would not advance further. When the smoke cleared, I watched a strange scene. Orochimaru had once again changed bodies and was lying on the bed. Kabuto was standing right next to me. He was the one who used the reverse summoning. The Sound Four were standing in front of the Snake Sanin's bed, listening to the task. Your target is Sasuke Uchiha. Provoke him to leave the village and come here. I need him, as he needs me. He will set out with you. Orochimaru raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at me. Everyone except Tayuya immediately protested, but when they ran into the snake's gaze, they immediately shut up. Objections are not accepted. Proceed with the task. You just called me up and already have a mission. Yes, and it's urgent. You showed up on time. As I see, you didn't plan to include me in the squad. You showed up, and I thought, why not? Just the thing to show me what you've learned. They've prepared a new uniform for you, just like you asked for. It's in your old room. Thank you, Orochimaru. After this task I will leave you. We need to find a teacher to master the Sharingan. Good. Kabuto, accompany him and explain the details of the mission. Okay, Mr. Orochimaru. Kabuto put away the medicine bottles and went out the door. I followed him. During the journey, Kabuto talked about the mission, and then about the latest news. When the conversation turned to our small detachment, he became gloomy. Orochimaru once used Lina's body. So there is no squad. I see, I said with complete indifference. Here we reached my room. Nodding to me, he left. I took out my old key and opened it. Entering inside, I stared at the mask and clothes lying on the bed. A white kitsune mask, black leather armor, and a black cloak. Nearby were red-brown belts with spikes, worn over gloves. Just right for close combat. After getting dressed, I put the sound protector on my belt. I left my old clothes and the leaf protector in the room. After leaving the room, I headed towards the exit. The Sound Four had already gathered there. Tayuya nodded briefly to me, and the others looked at me with disdain. They don't like me. The girl shut everyone up, and then commanded the movement. She is the unofficial leader here, after Kimimaro fell ill. Before that, he was the leader of this company, and in the past they were called the Sound Five. I moved behind the others because I didn't want to get hit in the back. You can expect anything from these guys. We arrived at the village only at midnight. Although we could have moved faster, we did not risk it, since there was a chance of getting caught in the sunlight. Having secretly made our way into Konoha, we moved towards the Uchiha quarter. The plan was to neutralize Sasuke's parents, and then deal with the boy himself. We will not kill his father and mother, since he will definitely turn against us and we will not complete the task. We must make him thirst for power, so that he will want to study. Arriving at Uchiha, they neutralized a couple of law enforcement officers and rushed to the central house. Having neutralized the guard seals, they got inside and stunned his parents, then headed to Sasuke. I know only one way to make a person thirst for power, to show him this power. At first, these four wanted to calmly deal with him themselves, but having met quite strong resistance, and also having received several unpleasant wounds, they looked at each other and activated the seals. Sasuke in response also tried, but his seal does not obey him. As a result, he was thrown back. I was sitting on a tree and watching them, in hermit mode. I had never felt so many streams of chakra. But some began to rapidly approach us. Appearing behind the backs of the speaking four, he turned to Sasuke. If you want strength, come to this place next night. I threw him a piece of map with the location. People, let's leave. A large number of ninja are approaching. Sasuke looked at the piece of the map and hid it. So we had interested him. I, having demanded that the four take hold of my shoulders, activated the Thunder God technique and moved to the seal I had prepared in advance. All that was left was to wait. Having sat down to the accompaniment of the sound four turning inside out, I began to wait. A day later. I sensed chakra approaching. Concentrating, I identified only one person. Sasuke. No one else for the next few kilometers. Signaling to the four, we moved towards him. You showed up after all. Tell me, why do you need power? Revenge. To whom? To the brother who betrayed me. Fine. How can I get power? First of all, Tayuya began to die. She took out a pack of pills and handed them to Sasuke. He took the pack, shook it, opened it, sniffed it, then took two and popped them into his mouth. A few seconds later, he was overcome with nausea. The four immediately began sealing. They took out the scrolls, summoned the container, and placed it in there. Then they put the seals on the lid and activated them. That was it. Then we moved towards sound, stopping every now and then to rest. Jirobo was carrying the container with Sasuke on himself. Kitamaro, before the rest, was throwing out his nets as an alarm. When I remarked that this was not necessary with me, he waved it off. Tayuya was constantly scolding everyone. Everyone, except me. She was afraid to approach me. Sakin was arguing with his brother Ukin, which seemed strange from the outside. During the third halt, I sensed a familiar chakra. They stopped about a kilometer before us and waited. No, but, Neji Hyuga was among them with his Byakugan. He was looking around and, seeing us, began to study. Besides him, the team included Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Kiba Inuzuka with his dog, and Naruko Namikaze. Having signaled the four to behave as usual, he relaxed and dozed off. They won't attack unnoticed. Firstly, I can feel them, and secondly, they themselves step towards the spider in the web. Well, shall we have some fun? Commentary on Chapter 4. Action in the next chapter. Now here's one. Naruto and Naruto. Naruto mask. Naruto without a mask. Naruto with his rasengan. I'm thirsty for comments. I was beta. Chapter 5. We sat and waited for Tayuya's signal. Sakin had already prepared explosive seals and charged the shurikens with chakra. Kitamaru signaled to us that 3 had already fallen into his net, and Jirobo was thirsty for blood. Or rather chakra. That's the kind of devourer he is. The slightest movement of the hand from the girl and at that very second Sakin stands up and throws kunai with seals. Right behind him, Kitamaru acts and pulls 3 out of the bushes, and at that time, Jirobo activates the Earth Dome technique. Right in the place where the 2 jumped back from the explosive seal and flew, thrown out by the spider. As soon as they fell into a pile, the earth immediately covered them. It was simple. Tayuya stood up from the barrel. Jirobo, they're yours. Catch up later. Okay. That was too easy, I said and walked up to the dome. They just sent simpletons who don't know how to do anything. Everyone in Konoha is like that. I wouldn't say so. Jirobo, don't relax. You certainly shouldn't advise me to do so. Sighing at this, I simply moved on, picking up the barrel with Uchiha. The others followed me, waving goodbye to the big guy. Well, I can't bring myself to call him fat. This fat guy can beat almost anyone here. And if those from Konoha do break out, he will delay them or even win. We ran like this for another 20 minutes, until I again felt the approaching chakra. They are catching up. What? How? Everyone shouted in unison. It can't be. To break through the dome of Jirobo. We just need to attack in the opposite direction from him. Anyone who can think with their head at all will figure it out. I'm more worried about Leaf's recklessness. They left one genin to fight against the sound Jonin. If they're dividing the squad, they're confident in their strength. Besides, I concentrated better and began to examine the chakra of 4 people more closely. Among them is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and she shared her chakra with the others. Bad. This will significantly increase their abilities. During the fight, go straight to the trump cards, don't let them gather their strength and... At the last moment I managed to dodge 3 kunai with explosive seals. Having jumped a good 5 meters, I stood on a branch. My gaze was directed at the Konoha people, who, without wasting time on conversation, began to attack ours. Having looked at the battle, I shouted to those 3. Detain them. I'll deliver a gift to Orochimaru. Having gathered most of my chakra in my legs, I dashed off at top speed, no longer paying attention to the escalating battle. The branches I bounced off cracked or broke. This made it harder for my pursuer to jump after me, but she was getting closer. Apparently trusting the others, she decided to deal with me alone. Taking a quick glance back, I saw Naruto in Biju mode. And she's fast. Very fast. It's not a fact that I'll be able to escape. And if so, stop for a second on one branch, send some natural chakra into it and make a trap with a delay, then push off weakly, so as not to break it. A move designed for an idiot. Only he will not pay attention to the whole branch and the delay. But, is she really my sister? If so, then she definitely didn't get the mind. As soon as her hand touched the branch, she tried to jump back again. But the branch itself bent, broke into many pieces of wood and tried to tie the girl up. This is one of the features of the Sage mode. Kinship with Mokuden. Yes, the level is not the same as the legendary first Hokage. I can't just create a tree and control it at the same level. But the advantages appear. Traps, scanners, reconnaissance and other options that I will not name right away, since I have not trained much in using Mokuden, and I am unlikely to in the future. At that moment, Naruto seemed to have forgotten about her techniques and tried to break free by tearing the tree. Ignoring her efforts, I turned forward. But, taking a step, I flew back from a powerful blow to the side. In a stupor, I look at the place where I had just stood. She was standing there and smiling. Looking at the one in the branches more closely, I sensed 2 concentrated chakra, shadow clone. I forgot about your favorite technique. Well, shall we have some fun? I asked in a lazy voice. Who are you, and what does Orochimaru want from Sasuke? Activating the seals on the box, I threw it aside. I intercepted the girl who tried to catch the box on the way, tying her up in close combat. Blocked the blow with my hand, and then the kick from above. Half a second later, blocked the blow from behind with a kunai. She moves too fast, and the most important thing is that I can't feel the seal of the Thunder God. Well, she can't move any other way, she's too fast for that. The exchange of blows lasted for about 3 minutes. Honestly, I would have lost on the first one if not for the heightened reaction in Sage mode. Naruto, her affinity with the Biju chakra has increased. I figured it out. Keep pumping chakra and don't get distracted. Get back, you can't handle it. I have a page. I didn't have time to finish. A rasengan made of pure fox chakra flew into my stomach. I would have kicked the bucket right there if I hadn't automatically set up a chakra block. Rubbing the burnt area of skin, he jumped back a little, dragging the girl along with him. In his previous state there would have been no trace of the injury in a minute, but Kurama's chakra was sealed. Looking towards the barrel, he noticed that it had already been taken. After all, it was Kimimaro. I still remember his chakra shade. So Sasuke is halfway to the snake. I'll play with the girl a little more and then step away right away. Fox is right, I can't handle her now. Why did I even put seals on the Biju chakra on the snakes? Now I'm suffering. She's fast, strong, and also has a practically endless supply of chakra. But my fox is already running out of steam, he can't constantly absorb so much natural chakra. Dodging her blows, I tried to reach her with air-filled kunai. But, she dodged or even intercepted them and sent them at me. Damn it, my clothes were already all torn, my mask had many scratches, and the spikes on my hands were knocked off. Having thought through my escape options, I accumulated chakra in my hand and hit the ground, creating a smoke screen. After that, having completely shielded my chakra, I rushed away from her. Damn it, I'm too weak, I need more strength. Glancing at the chakra in the area, he did not find the sound 4. Although their opponents also showed practically no signs of life. Already preparing to go in their direction and finish them off, he felt the release of the seal, and then Sasuke's chakra. Naruto also paid attention to this release and ran in that direction. Sighing, he headed after her. Kurama, what's wrong with the chakra? It's bad. 10 or 15 minutes at most, then I won't be able to. It's too difficult. That's enough. Sasuke's chakra changed. Now it contained a huge number of negative shades from irritation to hatred, I can't say more precisely. I think he would kill his own mother now, although these emotions give him some bonuses. The power of the Sharingan is based on emotions, mostly negative ones. The stronger the hatred, the more Tomo awakens, as well as the possibility of awakening Manjiko. If he is pitted against Naruto now, then there is a chance. If he considers her his friend, then perhaps by killing her he will be able to awaken the last stage of the eyes. Maybe he can train me with the Sharingan then. The Uchihas have mastery of any stage of their eyes practically at the genetic level. While I or Kakashi had to go blind in mastering it, they can almost fully use its abilities from the very beginning. I stopped at the edge of the forest, by the waterfall. The Valley of the End. 2 statues depicting the founders of Konoha, Madara and Hashirama. Sasuke is standing on Madara's head, and Naruto is on Hashirama's. Both are talking about something, but I can't hear because of the distance. In general, if you look closely, you can see the resemblance. Uchiha Sasuke is too similar to the statue of Madara. Almost the same look, face shape. If Sasuke grows up, then his hair will most likely be the same. Naruto looked like Hashirama. If she were a guy, I wouldn't find any differences, except for the marks on her cheeks. As Orochimaru told me, Madara and Hashirama were friends in childhood, then they were separated by war, and then they became allies again and founded a village. If it weren't for the influence of the Sharingan on the Uchiha, everyone would know them both as great founders and best friends, and not as bitter enemies. Now Madara's name has been completely erased from available sources of information and only old people and clan leaders know about it. And Hashirama was glorified as the greatest shinobi who sealed all the Biju. Somehow I got distracted. They had already started the fight. Sasuke used his fire, which almost completely suppressed all of Naruto's air. But the girl didn't care about possible damage from the fire, since Kurama was a fire Biju and his chakra ignored all such damage quite well. The girl was just playing with the guy. She calmly walked away from the attacks, without making any attempts to attack. There was grief and disbelief on her face. She couldn't believe that her friend had changed so much. At some point, everything changed. Sasuke stopped moving awkwardly. His movements acquired meaning and he was no longer inferior to the girl in speed. At first, there was surprise on her face, which soon gave way to firmness of intention. Only now did I notice that she was moving slower than usual. Sasuke's Sharingan. He used it on me inside Naruto, limiting my abilities. It makes sense. The stronger the Biju, the more vulnerable it is to the Sharingan. Only the Manjiko can fully control them, but even 3 Tomo are enough to weaken them. Here is the climax. Naruto created a rasengan filled with the tailed beast's chakra. Only because of the weakening it was smaller than what I received. Sasuke activated the last form of the seal and used the lightning element. Only the name of the lightning remained, the color was black and white. Here they rushed at each other, and a second later there was an explosion. Stepping away from the flash, I looked at the place. The statues had received minor damage. After all, the Uzumaki seals had worked well for centuries. The water came in waves, and the waterfall stopped flowing for a moment. I started looking for figures. Sasuke was standing on the sand, hanging over Naruto. He was frowning and trying to make a decision. Not understanding it, he came out of the forest and jumped towards them. The Uchiha turned around sharply and was already preparing to attack me, but recognized me. Lowering his hands, but not removing the kunai, he turned to Naruto. Looking closely, I realized what the boy was thinking about. The girl was still breathing. Kill her and be done with it. I can't. I just can't. I'll find another way to get power. It would be stupid to refuse such an easy way to obtain Manjiko. But I will find another way. Now take me to your master. Orochimaru is not my master. He taught me how to use my abilities, just like he will teach you. I took off my mask. Sasuke began to shift his gaze from me to Naruto, and then back. This continued for about 2 minutes, after which he suddenly turned to me. So it was you she was talking about. The lost brother who came to destroy the village. And you were the guy at the exam, right? Let's go. This is not the time for chatter. Your teacher's chakra is approaching. Taking the guy by the shoulder, he moved to the seal installed in advance in the shelter. We appeared in a dark hall with ropes installed everywhere. I started walking down a corridor known only to me, and Sasuke, using the Sharingan, followed me step by step. As we went out the door, we immediately met Kabuto. Kabuto, Uchiha has been delivered. That idiot had the opportunity to fully unleash his eye powers, but he didn't use it. It's okay, Mr. Orochimaru will think of something. Are you leaving now? Yes. My last act was to hand it over, and now I'm leaving. Say hello to the snake. What? You won't even ask for information about Akatsuki? I already know what I need. Good. 3 sets of your clothes are in the room. There are also seals with various weapons. Why such generosity? You brought Orochimaru a lot of benefit, Kabuto chuckled. Research on your blood, tissue and other parts helped him in his research. And now he doesn't need you anymore. If such a shinobi doesn't want to be here, then he's practically unstoppable, especially with Orochimaru in such a state. By the way, what about the Sound 5? Dead. All of them. Among the pursuers was the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. She shared her chakra with the others, which allowed them to easily defeat all of ours. That's it, I'm gone. Having changed the armor for a new one, he threw the remaining clothes into the seals, put the scrolls in the bag and moved behind the shelter, destroying all the seals. Having looked at the sun, he went in the direction of the Akatsuki base. According to the information received, the base was on the border between sand and leaf, but he would have to look for it. A second later, I felt one of the seals open spontaneously. Throwing my bag off my shoulder, I dug into it and found a scroll. Opening it, I picked up the blue ring that had fallen out. There was a note there. After I left Akatsuki, I took the ring with me. It will help you join their ranks, the main thing is to show strength. It will also show the current location of the Akatsuki base. Orochimaru. It really will help. Having put on the ring, I spent about 30 minutes learning how to determine the path to the base. Then I simply listened to myself. Influence on the mind. Weak, but present. Shows the way. Is this what finding the path from the ring is? Okay, let's move. Commentary on Chapter 5. Attention everyone. After consulting with my friends, I came to the decision to review the tags. I will remove angst and other plot-related ones, since with my character, I will not be able to write normally in this vein. It is not my thing. After finishing the book, tags will be added based on the results of the book written. Something like that. I apologize to everyone for not being able to write darkfic and angst properly. I sincerely apologize to those who found my fanfic using these tags. I think it was me beta. Chapter 6. Standing in the gorge, I looked at the rather large entrance to the cave. The strangest thing is that there is no security. Not even any. There are no simple traps from predators. I checked several times. I looked around again, tightened the straps on my armor and pulled out a kunai. I had to be ready for anything. In fact, I was only just beginning to understand that this idea was, to put it mildly, not very good. My chances of joining Akatsuki were pretty slim. They don't take just anyone they meet. I'm not up to S class, even though I've already seen my face in the bingo book. Even 2. So that's it. Akatsuki only consists of S-class members. If they take me, it will only be after testing me first. To withstand a fight against someone. I don't know. I definitely won't be able to defeat Uchiha. Itachi has a Mangoko, and I can't use my eye to its full potential. There's little information about the others, since Snake worked mostly with Itachi. Entering the cave, I took off the bandage and looked around. There were no traps at all. Not even traces of chakra. It felt like the place was abandoned. But that couldn't be it. I'll have to move on. I walked for about 10 minutes until I came out into a huge hall. Very interesting. The ceiling was about 50 meters high, maybe more. In the center of the hall was a figure of some kind of deity. I can't figure it out. The hands were stretched out with the palms up, and the fingers were raised. On each finger stood a man in a black cloak with red clouds. More precisely, not on each. Some were present as projections. Very interesting. Gentlemen, we have unexpected guests, said the figure standing on the thumb of his right hand. How did he get past the security system? Said a man with a big. Is that a scythe? He has one of the rings. Ah, I see. Another adventurer who decided to try on the thing he found. A figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Long dark brown hair, almost completely black eyes. 2 stripes from the eyebrows to the cheeks, and on the forehead a crossed out leaf protector. Who are you? After these words, the eyes suddenly turned red, and 3 tomo began to spin around the pupil. You don't look like him. Who is he talking about? Although there is no time for that. Itachi Uchiha, I presume. I have business with you. Yes. And what kind? It's definitely not visible under the cloak, but he seems to have pulled out a kunai, and also tell me, where did you get this eye? I need a teacher to train with the eye. I touched my Sharingan with my free hand. I took it from Danzo. At these words, his eyes widened, after which his eyes began to spin and I saw 3 spiral curves around the pupil. Manjiko. I can't keep up. A second later, my right eye was pierced by pain. Tears mixed with blood flowed from it, and I fell to my knees. A second later, I passed out. I came to my senses. With difficulty. My whole body was burning from the inside. It felt like the blood had been replaced with hot metal. Trying to move my arms, I realized the futility of this action. A minute later I could barely open my eyelids and move my eyes. The situation had not changed. The same stone that the cave was made of. I tried to disperse the chakra in my body to come to my senses a little. After the first attempt, the pain intensified, and I decided to immerse myself in meditation and check the state of my body. I need to find the cause. What the hell? The chakra circulation system, CCS, is torn to shreds. My body is still trying to bring it back to its usual state. Fortunately, the absorbed natural chakra helps with this. Looking at all this, it seemed as if a biju had trampled on it. The 10-tailed one, and more than once, then chewed it up and spat it out. Horrible. Kurama, what the hell? I asked. There was no answer. After 5 attempts to get through, I realized that it was all useless. Either he suffered as much as I did, or, oh, that's nonsense. Together with Orochimaru and my Sharingan, we were developing a set of seals for concealment. In order to notice these seals, you have to be a pretty strong sensor, since the seal itself conceals itself. For a shinobi, it's an ordinary tattoo. But to understand the seal at all, you have to be a master of fuinjutsu. So, they simply couldn't sense it. Either there was a mistake somewhere and we didn't notice, or they had a master of fuinjutsu. But among those noticed, there were no famous masters of fuinjutsu. Only a few reached the heights of the art of seals, and then only at an advanced age. And I didn't notice Uzumaki here. The red hair and the shade of chakra give away the masters of the whirlpool from a mile away. As soon as I thought about it, an image of pain came into my head. He's kind of strange. I didn't like something about him right away. I didn't pay attention to the seal on emotions, and now it's gone. What am I talking about? Ah, pain. He's strange. The SCC was incomplete. The main drawback was the lack of a chakra source, and he received it through pins all over his body. It felt like he was a puppet, but someone quite strong was controlling him. Have you come to your senses? With difficulty looking in the direction of the speaker, I began to examine. A man, I can hardly say, in a black Akatsuki cloak, a blue body, and gills on his face. On his forehead he wears a mist protector, crossed out by a line, and behind his back is a huge sword in bandages. Kisame. Wow, you know me. Without waiting for an answer, he threw me over his shoulder with one hand and went to somewhere. I couldn't even resist, only talk. What happened? Oh, well, Pain noticed something strange, and then used a technique to remove the seals. Your mother, although he didn't find anything except a Mangekyu-level Sharingan, Fuyua, as soon as the eyes saw Itachi, he insisted on your joining or something. Said that he would train you. So from now on, you're on our team. With us, that is, with me and Itachi. Got it, kid. His sword curved the handle and hit me on the head. Fine. Got away with it. But then what about Kurama? As for the SCC, it's already clear, the seals are broken in exactly this way. The chakra vessels are almost burned out, breaking the connection between the seal and the person, and after a while the seal loses its entire supply of chakra and simply disappears. This explains my return of emotions. And the fact that they didn't see our seal, well, here, Orochimaru apparently foresaw such a moment, so now it didn't fly off so quickly, and in order not to get caught, I immediately directed all resources to restoring the SCC. The fact that Manjiko was awakened against my will is logical. It's not every day that you experience such pain. Although most likely it's because of Itachi, since I felt some pressure on my brain before switching off. In general, it all happened strangely, although now the most important thing is that they didn't try to kill me on the spot, but calmly listened to me. Apparently, they've heard about me and decided to talk. I didn't know where he was taking me. But on the way he informed me about everything. In the end, I took Orochimaru's place. Since the ring can only be removed after the user's death, it's clear with Orochimaru, he just changed his body, and Itachi cut off his hand during their last meeting, and the loss of a shinobi of my level is quite serious. They decided to simply give up his place. Besides, Pain, as Kisame said, is currently in trouble, and he had no time for arguments. We finished our movement in a strange place. I had more or less recovered and, having absorbed the natural chakra, I began to turn my head and look around. Everywhere. Yes, everywhere there was the symbolism of the Uchiha clan. On the walls, on the floor, on the curtains. Everywhere. With my mouth open, I looked at this miracle of nature and wondered where we were. It seems this is one of the Uchiha shelters that fairy tales are told about. But, I'm not sure. It could be anything. Even Itachi arranged the captured castle. At this point, Kisame had already dumped me on some sofa and, sitting down next to me, began to explain my duties. In general, he is an interesting conversationalist. His character has practically nothing in common with the description from Bingo's book, that is, he is not a sadist. Although his humor is mostly black, and his smile is terrifying, but in general he does not constantly rush into battle. So, what can you do? Itachi entered the room. I have the sage mode. Interesting. And what advantages does your regime give you? Kisame perked up. The same as most. Reaction, speed, sensory abilities. Also, a growth of rather strong scales appears. Kisame chuckled at this remark. I also own several techniques. All from level B to S+. We won't make you reveal it. In our trio, you'll work as support, as well as a sensor. Manjiko together with natural chakra increases your scanning radius several times. Sometimes you'll join other Akatsuki members. Got it? If so, let's go train. Itachi turned around and left the room. Don't pay attention. He's always like this. No matter what he says, killing your clanmates is difficult. I don't understand this. Putting the scrolls with my inventory on the table next to me, I left the room and headed towards the Uchiha. The strangest thing is that I recovered very quickly. My head doesn't hurt anymore, although the rest of my body sometimes aches. I think Itachi is going to start training his Sharingan now. Judging by the chakra, he's waiting for me behind this door. Opening it, he entered the operating room. On the shelves stood many flasks with various materials, chemicals and samples. I saw something similar with Orochimaru, only here there were also Sharingans. To my questioning look, he answered calmly, many ninjas who killed Uchiha took their eyes. I've been hunting them almost all this time. Lie down, we'll give you a second eye. Why, if you implant it, I won't be able to turn off the Sharingans. You can, and Shisui's eye has taken root well. This can only mean one thing, you have Uchiha among your ancestors. There wasn't. Here, read it. Touching the seal on his hand, he pulled out a folder from it and handed it to Itachi. Opening it, he delved into studying. Almost every time he read a line, his eyes widened, and since he has a Sharingan and reading is faster, imagine the speed of his facial expressions. When he closed the folder, he looked at me again. There's a maximum of a third of Uzumaki left in you. But the Uchiha tissue took root successfully. Explained by the high regeneration of the Uzumaki themselves and their gene development. It's not for nothing that they lived as one clan in Uzushio. He muttered the last phrase under his breath, and then turned to the table. So you're saying that the Sharingan took root well only because of the experiments? Right. Well, yes. Okay. Now we'll implant his twin into you. He poked at my Sharingan, and then we'll get to training. Wait, you're going to give me this eye so easily? How can I tell you? Do you know about Susanoo? Yes. It's not just an ideal defense. Susanoo is something like a guardian of the Uchiha. An energy essence. If with 3 Tomo this essence has practically no influence on the owner, then with Mangyoku Sharingan Susanoo already monitors the state of the Uchiha. It's the same with you. If Susanoo hadn't accepted you, you wouldn't have been able to transplant your eye. But Susanoo can only be used with 2 Sharingans. Shisui wasn't like that. One of his eye's abilities was the ability to summon Susanoo without any harsh consequences with just one eye. So he wasn't in danger of going blind. Wow, how do you know about this? Itachi tore his eyes away from the test tubes and turned to me. Orochimaru. Ah, right, and how could I forget about him? Yes, he wasn't in danger of going blind. Only when using Amaterasu and his second ability, Koto Amatsukami. Will you tell me about her? Lie down on the table for now. He threw off his cloak and quickly settled down on the operating table, Koto Amatsukami. The highest genjutsu that allows you to change the victim's memories. Change priorities, manipulation and other capabilities. Use with one eye is only possible once every 10 years. With both eyes, once every 6 months. Is the reason the difference in the amount of chakra. And you are smart. B. Genius. Teach me. It got through to me when you said about using both eyes. When I was in hermit mode, I felt 2 chakras in my eye with different. How can I say? Potentials, I guess, he nodded, understanding me, in a ratio of about 20-1. And when you said about the recovery time? Yes. Both types of chakra accumulate in each eye. Only each of them has its own speed of accumulation of each chakra. That's how such a difference is obtained. You said something about Susano there. Ah, yes, Susano. Energy essence and all that. He accepted you. Completely. Everything. When you come to after the operation, we'll talk. With these words he put his hand to my head and sent a chakra impulse. A second later I passed out, thinking one last time, I'm somehow too trusting. After waking up, I immediately felt the blindfold on my eyes. The hand that reached out to take it off was immediately intercepted. It's still early. He recognized Itachi's voice. That time the eye took root right away, I croaked. This is not the time. As I understand it, you were pumped full of stimulants back then, to the point of no return. I just chuckled at this. The eye should take hold in a couple of days. Until then, wear a bandage. I still don't understand where such kindness comes from. Shisui. Ask to find a worthy owner for the eyes. And the owner will definitely be excellent if he is accepted by Susano. So enough questions. In 2 days, I will explain the basis for using the Mangoko. After that, we will proceed to the first task. Understood. 2 days later, having removed the bandage, he immediately went to the mirror. The first thing he noticed was that the Sharingans were turned off. Looking questioningly at Itachi, who was reading, he waited for an explanation. Just concentrate your chakra at your eyes. Over the past 2 days, your chakra channels have grown in sufficient quantity to allow you to control our Kekkei Genkai. To activate the Manjako, increase the chakra flow. Following his advice, I looked at each tomo separately, and then activated the Manjako. While Shisui's pattern consisted of a 4-pointed pinwheel, mine was different. My Manjako appeared as a black spiral around the pupil. It also seemed as if the pattern was constantly rotating. Mesmerizing vision. Itachi. I have here. Eternal Manjako. It can't be. After all, only the eyes of a relative provide immunity to blindness. Itachi grabbed his chin and began to mumble something to himself. Kisame, who came in and immediately noticed Itachi's condition, silently put his hand on my shoulder and pushed me out the door. After which he himself went out and, constantly looking at the Uchiha, quietly closed the door. At my questioning look, he explained, in this state, it's better not to disturb him. Let's go practice for now, and then we'll get to the task. Commentary on Chapter 6. Sorry for the delay. I've been trying to describe the entry into Akatsuki for quite some time, but it didn't work, and now the session is approaching. After reading the draft again, I decided to post it and move on to the subsequent events. I crave criticism, but without swearing. I was beta. Chapter 7. Minato's paw of the 4th Hokage's office. Minato sat at the table and looked through the spies' reports. Everything was as usual. Mist wanted to start a war again, Sand was recovering from the Cage's murder, and Cloud was negotiating with Rock. A report from a double agent was lying separately from the entire stack. Itachi Uchiha continues to send reports to the village, providing important information about Akatsuki's plans. At the moment, the 4th decided to deal with him last, and then visit Kushina in the hospital. There was a knock on the door of the office. Half a second later, Fugaku entered the office without an invitation. Minato, aren't you tired yet? There are a lot of problems, Fu. He stood up from the table and shook his friend's hand. Do you need help? There's nothing I can't handle. I'm more concerned about my son. Minato went back to work. Naruto. Yes, it's a difficult case. If only we knew earlier. Nothing would have changed. Danzo was able to come to his senses, and we partially interrogated him. The root scientists, the 4th clenched his fist, causing the seal he held in his hands to crack, restored the 9 tails in him using negative chakra. As a result, I'm afraid there is a beast in him worse than the one that attacked him that day. It has long since captured Naruto and is controlling all his actions. Fugaku's eyes flickered across the table and his attention fell on the report he had put aside. At his questioning look, Minato simply handed the document to the Uchiha. From Itachi. Read what he's up to. Fu opened the folder and began to read. If at the beginning he still kept his face, then by the end his eyes popped out of his head, and a smile appeared against his will. Itachi reports about a certain guy with a Sharingan who looks like you, Minato. The crackle of a duplicate seal was heard. And what is he going to do? Nothing yet. Pain assigned him to his son's group, which means they'll work together. We'll have to catch them somehow, and then kidnap Naruto. It won't work. They have missions in the Land of Mist now. They'll be there for about 3 years, maybe after that. Minato, tell me what we're going to do with Sasuke. Naruto, Neji, Jiraiya and Kakashi are poking around in the Land of Sound, but almost all the shelters are abandoned. Minato began to look straight into Fugaku's eyes. We will find him, I give you my word. I hope so. Okay. Why did I come in? Makoto is pregnant. As soon as Minato heard his friend, he immediately pushed aside all the papers, took a bottle and 2 cups from the nightstand and poured for each. Congratulations. Work can wait. End of POV. Take Itachi's attack on my bracers, jumping in place and flying back, using air bullets along the way. Roll to the left, dodging Kisami's attack. Deflect 3 kunai flying at me and, using the God of Thunder, appear behind Itachi and pierce him with a katana. And then watch the crows fly away in different directions. Immediately dodge the water spears of the tailless Biju to the left and create a rasengan in each hand. Deflect shurikens infused with fire chakra and miss a control shot to the chest. Itachi stood behind me, holding a kunai to my heart. A second later, he lowered his hand and pointed to the floor. I fell where I stood and immediately began to inhale deeply. Yeah, training with Orochimaru was nothing like this. Kisame and Itachi were tearing me to pieces, working as a team. And I don't even notice when I get into a genjutsu or Itachi changes himself into a clone. It's terrible to realize my helplessness. Debriefing. Once again you confused me with a clone, and then let the real me behind your back. You also minimize the sage's sensory sphere during attacks, which you absolutely must not do, especially when fighting against several opponents. It's time for you to get rid of this habit. I nodded to Itachi and looked at Kisame. He, having spat on training, was feeding his sword with fresh meat. So what if he feeds on chakra? There's no such thing as too much meat. If you had told me this when I was a child, I would have torn everything off. Well, he smiled and continued doing his job. Okay, that's enough. Naruto, let's go work on Susanoo. You're not very good at it yet, even though it recognized you. Yeah, that doesn't sound right. He started rubbing his chin once again. You know what surprised me the most these past 2 months? You'll never guess. Kisame is a vegetarian. No, Itachi is a double agent. What the hell? Pain is not the leader of Akatsuki. No, and no. What threw me off the track the most was the realization that Itachi wears glasses. The first time I saw him wearing glasses in the lab, I thought I was at the wrong door. But no, an Uchiha wears glasses. Unthinkable. It turned out later, however, that these were ordinary glasses inserted into the frame, and he wore glasses simply for style. Yeah. Okay, my thoughts were going in the wrong direction. During this time, we completed 3 missions of approximately A+ rank. Akatsuki does not have an exact table of ranks, but in terms of difficulty they are approximately equal. So, the first mission is nothing special. Akatsuki was hired to clear the mountains of Nukenon. True, only the name of Nukenon was used there. Mostly, there were mist saboteurs who incited shinobi to rebellion. About 15 A rank shinobi and 3 S rank shinobi X. B. And where did the Jonin and Chunin go? X. A. The terms Jonin and Chunin will be used rarely, since rank usually does not affect strength. The same Naruto in canon was still a genin after the battle with Pain, although his strength was at the level of S rank. It was after this mission that Itachi and Kisame took over my training and teamwork. Since I almost died there, although the mission itself was quite simple. The second mission was to kill a rare animal in the land of rivers. An animal? Yes, what could be easier for 2S rank shinobi and 1A+, you might think. Only this animal was one of the creations of the dark genius Orochimaru. An attempt to cross the chakra of the Biju and the natural led to the appearance of a mutant, equal in strength to 2S ranks. Then Itachi showed his Susanoo for the first time. A red skeleton armed with a sword and shield appeared to me and Kisame in all its glory. A beautiful sight. For the third time, we were ordered to capture the 3-tailed turtle, but we failed. We thought that the turtle would be in the land of mist, where its last Jinchuriki had died. But after checking the entire territory of the country, we did not find the Biju. We could not seal it, since there was no one to seal it in, and no one to seal it. The Biju would have broken out in 2 months and would have smashed the entire village, so we continued to search. The lakes and rivers were empty, the huge 3-tailed turtle was nowhere to be found. About a month later, Itachi gave the all clear and reported to Pain. He was displeased, but did not kill us. He said that he would continue to collect information and look for it in other countries. Now we were resting and improving our skills. We were constantly fighting 2-on-1, and sometimes against other Akatsuki, team on team. Our skills were growing by leaps and bounds, but Lee was still silent. I have been trying to figure out what happened to him for a long time, but I can't find him in my subconscious. It feels like he was just ripped out or hid. Training with Susanoo didn't take long. After half a minute, my eyes started to hurt, and after another minute, the perfect shield dissipated, leaving no trace. And I can't move on to the second stage, I only get a green skeleton with red and black tints. After training, we sat right there. Here, Itachi held out a plate of ramen. Thank you. I can't understand why you can't control Susanoo properly. He accepted you, but you still can't hold him for more than a minute. Maybe the reason is that I'm not an Uchiha? No, even non-Uchihas easily controlled Susanoo if it accepted them. There's something else here that I still can't understand. He picked up the noodles with his chopsticks and started eating, thinking at the same time, one option could be some kind of seal that blocks the flow of chakra, but you don't have any seals on you. My hand involuntarily twitched towards our seal with Orochimaru, but I stopped it. Or, I don't even know what could be the reason. I conducted a full examination of you in the first days. You had all the data to create the third form of Susanoo, but some unaccounted factor appears that spoils everything. How annoying it is when you don't understand something. I agree, was all I could answer. After finishing the noodles, we continued training. No matter how hard I try, a minute and a half is my limit. And even after that, I can only fight with my eyes closed, because they start to burn from the inside. Hey, Itachi, pain has arrived. Kisame entered the hall, knocking beforehand. I'll be right there. Naruto, rest, and then we'll continue. Okay, I replied, and then went to my room. Entering inside, I immediately sat down at the table and opened another Uzumaki scroll. When I saw the scrolls with the art of seals, my mouth started to water. And how surprised I was when Itachi allocated a whole cabinet for the knowledge of my clan. According to him, he had been collecting all these scrolls since his exile, since without normal seals one cannot survive in the field. And now I have been studying seals, and with the help of the Sharingan and Uzumaki genes, they were very easy for me. I have already replaced the bag with several FUNN storages, where I store all the provisions, clothes and weapons. I have also started developing several FUNN for my needs. For example, I applied a FUNN to my hand for quickly changing weapons. I can suddenly change the kunai to a longer katana. Or another FUNN, which in theory will transform my chakra into any element, although I am still stuck in its development. The efficiency of this seal is 30% and I have not been able to increase it yet. So I am looking for any help in the scrolls. After looking through 3 more scrolls, I wrote down a couple of interesting facts and, having summoned a snake, sent the scroll with Kabuto's developments. He will look at it and advise something. Having sat down to meditate, I again tried to contact the fox, but once again failed. It's boring without this red-haired one. Sighing, I returned to the others. My attention was drawn to pain. A walking corpse with piercings everywhere, one thing. In general, quite an interesting thing. The main pain manages to control 6 bodies at once, demonstrating high combat skills. In teamwork, he has no equal, he will simply dismantle any of the Akatsuki dry. Why they have not yet captured the whole world, I do not know. Rushi from the stone, are you sure? Yes, he is your target. Don't come back without him. After these words pain left us. Naruto, an hour to get ready. Then we leave. The way to the stone is not short, we are given a week for the task. Got it, okay, boss. Go already. I had practically nothing to take. I only sealed a couple of scrolls on FUNN and then went downstairs. Kisame was already there, feeding his sword, and Itachi was creating fire on his fingertips, thus training his control. Ready. Then let's move out. After that he threw on the Akatsuki cloak and went outside. Kisame and I followed him. Commentary on Chapter 7. Short chapters for now, I have big plans for Hurricane Chronicles, and I don't want to do a time skip. So for some time there will be short and possibly boring chapters. Please understand and forgive me. Criticism without swearing is welcome. I was here, Beta. Chapter 8. After a 2-day journey, we stopped in a small town on the border of the country of Earth. The town was in a small country that consisted of this city and a couple of villages. Why it hasn't been captured yet, I don't understand. Having paid for 3 rooms, everyone went about their business. Kisame headed to the hot springs with his sword, Itachi went to train, and I sat down in my room and analyzed everything that had happened. Sitting down at the table, I took out an empty scroll and a brush, then opened my bag and took out scrolls with information from Itachi on my techniques. The research he had been conducting. Let's begin. Perhaps, the Flying Thunder God technique, or as it is also called, Hiraishin. The 4th Hokage's trump card, developed by the 2nd. In order to master this technique properly, one must practice chakra control and spatial orientation practically from birth. If used unsuccessfully, at best you will be torn to pieces. At worst, you will be transferred to a space without time, where you will exist forever without the possibility of dying or getting out. There are several options to make this technique easier to use. The first is clan dojutsu, sharingan, rinnegan, byakugan and their analogs. All these eyes allow better spatial orientation, increase reaction and perception. The second is the hermit mode. This mode increases the characteristics of the owner several times, and also the sensor abilities are manifested. Various shinobi stimulants may help, but the consequences will be unpleasant. So, I used this technique without thinking during the Konoha exam. I'm crazy. Let's move on. Rasengan, a technique developed by the 4th Hokage. It later became the main attack technique of Minato Namikaze's confidants. The creation of the Rasengan occurs in 3 stages: rotating the chakra in a chaotic manner, concentrating the chakra, and rotating the chakra within a single formed surface to provide stability. Pros. Low chakra consumption for shinobi of rank B and above, high penetrating ability. In theory, it can penetrate the chakra cloak of the 3rd raikage. When used correctly, it can provide advantages during battle. Hitting the ground with such a huge rotation speed and concentration of chakra leads to the creation of a smoke screen of high temperature and chakra saturation, which in theory can hide from sensors. Cons. Low attack range, requires constant contact with the Rasengan to maintain the form, difficult to learn. If used carelessly, there is a possibility of loss of limbs. Rasengan is an A-rank technique. It has no element. Any shinobi with proper training can use this technique. It's interesting, but I hardly ever use it. Rasengan variations. What can I write here? Naruto and Orochimaru have done quite a lot of work to improve the Rasengan. Now you can add any element to the design, increasing the rank of the technique from A to S. The new characteristics differ depending on the affinity with the element and the element itself. As an example, I will give 3 variations of Rasenshuriken. The first is based on the element of air. The damage inflicted increases many times, the range and radius of damage also increase. It seems to be an ideal technique, but it has its drawbacks. It should never be used in close combat or if the enemy is engaged in combat with an ally. There is a risk of death, in the worst case, or losing the ability to use chakra, in the best case. When throwing an air element Rasenshuriken, the projectile's flight speed increases with each second. The second is based on the element of fire. Developed by me, used by me too. The damage inflicted increases 3 to 4 times. The radius and range of damage also increase. It is also contraindicated to use it at point-blank range. When throwing, the speed does not increase, but the radius of damage increases. The third is based on wind and natural chakra. Developed by Naruto. Very dangerous for the user. A huge concentration of unstable chakra, which can lead to death if not maintained control. The attack power is several times higher than that of wind or lightning. Naruto calls this technique Dai Rasenring, but he has only used it twice. The first time during creation, the second time to show me and Kisame. I already know all this. After all, we wrote it together. What's that about shadow clones? Shadow clones. The technique developed by the 2nd Hokage has become truly legendary among the shinobi of Konoha. When used, the user creates physical copies of themselves. Specifically physical, not simple illusions. The user's chakra is distributed among all the clones, which can also use various techniques. It is almost impossible to distinguish a clone from the original, even with the use of the sharingan or byakugan. The only difference between the original and the clones is the restoration of chakra. Good sensors can notice that the shadow double's chakra is not restored, but rather reduced, even without the use of techniques. Why did most shinobi like this technique? Clones greatly help in training. They also accumulate knowledge and when dispelled, they transmit information to the user. The only downside to such training may be the high load on the brain. Not every person can handle such a large amount of information at once. Also, shadow clones have the beginnings of intelligence, unlike regular clones. Therefore, they can be given a task so that they do not have to be controlled. Although the technique has a B rank, from everything described above, one can safely give it an A+ or S. Yes, it's all true. But the technique is not for me. 2 clones maximum, or all die from brain strain after dispelling them. Unfortunately, neither I, nor Itachi, nor Orochimaru have figured out how to dispel clones without transmitting information. And therefore it is contraindicated for me. So far, these are all the techniques he, again, in the 3rd person or what? Wrote about. He will not study Sage Mode. Since for a deeper study, you need to master this skill yourself, and Itachi does not want to. Orochimaru would help, but he is not on good terms with Akatsuki, and Sasuke is currently teaching. He has no time for this. Seals. Itachi gave me complete freedom. He said that the art of seals depends on the user's imagination. You can do almost anything there, and Uzumaki does it even easier. So I figure it out myself, using his library. But they are not easy for me. At all. I was only able to do a few seals, and the more complex ones just fall apart. I can't keep the picture in my head. Having sketched out a training plan for myself, and having made a couple of unsuccessful attempts at Fuinjutsu, I left the room. It was better not to touch Itachi, so I went to the springs. Kisame was found in the most expensive establishment. Having looked in on him, I saw that he was feeding his sword with fish. What is this? Fish feed fish with fish. The main thing is that Kisame does not read my thoughts, he can't stand it when he is called that. Oh, hi, Naruto. Finished with your business? Finished, but I have some problems. Are you familiar with the sage regime? Yes, I even studied it for some time. I looked at him intently. And how did the training end? A failure, my friend. He patted himself on the chest. I am now constantly in this form, without any bonuses. Or rather, only minuses. There is no speed, reaction, sensory abilities, and the body continues to eat my chakra, mixing it with the natural one and throwing it into the area. As a result, I now survive only thanks to my dear Samahata, which supports me with its chakra. Kisame scratched the sword in the area of the ear. Well, near the mouth at the top of the blade. I think, and the sword seemed to purr from this. Yeah, I can't even call this fish a sword. So what if it cuts everything better than even the Kusanagi blade? Otherwise it is an ordinary living creature that can feel and experience affection. I sat down in the water not far from him and began to enjoy myself. I lay there, having detached myself from the world and with a towel over my face, for about 10 minutes. Maybe more. Then I was distracted by conversations. Teacher, we have different baths. The voice of a young kunoichi was heard. Only I have a feeling that I heard it somewhere. I promised your father that I would keep an eye on you. Not always. The girl was indignant. No, I've definitely met her somewhere before. Okay, a sigh full of disappointment, but if anything happens, call me. Hi, Jiraiya-sensei. Hearing this name, I threw the towel off my face and looked at Kisame. He raised an eyebrow questioningly, looking at the entrance, but then waved his hand. Shrugging his shoulders, he threw the towel over his face and continued lying down. Footsteps were heard, after which the curtain was pulled back and a new guy joined us. After examining us, he stopped his gaze on Kisame, and then jumped back to the wall and got into a fighting stance. We're just relaxing, Sanin. Kisame sighed and continued to sit in the water as if he had never been there. Let's at least do without fights and all that stuff for once, at least today. Do you fight often? I asked, turning my head slightly. Yes, at every meeting, they answered in chorus, and I smiled. And last time Itachi and I were supposed to kidnap a girl from Konoha. Wow, you stoop to kidnapping children. I lifted the edge of the towel and looked at Kisame with one eye. The mission, and this girl was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Stop, what? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a girl of about 13 years old, your copy by the way. My towel had already slipped off my face and Jiraiya was simply staring at my face. Itachi then fought with his brother, and I with him. He pointed his finger at the old man. Naruto. You finally woke up. The swordfish raised his eyes to him. No, I answered and threw a towel over my face. Don't tell lies, you're a complete copy of her. So what if it's a copy? I didn't react at all. Kisame was right, now the first thing is rest. Naruto. What do you want, old pervert? They shouted through the wooden wall. Naruto is here. After these words, the wall was knocked out by a rasengan, and in front of Kisame and Jiraiya appeared Naruto in the form of a Jinchuriki, sensor skills, I love you. In a towel, held with one hand, and in the other a rasengan was spinning. Apparently, even Kisame was distracted from his sword and began to look at the girl. Kisame, at least you don't be like him. I pointed my finger at the drooling old man. It's just an interesting chakra. It made Samakata lick her lips. It seems to be the chakra of a nine-tailed fox, but it's pure and doesn't burn. He returned to his favorite thing, feeding the sword meat. Which he gets from who knows where. The pervert quickly came to his senses under Naruto's bloodthirsty gaze and simply pointed his finger at me. She turned her gaze to me, to which I simply waved my hand at her, without removing the towel from my face. I can't handle her now, no matter how hard I try. She's in tailed beast mode, and I can only enter sage mode. I still haven't gotten through to Kurama. And Susanoo is no help. A minute and a half. It's not funny. So what should I do? Horizon. Not an option. I forgot to put the seals in the shelter and the number, and I removed the old ones. Dear experts, attention, question. What to do? Asked Kisame, having read my thoughts. Legs, I asked. As an option. It's not him, sensei. She dispelled the technique and returned to herself. What? Jiraiya didn't understand. Kurama doesn't feel his part in him. I took off the towel and looked at her, and his eyes are black, and he has one blue, and the other was a sharingan. He smiled, didn't answer and threw the towel back on. Legs are put aside. Let's take a rest, Kisame. He only chuckled at this and returned to feeding his sword. Jiraiya relaxed and sat down in the pool with us. We weren't afraid of an attack, since we weren't in the land of fire now, which meant they had no right to attack us. Although Kisame is in the bingo book, as am I, this small country we stopped by on the way maintains neutrality and earns money on shinobi vacations. Here, during a war, you can easily meet two soldiers from different camps calmly discussing the war, or bitter enemies playing shogi. This has been the case here since time immemorial, and everyone has already forgotten the reason for such behavior. B. Here's the answer to why they didn't capture it. Jiraiya reacted sharply because of his nature. Plus, he and Kisame had just fought recently, so his reflexes kicked in earlier. Naruto reacted like that when she heard my name. That's all. Boy, tell me, what is your name? The old man broke the silence. Why do you need it? Maybe you are connected to the one we are looking for. Menma, but I'm not sure if this means anything to you. How strange. Naruto was called that during the exam. He narrowed his eyes and stared at me. Well, how would I know why he used my name? I made the most honest face. Jiraiya, leave the guy alone. Let us rest in peace, and so we carry out the missions that you are supposed to do. And what kind of missions are these? Extermination of monsters, bandits and other heresy that occurs on your territory, but is not exterminated due to the actions of stupid officials. That's why I became a Nukenin. There is no bureaucracy, the boss deals with all this crap. Menma, where did you last see Naruto? He decided to change the topic. Well, that was the only time I saw him. We got into a fight. I began to lie, feeling Naruto on the verge of scanning the already restored wall. When did the workers manage to do it? Attentively listening to our conversation. And what next? Nothing. We had a fight and went our separate ways. I shrugged, then stood up and headed for the exit. I'll go practice. Kisame waved his hand at me and started talking about something with Jiraiya, and I quickly changed my clothes and grabbed my things and headed towards the exit of the town. I'll find some clearing and smash it to hell. Having found a suitable place, I was about to use Dai Rasengan, but I was distracted by the sound of footsteps. Turning in that direction, I narrowed my eyes. Naruto in her Biju form came out into the clearing. You're the one who took Sasuke. I feel the same chakra as that day. What Sasuke? I don't understand what you're talking about. Maybe you should stop lying. You lied there too. You clearly know more about my brother. What do you know about your brother? Tell me, and I'll add. She faltered. Well, nothing. Why should I know more about him? Do you know his main target? And she's his own sister. I spat out the last word. I'm overdoing it. And what the hell is wrong with me? What about Sasuke? Orochimaru has him, and I don't work with him anymore. So forgive me, but I don't know. I spread my arms out to the sides and turned my back to her. If it's not too much trouble, then get out of here. And rummage through the root archives. Maybe you'll find something about your brother, who you want to bring back, but you don't know if he wants it. I looked relaxed, but inside I was all tense in anticipation of a fight. Already preparing to take a blow, I heard retreating footsteps, after which I exhaled sharply. What strength she has. I can't compare to her without Kurama. Oh, Fox, where are you? Another attempt to contact him failed. Having destroyed this clearing, as well as a couple of nearby ones, I headed to the city and returned to my room. Having thrown off my clothes, I climbed under the blanket and fell asleep, leaving a small snake to guard my sleep. Commentary on Chapter 8. Wow, something strange came over me. I wrote it as if in a dream, reread it several times and my hand kept hovering over the delete button. At the last moment I decided to post it and see what happens. Ready to catch the slippers. We need more comments without swearing, please. I was beta. Chapter 9. Lying in my room, I threw an orange at the ceiling, then caught it, and started all over again. Two snakes lying on either side of me were watching the fruit's movements very closely, raising and lowering their heads. There was absolutely nothing to do. I had completely squandered my chakra during training, figured out my abilities, and even started creating a new technique, but I wouldn't even try to use it until I returned to the Uchiha's hideout. Itachi had recently said that we would be staying in town for an indefinite period of time. The search for the Jinchuriki had dragged on. Although the spies had said that the exact coordinates would be known by our arrival, they still hadn't found him. As far as I knew, Rushi was a wanderer. At the age of 15, he left the village to travel the world and master his power. He still continues to visit his home, and according to the latest information, he should have been in the Hidden Stone village this month. Only the informants do not see him. Not at all. Although he returned to the village every year on the same day, this year he was late. So we wait. You may ask, why are we waiting in the wrong village? It's very simple. If Akatsuki can be expected in the town where we are staying, since most of our organization members are resting there, then our appearance in the hidden village will arouse suspicion. No matter how we hide, members of the most dangerous organization of S-rank mercenaries and criminals don't just show up in the village. And if we draw parallels, it's quite easy to understand that we are hunting for the Jinchuriki. So we are sitting in this town, waiting for a signal. Kisame started going to the nearest lake. He says there's good fish there. He can feed the sword to his fill, and make a sushi. After all, he's an expert in cooking all kinds of seafood. Itachi is also trying to increase my Susanoo's lifespan, but it's useless. So he's racking his brains while I restore my chakra. Naruto and Jiraiya left town after 2 days. During the first day, I ran from her, trying to avoid questions. And on the second day, I finally decided to answer at least part of what she wanted to know. I wish I had run for the second day. My head hurt so much after that simple chakra help was not enough. But I understood why in this town all the people without exception remain neutral. There is one reason for it all: the air. More precisely, the gas. This gas contains a rather strong sedative, which slightly clouds the mind. Any thought of murder is immediately replaced by dreams of rainbow ponies. Bah, it makes me want to puke. And if the rage is still stronger than the effect of this sedative, then the person comes up with the idea of letting off steam outside the city. To screw everything to hell. That's why it was so difficult to find an entire clearing. Almost every shinobi who came here will break something. It was because of this gas that I correctly assessed my chances of winning and decided to pretend to be just a double of myself. As far as I understood from conversations, Naruto does not feel karama in me. It seems logical, she did not feel anything during the exam either. But now, when she knows my shade, why does she not feel it? Seal. Hardly. Orochimaru and I did not even think about such a concealment function. Having caught the orange for the last time, he threw it to one of the snakes they eat everything, and got out of bed. Approaching the door, he went out into the hallway and met Itachi's gaze. Did something happen? You seem nervous. The Jinchuriki was found dead. What? Roshi was found dead, crucified on a tree with strange spikes. All of Roshi's chakra was also forcibly extracted. The entire stone is in disarray. Everyone is being blamed for the murder of the Jinchuriki, but Akatsuki is the first, since we are the only one with similar skills. Pain. Yes, but it's not him. He's busy looking for Utakata now. And what about the animal? Dead. Will be resurrected in 2 or 3 years. Not earlier. So the mission is cancelled. Let's go back. We have an emergency meeting. Someone is putting a spoke in our wheels. Got it. Should I go get Kisame or should I do it myself? You go ahead, and return to the base immediately. I'll go look at the Jinchuriki's corpse for now. With these words Itachi dispersed like a flock of crows. Returning to the room, he called off the snakes and threw all the gear on himself. After that, he expanded the scanning sphere to the maximum, looking for Shark. He was found on the outskirts of the town, not far from some store. Having collapsed the scanning, he jumped out of the window and ran along the roofs in that direction. He was found walking down the street. Landing next to him, he clapped him on the shoulder. Kisame, mission aborted. Let's go back. The reason? The Jinchuriki is dead. Bad. Itachi went to the place of Rausha's death. Understood. After these words, he quickly ran to the room, took his things and headed to the entrance to the city, where I was already waiting for him. As soon as he caught up with me, we headed towards the shelter. We jumped calmly for about 3 hours, after which we were forced to stop abruptly by a kunai that had stuck into a branch not far from us. Jumping back, we stood back to back. I turned on the Sharingan and began to look around. 3 east, 2 west, 5 north and 1 south. All Jonin level, but that's not certain. I don't have the Byakugan. Got it. We're hitting the 5, they definitely aren't expecting an attack there. I'm in the vanguard, you cover. Shall we begin? Let's go. After creating one shadow clone, I used a rasengan and hit the ground. When a smoke screen formed, I launched an air rasenshuriken to the north, after which Kisame and I ran after it. When we reached the opponents, I strengthened the technique, increasing its radius, and immediately stood behind Kisame, who, using Samahata as cover, repelled the techniques flying at us. The clone behind me stayed behind to hold off the others. Jumping up, he pushed off Kisami's shoulders and pierced one of the ninjas with his hand. Looking at his head, he saw an Anbu mask with the stone sign. Clearly, for our souls. I hope Itachi is okay. Pulling his hand out, the second one took out a katana from the sheath of the dead Anbu and, charging it with chakra, threw it to the left. One of them dodged the fast-flying katana, the second one, standing behind the first one, couldn't. Immediately after that, he jumped with Hiraishin to the blade and, taking out a kunai from the seal, threw it at the first one's back. Again, I use Hiraishin and find myself behind Kisame, who only stopped for a second to kill one of the Anbu. Anbu of the rock, he threw at me without turning around. I noticed. I almost trip over the information coming from the dead clone. Damn, I can't get used to it. How do they even use these clones? But it was worth it. 4 more were killed and 2 were wounded. Fight. No, he shook his head and, having folded the seals, launched some kind of water technology behind our backs. A scream was heard and another one disappeared from my scanner. But we can. No. I growled, but didn't argue. Why run away if I could just fight and cut them all down? We weren't the ones who attacked first, so let them die. Hearing some strange whistle, I turned around. There was something shining behind me, after which there was a bang and something was flying at us. Kisame reacted immediately, jumping to the side, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and pulled me along with him. Where I had just been standing, there was a rather large crater. What is this? Atomic fission, but only the Tsuchikage owns it. This technique, or its analog, is owned by all strong Jonin of the stone. That is why it is better not to fight them. We were lucky that we left before they managed to take us into the cube. Got it, after which I took him by the shoulder and moved us back to the place where the Anbu found us. When I first created the veil, I immediately placed the Hiraishin seal here. The enemies weren't supposed to see it until the veil fell. And they didn't, because the clone was distracting them, and the veil hadn't dissipated yet. I exchanged glances with Kisame, and saw a moment of surprise in his eyes, and then a barely noticeable nod. Having quickly treated the wound on his shoulder from the poison, we rushed towards the shelter. Only now at maximum speed. On the way, they fell into the clutches of the stone 2 more times, but they left faster, since only the first ambush contained the most dangerous opponents. Once in the shelter, he immediately activated the concealment seal system and implanted his Hiraishin there, so that next time he could immediately return. After examining Kisami's wound again, I injected him with the antidote and went to the shower. While I was standing under the shower, I thought about who could kill, crucify and take away chakra. If I kill, then it's practically anyone from Akatsuki. If I crucify, then Hidan and his partner come to mind. Kakuzu, I think. If I take away chakra, then Pain and Kisame are capable of this among us. But there's one problem. Kakuzu only works with Hidan, he can kill anyone else. But if Hidan kills, he doesn't take away chakra. Although anything is possible. When Itachi returns, we'll discuss this with the entire organization. Turning off the shower, he dried himself with a towel and dried his hair with a stream of hot air. Putting on his gear, he went to the main hall, where Itachi, having activated the ring, spoke to everyone. Approaching him, he also gave chakra in the correct order and found himself on one of the fingers of a large statue. Itachi was broadcasting to everyone at this time, a setup or someone with Pain's abilities. He was crucified on special stakes that are created directly from the chakra inside the body, after which they are taken out of the palms. The Jinchuriki was crucified alive, after which all the chakra was sucked out of him. Completely. There is a dried corpse lying there now. I'm not even sure that the Biju can be resurrected. We understand, Itachi. Pain stopped him, so here's what we have. We need to find the one who kills the Jinchuriki before we extract the Biju from them. We'll catch them with live bait. Right now, we only know the location of 2 Jinchuriki, who aren't as well protected as the 8 tails or the 9 tails. Itachi, you and your team are heading towards the 7 tails Jinchuriki. She's from Hidden Waterfall, her name is Fu. Follow her for a week, then capture her and bring her here. We'll extract the Biju. Konan and I will follow you to Kata. Kakuzu, Hidan, your goal will simply be to carry out missions to exterminate all sorts of bandits. You can't be trusted with surveillance, forgive me. No problem, boss, Hidan shouted. There will be new victims for Jashin. Zombie combo, less blood, Kisame told him. Are you doing this again? Quiet, Deidara, Sasori, you are in charge of searching for the three tails. Understood. That's it, get to work. Having turned off the connection of the rings, he stared at the tired Itachi. How did you get to the body? There were some problems. Although we managed to knock out the investigators with Genjutsu, when the cage arrived with the Anbu, the problem started. We had to leave, and quickly. Didn't you have any problems? Several Anbu groups approached us, but we managed to escape. When are we heading for Fu? At dawn. Now we need to rest. Then until tomorrow. With these words I moved to my room and began to prepare. If we meet the enemy, we need to be prepared, so I began to make kunai with Horaitian seals, explosive seals and many others. I also cleaned the rest of the equipment. This week will be difficult. Commentary on Chapter 9. I'm thirsty for comments. I passed beta. Chapter 10. Hokage's office. A day later. Minato Namikaze sat at the head of the table, staring at the people standing before him. Behind the Hokage stood his two most trusted men, Shikaku Nara and Fugaku Uchiha. A squad of 5 Anbu sat under the ceiling, staring at the guests. There were 3 people standing in front of Minato. 2 of them were wearing regular Jonin uniforms with Iwagakure forehead protectors. The third was a short old man with a short white beard, mustache, and a topknot. Onoki, Tsuchikage, Cage of the Hidden Stone Village. He had come here at the personal invitation of the Hokage to sort out the situation with the Jinchuriki Roshi. Onoki stood in a relaxed pose and looked up at the sitting Hokage. The keen gaze did not miss the changes that had happened to the guy over the past 10 years. He did not fear or take an escort of 5 people with him to the cage's office, because Minato was known as one of the most peace-loving people, following his teacher's dream. When the Tsuchikage received a message from the Hokage about the death of the Jinchuriki, he immediately rushed here. Namikaze will not be distracted by trifles. Let's get straight to the point. 2 shinobi separated from the walls and placed a high, soft and comfortable chair in front of the Hokage's desk. Having thanked them, the Tsuchikage flew up to the offered place and began to listen attentively to Minato. This was definitely not done by Akatsuki, but by someone more dangerous. What makes you think it's not Akatsuki? I have an informant among them. They themselves declared a hunt for the man who decided to draw chakra from the tailed beasts. Wow, boy, you have an informant in the most dangerous organization and you don't tell others about it. And how do you understand that? Don't cross the line, Tsuchikage. This was classified information. The fact that I revealed it to you only proves my intentions. And what are the intentions? I want to temporarily unite the efforts of all the villages and find the killer of your Jinchuriki. Ambassadors have already been sent to other villages, but you reacted faster than anyone. The old man sighed and looked at the Anbu on the ceiling. Minato, we need to talk face to face. Only advisors can be allowed to talk. The Hokage made a sign with his hand, after which all the Anbu fluttered out the window. We know that Akatsuki did not do this. Then my elders, the old man spat out this word, demanded to start hunting them, since they alone could do this. But I called several people from my closed clans. After these words his gaze became calculating. They were able to reconstruct the picture of the battle from bits of information. There were 2 opponents. The first is a rather large man, bigger than my son, a nod behind his back, about twice as big. Uses weapons made entirely of chakra. Strong and fast. The second was short. I don't know if he was a boy or a girl, but he was the strongest of the 2. When trying to reconstruct the battle pattern after the shorty, Shikaku's lips twitched at these words, entered the fray. My men were unable to achieve any clear results. They realized one thing. This guy absorbs chakra in unlimited quantities. Appearance. Everything was blurry. Even the best of the best seers couldn't see anything. They only got general information. Minato's eyes widened. Seers. There are legends about them. These people could come to the battlefield and reconstruct the battle itself in detail from the very beginning. They could even count how many insects there were, if they had enough chakra. They were said to directly connect to natural chakra, replacing all the chakra in the body with it. If the sages had to equalize their own and natural chakra, then seers simply replaced theirs with natural chakra. No, they were not dangerous, they were not warriors. They were used as investigators. In all of history, seers have only been seen a few times. Even in the Hidden Stone Village, there is little information about them, let alone other countries and villages. Bad. Minato rubbed his chin. What are you saying? Onoki feigned surprise. Your proposals? As I already said, strengthen surveillance of the Jinchuriki, or better yet, just lock them in the village. Aren't you afraid that these two will attack the village? Apparently, they have enough strength to destroy yours, and mine, and all the other hidden villages. You are right, Mr. Tsuchikage. This cannot be ruled out, but we cannot do nothing either. It is not a fact that the Jinchuriki's escorts will be able to cope with the enemy. So we'll make a trace. Mr. Hokage, the secretary burst into the office. The connection with Mr. Jiraiya was lost. He did not transmit the standard report about the trip. Damn it, Lord Tsuchikage, forgive me, but our conversation is postponed. What could have happened to him? Jiraiya accompanied the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, my daughter. Damn it, I'm with you. We can't let the strongest beast die, and the granddaughter of an old friend. Onoki smiled and flew up from his chair, after which all 6 of them left the office. Mina, where were Jiraiya and Naruto last time? The Hokage asked the worker. Hidden waterfall. We're moving. Lord Tsuchikage, did you move with Hiraishin? No, why are you asking? Was the last thing the secretary heard before the 6 people disappeared in a clap of air. Somewhere in the Hidden Falls area. Naruto was having a hard time coming to her senses. The last thing she remembered was running into a cave, hiding from pursuit, and then a blow to the head in darkness. Opening her eyes with difficulty, she turned her head and immediately stared at the mountain of stones behind her. Feeling the back of her head, she felt a crust of dried blood there. It looks like a collapse, she croaked. How do we get out of here? She didn't want to think about the perverted hermit. His last words, before his techniques flared up, were, "Run, you fool, how will I look your father in the eye?" The attack was sudden. Here they are walking along the road, discussing the village they just visited, then helping people fix a cart whose wheel broke off. And then, an explosion. 2 strange people attacked them suddenly. Naruto was unable to react in time. Jiraiya pulled her out. And when they finally caught up, Jiraiya summoned 2 toads, connected with them and entered an incomplete hermit mode. The one she so wanted to learn to strengthen the Biju mode. Flashes of light, blows with glowing weapons, which the teacher took with rasengans, and then a complete conviction that they would not cope. The girl had to run. She could not disobey her teacher, but this decision was difficult for her. Now, walking along the tunnel, holding on to the wall with one hand, and the other to the back of her head, she thought about further actions. It won't be possible to leave calmly. If these 2 came to them with the teacher, then they will definitely be able to catch up with her. How infuriating is the complete helplessness in such situations. How is the teacher? Tears poured from her eyes. Teacher, just don't die. Naruto moved forward and only forward. She followed the rule that every cave has 2 exits, so she looked for this second one. After a while, her hope received a response in the form of a light breath of wind and the sound of water. Picking up the pace, she soon came to a wall of water. A waterfall, she thought, but we were heading here with the teacher. Having passed through the thickness of water that almost killed her, she began to fall. The last thing the girl saw was turquoise hair. Fu, Hidden Waterfall Village. Hey, Fu rushed towards the falling girl with yellow hair. We need a medic urgently. Phew, what happened? Her partner on duty ran up. There's a girl here, wounded. Look at the projector, she's from Konoha. What are we going to do? First of all, to the medic, said their captain, who appeared behind them. After that, one of you to report to Shibuki. Phew, I think it would be better for you to do this. Why not kill her or put her in prison? We received an order that 2 travelers might arrive. Both from Konoha. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and his student. I think she was with him, and since she was injured and the Sannin was nowhere to be found, they must have been attacked. Got it, I'll be quick. The girl lit up everyone with her cheerful smile and, picking up the girl in her arms, rushed towards the hospital. Having handed the girl over to the doctors, she immediately rushed to the head of the village. She looked for him for a long time, and as soon as she appeared in front of him, she immediately knelt down. Genin Level 2 Fu has reported. An injured girl has arrived in the village, and was supposed to be accompanied by the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The Sannin's current whereabouts are unknown. The girl is in the hospital. What? Naruto is in the hospital. Quickly, lead the way. Do you know this girl, Mr. Shibuki? Stop being a gentleman to me. Yes, I know Naruto and was informed in advance of her arrival along with Jiraiya. She was part of the team that helped fight off the Hidden Rain. I am forever indebted to them. Follow me, Mrs. Shibuki, she corrected herself as soon as she saw his gaze. Leroy, The village leader addressed the shinobi who had appeared right in front of him. Send out 2 reconnaissance teams. We need to find Jiraiya. I think they know what he looks like. As you command. What should I do? For now, take me to Naruto, as was said, and then return to your post. As you command. And the girl quickly walked towards the hospital. Naruto. The surroundings of the hidden waterfall village. Itachi, there was a fight. I shouted to him and, deactivating the Manjiko, ran in that direction. Itachi and Kisame rushed after me. We stopped at the edge of a small crater. Looking around, we saw the burnt remains of a cart, and the bones of several people and horses. There's a living person down there, Kisame said, sniffing, and he smells familiar. Jumping down, they approached the body. Jiraiya, arms and legs missing, half of his hair too. But he's alive. Are we helping? Yes, we need to find out what happened. I approached him and immediately began to heal him using natural chakra. Fortunately, it was easier with him. Since he was studying to be a hermit, his body can normally absorb natural chakra, and I do not have to constantly monitor his condition. Having poured about half of my reserve into him, I helped Kisame bandage him and jumped up abruptly. We were being surrounded. Akatsuki, the man in the Anbu mask answered. Judging by the picture, you're from Waterfall, right? Itachi asked, glaring at him with his Sharingan. What did you do with him? We treated him. We ourselves are interested in what happened here. How will you prove it? Nothing. He'll confirm it now. Kisame nodded at Jiraiya. The Sannin is coming to his senses. Cough. Jiraiya tried to get up. Lie down, idiot, you're not a fighter now. Who is this? I can't see anything. I walked up to him and removed the crust of blood from his eyes. After that, Jiraiya blinked and stared at us. I expected help from anyone, but not from you. What happened here, Jiraiya? Itachi asked, and then the Anbu commander came down to us. There were 2 of them. Cough. He turned his head and spat out blood, very strong opponents. They attacked us without warning. They were hunting for Naruto. Why do they need it, old man? I asked insistently. How should I know? I told you that we are not talkative. But that look of the younger one. It was filled with contempt for all living things. How did they fight? Use genjutsu, I'll show you. Jiraiya looked at Itachi. Uchiha obediently turned on his Sharingan and began to look through the Sannin's memories. 3 seconds later, he cursed. Spikes. Absorbing techniques, and then using them, only many times larger. Horror. Also weapons that change shape. How to fight with it? Let's fight sometime, Kisame said. Who is this anyway? Do you know? I asked Itachi, hoping for an answer. No, even if I show you, it won't help. You've seen less than me. You are right. If it wasn't you who attacked the Sannin, then what are you doing here? The Anbu asked bluntly. We're chasing those who attacked Jiraiya. I think they're attacking your tree now. An explosion was heard from the north. Jinxed it. I lowered my head. Squad, run back, shouted the commander of the waterfall, and all the shinobi immediately rushed towards their village. We stood there for a while, and then ran after them, saying at the end, Jiraiya, lie down and don't move. You're weak now. Yes, I understand. What I can do without a leg, he grinned, help Naruto. She's not our target, Itachi said firmly, looking at me. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded in agreement. Hidden Waterfall Village. Cho, share your power. No problem, friend. The girl heard her Biju's voice in her head. She immediately began to cover herself in a chakra shroud, and then rushed towards the attackers. The 2 of them had destroyed a 5th of the village with one attack. Most of the Genin and Chunin level ninjas had died immediately. Some were living their last seconds, while others would never be able to fight normally again. And all of this was done by a boy of about 9 years old with a strange power. Trying to get to him from behind, she collided with another human. No, creature. A creature with some kind of crest on its head, completely white eyes, and a beastly grin cannot be called a human. And a human certainly would not create a red weapon out of nothing. After parrying a couple of her opponent's attacks, she had to step back. Glancing to the side, she came across the faces of the other shinobi, which were distorted with fear. Fear for their lives. Fu was sure that most of them had already deserted and fled, leaving their friends and families behind. Panties. I hate them. The girl began a second approach. She would not be able to defeat the enemy. Fu always soberly assessed her abilities. But she would definitely be able to delay the enemy. Reflecting a couple of glowing spears with her tails, she tried to hook the creature with her paws, but failed. At her pathetic attempt, the enemy smiled even wider and threw her into the wall with an axe. After that, Pain pierced her arms and legs. With difficulty opening her eyes after the fall, she noticed that she was crucified. At that moment, those two were approaching her. What a valuable specimen. I wonder how much chakra she has. The boy extended his right hand to her stomach, after which the girl's body was pierced by enormous pain. She screamed and began to lose consciousness. It felt like every cell of her body was being burned out. The girl kept herself conscious with all her might and tried to figure out how to get out of this situation. Turning her eyes, she saw only people running away. Her partner, who was constantly hitting on the girl and showing signs of attention, was now running away, having shit his pants. The captain of their unit lay dead not far from her, when he was the first to take the attack intended for the young kunoichi. Is that it? My end. She didn't even cry. The girl simply accepted her fate. If she was destined to die alone, then so be it. Just as she was about to give all the chakra that was being forcibly extracted from her to the enemy, the girl suddenly realized that nothing was extracting it anymore. The stakes were pulled out of her arms and legs, and the Jinchuriki herself was picked up in his arms. A jerk, and they moved a short distance. After that, she opened her eyes and saw a man in a kitsune mask in front of her. Trying to get up, the girl realized that she couldn't. When she tried to say something, she found that her throat was dry. The man understood her correctly. Taking a flask from his belt, he put it to the girl's lips. Fu took a few greedy sips and threw her head back. She suddenly felt better. Thank you. You'll say thank you when those two are dead. And now you lie down and rest, you're too weak. With these words he disappeared, leaving the girl alone. I'm alone again. Fu let out a nervous laugh and sank into meditation. Commentary on Chapter 10. Something got me carried away. I even wanted to write another chapter. I want comments without swearing. Happy anniversary 10th chapter, which is listed as 11th. And I went to write another one, but it will most likely be tomorrow closer to evening. What are you pumped up with, you scumbag? I want some too. Okay. I was there, I was betting. Until the next chapter. Beta. Chapter 11. I left the girl and immediately entered the battle. Itachi and Kisame distracted the big one, and I decided to deal with the small one. If anything, we'll swap. Taking 3 kunai from the seals, I threw them at the enemy. At this, the small one only grinned and flew into the air, another valuable specimen for the chakra. I sense something huge in you, human. Give me your power. He stretched out his hand in front of him in a commanding gesture and waved at me invitingly. Fuck you, Blondie. Did your wife cheat on you, or were you born like this? What? The little one was taken aback. What wife? Well, that's right, you're not even 15 yet. Who did you call blonde? So there is nothing to object to about the horns. Yes, you. Yes, me. He was almost choking with indignation. Yes, you. Exactly you. Who are you? My name is Momoshiki Otsutsuki. And I have come to this world to reclaim the chakra that rightfully belongs to me. Mamo. Momoshu. How is it? And don't hope for an easy death. At these words, the prince sitting on the ice throne in the other world hiccuped. I had to quickly dodge the ball that flew out of his left hand, towards Hiraishin. Then I sent 2 kunai at this Momoshiki. He easily dodged them, grinning. Only the next moment his grin faded when I appeared behind him. Having created Dai Rasengring, I attacked him. To this he suddenly extended his right hand and accepted my technique on his open palm. When my ball began to be absorbed by him, I suddenly used Hiraishin and found myself on the ground. Looking at the enemy, I saw surprise in his eyes and... Oh, it's the Byakugan. What the hell? Then I had to dodge again. This bastard used my technique, which became twice as strong. Where I had just been, there was only dust and nothing else. So, the enemy absorbs techniques, any at all on any chakra. I thought that he wouldn't be able to absorb the natural one normally, but no. He just doesn't care. He transforms the technique through his SCH, amplifying it several times. He has Rinnegan in his palms, very similar to those of Pain. The eye in his right hand absorbs any technique, and the eye in his left hand releases it. To take him out of the game, you need to destroy the right eye. And quickly. If there is no right one, then the left one is also useless. And if the left one is destroyed, absorption will work, although only a limited number of techniques are possible. Again, fill the kunai with chakra and throw it at the enemy. Again, come from behind, only now everything is on bear taijutsu. Thanks to the hermit mode, I can continue the battle despite the fatigue. Jump up, avoiding the footrest, and then catch a sharp blow to the body from the other leg. I was thrown back a good 100 meters. Having knocked down several trees with my body and broken the wall, I got up with difficulty. It looks like cracks in the bones were not enough. Before I could get up, someone grabbed me by the neck and lifted me off the ground. You are interesting. I took the katana out of the seal with my right hand and tried to attack it from above diagonally. My hand was intercepted and my wrist was simply dislocated. The sword fell out and I hissed in pain. A quick analysis of the body. So, 3 broken ribs, bruised internal organs and cracks in the bones practically all over the body. I am already directing natural chakra to heal the body. It's useless. You're weak. All humans are weak. I set the dislocation of my arm with my other hand, then try to break free from his grip, but it's useless. I try to get him with a cold weapon for the second time, but he grabs my arm again, only this time he breaks the bone, which makes me scream a little. I look at his Byakugan with anger. Where did he come from? Kisame appears to our left and tries to send Momoshiki flying, but he himself is thrown back by some technique. I look at Itachi. He holds the second one in Susanoo, squeezing all the bones. That's right, Susanoo. I activate the eye technique and am immediately engulfed in green light. The light gathers into a skeletal figure, after which I immediately hit Momoshiki with both fists. He is thrown back, but almost immediately takes off. This is something new. Gathering all my strength into my fist, literally, I hit the target. He doesn't dodge. He just stands there and smirks. Only when the chakra that he doesn't even try to absorb hits him, the smirk flies off his face, and Momoshiki himself is thrown back, breaking through several walls. I fall exhausted, clutching my eyes. Damn it! I somehow get to my feet and look in the direction I sent the enemy. Judging by his steps, he is alive, but has not yet emerged from the rising cloud of dust. Looking at Itachi again, I let out a cry of rage. He was lying, covering himself with the remains of Susanoo and holding his eyes, from which bloody tears were flowing. Kisame was lying nearby, unconscious, knocked out by a very strong blow, from which even a small pit appeared. The shinobi of the waterfall ran here and there without a goal. There was fear in their eyes. They spat at everyone around, trying to get out themselves. Only a few were able to fight back. Here is the body of a man in rich clothes. Judging by the symbols on his back, he is the head of this village. Here comes another elemental technique from Momoshiki. I try to use Hiraishin, but I realize that all the marks have flown off. Not even the one I placed on the enemy during the Susanoo fist strike. Unable to avoid the attack, I take it on my crossed arms. I am thrown back, turned around in the air, and fall face down. The landing was painful. The mask cracked immediately, only scraps remained of the Akatsuki cloak, and my armor was torn in several places. The body. Well, I don't even have a body anymore, but a solid mess of broken bones, crushed organs and other body parts. I send all my chakra to recovery. With difficulty, I raise my head and peer at the enemy. He is walking towards me, and his face is distorted by a furious grin. A worthless person dares to resist me. The one who set a great goal to take away chakra from worthless people unworthy of using it. You were interesting. I might have liked the fight if it weren't for the torn clothes. He shouted the last word, and I raised my eyes in surprise, trying to understand what caught me on the edge of the scan. You will die. Long and painfully. I will constantly suck chakra out of you in small quantities so that you don't die, but beg me for leniency. Having narrowed the sensor sphere in one direction, I immediately understood who was approaching. This is not the end yet. With these words pathos, I put the old seal of Hiraishin and send a signal from it into space, then I get to my feet. I hold on badly, but a second later a figure engulfed in golden flames is next to me. So it was you after all, Naruto said, offering me her shoulder. There was nothing to do, otherwise I would have fallen right there. Grabbing her, I felt a surge of strength. The girl was transferring her chakra to me. What if I try to kill you now? PFF'd. Don't talk nonsense. I'm your sister. You say sister. I grinned at these words and turned my gaze to Momoshiki. What a family idol. He laughed, then shouted to the side, Father. A second figure, the one that had been kicking Itachi's Susanoo, rose up next to him. Kneeling down, he spoke briefly. Did you call me, Mr. Momoshiki? Take care of these worthless people. I need to rest. As you command, sir. The big guy stood up and, taking out an instantly created axe from behind his back, rushed at us. Naruto pushed me away from herself and rushed to the side, avoiding the attack. A deep crater formed where we were standing now. Having done a somersault, he got to his feet and threw a kunai at the enemy. He, apparently, watched our fight out of the corner of his eye and understood what I wanted to do. Having cut the kunai exactly in the middle, having destroyed the seal, he grinned and was about to rush at me, but Naruto and I suddenly appear under him on the seal that I had initially placed. We hit with 2 techniques from below, she with Rasenshuriken, and I with Dai Rasenring. The big guy is thrown back, after which he gets up and looks at us more closely. Having created a multitude of different weapons from behind his back, he threw them in our direction. Kunai from above, jump there. I hear in my head and follow the advice. Appearing with Naruto at her kunai, which she threw before jumping together, I wait for the opportunity to attack. Naruto creates many shadow clones and attacks the enemy with a horde of chakra, that is, rasengans. She somehow contacts me on a mental level and coordinates our actions. Most likely, she uses the connection of her chakra, which she poured into me, but I'm not sure. The big guy cannot absorb chakra, so he has to dodge and fight off the clones. Feeling the Hiraishin seal on one of the clones, I moved to him and rushed towards the big guy. Running towards him, I stretch out my hand and put the Hiraishin seal, then immediately dodge the attack to Naruto. I create one clone and send it to the enemy. The clone appears and uses Rasengans to create a smoke screen, and then Naruto and I jump around the smoke screen on the marks, attacking the enemy with various techniques. After 5 minutes of non-stop attacks, the fat bastard, it was all over. The enemy was lying on the ground, bleeding. He still showed signs of life and tried to crawl, but the absence of both legs, cut off by my air blade, affects his attempts. Approaching him, I took out a kunai to finish him off, but my hand was stopped. Wait, why kill him? He won't do anything anymore. You can't leave an enemy behind, no matter what condition he's in. I glared at her and continued moving. But that's wrong. If you take everyone's life, then what will you become? The noise stopped me. Turning in that direction, I saw a guy leaning over the body of a big guy. You let me down. Sorry, Mr. Momoshiki, this won't happen again. Of course it won't happen again. With these words he smiled and extended his hand, after which he absorbed the body of the big guy and became much stronger in chakra. I even recoiled from such a level of power. I told you that you need to kill. It's these kind people who die first, Naruto. Yes, I will prove to you that this is not true. She stood up. Momoshiki looked at us. Well, he transformed. Usually this is how I saw Orochimaru's subordinates during the activation of the cursed seal. And a third eye appeared on his forehead. Horror. Even for me, this is too much. The enemy did not show off his new form in front of us and immediately attacked. Unlike the big guy, he was able to create a weapon right in the air and immediately throw it at us. I had to get away from him by jumping, without resorting to Hiraishin. I do not know his capabilities in his new form, so I cannot risk it. What if he copies the technique, like me in the past, and will jump on all the seals? Naruto had the same idea, so she went to get closer in a universal way, with her legs. While she tied him up in close combat, I threw iron at him. I do not remember exactly how many kunai and shuriken I have left, but it should be enough for a long time. Naruto takes a hit to the torso and flies back. I can't say exactly how long she flew, but she broke through several walls with her back. While the girl was coming to her senses, I went to get closer to the enemy. Although I can't compete with him with my speed, since even the Jinchuriki's speed is inferior to the enemy, it's worth a try. I duck away from the left hook, stretch my leg out and try to do a sweep. The enemy flies up to a small height and lands. Well, he can't fly in this form. Taking out my katana, I strike from the left, trying to hit the eye in his hand. He pulls the blade back, holding it with 2 fingers. I channel air chakra into the sword and start pressing on his hand with all my strength and speed. The blade starts cutting the fabric at a huge speed. I'm already jubilant, since I'll soon be able to use all the techniques, but at the last moment the sword loses its power, and I, looking closely, see that there are only a few millimeters left to the eye. Cursing, I release the sword from my hands and jump back, launching kunai with explosive seals. There's an explosion, and Momoshiki jumps out of its epicenter with his back. I bite my finger, fold the seals and use the summoning. From the cloud of smoke, Aoda immediately makes a dash towards the enemy. Momoshiki has to create a shield from the same chakra that makes the weapon. I run along the body of the snake, which hit the shield at full speed and press the enemy into the ground, and then attack from above with a katana. Momoshiki abruptly moves to the right of me, holding his arms outstretched to hold the shield from Aoda. I quickly unseal the shurikens and throw them parallel to the ground right into the absorbing eye. He takes his hand away, but then the shurikens collide and they both fly off. One flies into the enemy's face, the second right into the eye. On reflexes, Momoshiki closes his eyes and takes his head away, and then screams. He jumps back, and I stand on Aoda's head. He stands and looks at the twitching fingers of his hand, then looks at the star sticking out of his eye. He looked at the eye for about 10 seconds, and then turned his gaze full of rage to me. I stood and smiled. I wish I hadn't. He takes a seemingly slow step, and I abruptly fly back. In flight, I hear the sound of a reverse summoning. He also took out Aoda. Still in flight, I catch the second blow, change the direction of the flight. This continued for a minute. After that, someone caught me. I look up and see Itachi. Kisame is standing next to him, leaning on Samahata. I nod to them and get to my feet. The enemy makes a sharp dash. Itachi takes the attack on Susanoo, and at the same moment Kisame hits from the right. I throw a kunai in the direction Momoshiki is going. I use Hiraishin and catch an elbow blow to the stomach. Once again I fly away, noticing in flight how Itachi strengthens Susanoo to the 3rd level. Armor forms on him, a shield and a sword appear in his hands. With a quick movement, the chakra blade of the sword enters Momoshiki. He screams, he twitches, tries to get away, but he is sucked into the bottle. That's it. I stop feeling his chakra and see how Itachi falls to the side. Kisame catches him and does not let him fall. I group myself in the air, then get up and run to them. Kisame, what do we do next? We need to find Fu and take her with us. Give me your hand. I take his outstretched hand, and we disappear with the help of Hiraishin. Commentary on Chapter 11. I want comments without swearing. And also pluses. 3. I was beta. Chapter 12. How is Itachi? I asked as soon as we appeared in the small cave where I had previously transferred the Jinchuriki. Very bad. That's an optimistic statement. He gave it his all today, and his eyes. The consequences are terrible, you know. If he lost his sight, then he becomes useless to Akatsuki. So what are we going to do? Wait until he wakes up. He took off his cloak and, spreading it out on the floor, laid Uchiha on it. And where did you take us? I silently pointed my finger behind me, where Fu was. The girl was lying in the same position I had left her in. A quick inspection with the Sharingan showed that her sai was in the same state as mine after Pain's actions. Although no, she had an even worse case. The only evidence that Fu was still alive was the quick glances between the two of us. Kisame glanced at her, then whistled. She's good, there's nothing to say, and he smiled his maniac smile, which he likes to use to scare children in the villages where we do our homework. At these words, I nudged him in the side with my elbow and approached the girl. Groaning from the improperly healed fractures, I sat down next to her and began to treat her. So, there are no obvious physical injuries. I only found a few cracks, and bruises with bruises. But with the chakra, problems. In such a state, it is impossible to extract the biju from her so that she survives. We will have to spend a long time treating her. I hope I can convince Pain to wait with the extraction and allow her to join us. And so her village is completely destroyed. Kisame, we can't extract the biju from her without killing her in this state. We need to. What's the problem? She has a. No, why should she survive? What? I turned towards him. Pain's plan didn't include the possibility of the Jinchuriki surviving. And even then, if the biju is extracted from them, they will die anyway. No, I studied your extraction method. Primitive and complex. Itachi and I developed a set of seals that will allow you to extract the biju from the Jinchuriki without killing. In theory. We haven't tested it in practice. Itachi and I looked at possible development options using the Sharingans. Why did you start doing this? It was interesting. And the plan is peace in the whole world, isn't it? So wouldn't it be more correct to go towards this goal with fewer corpses behind us? I myself didn't believe that I was saying all this. I don't care about their plan at all. My goal from the very beginning was the opportunity to learn from Itachi and then destroy Konoha. Only, during this time I somehow completely forgot about my plans. Only saying all this, I began to wonder, what happened to me in these 2 months? I managed to become friends with my teammates. No, literally become friends. We constantly argued, relaxed, trained, joked about each other. I stopped paying attention to Pain's strange state, Kakuzu's constant attempts to kill me, Hidan's swearing, Deidara's talkativeness, Conan's cold attitude, Toba's jokes. All of this became familiar to me. Strange. All of this began to happen to me after one incident. I fell silent and glanced at Itachi. Now was not the time to ask. We'll get to the shelter, and then maybe I'll ask. Let's take her and leave. Kisame was taken aback by my tone. I said it in a cold and hard tone, which no one had ever noticed in me. I now began to restrain all my rage, which was born somewhere deep inside me and began to grow sharply. The main thing is not to go crazy. Approaching Fu, I picked her up and threw her over my shoulder. Hearing a painful cry, I knocked her out. Kisame was already waiting for me. Approaching him, I activated Horaishin and transferred us to the shelter. Soon there will be a long conversation with one representative of the great Uchiha clan. Naruto. Hidden waterfall. Oh, how it hurts even the chakra shroud didn't save me. Having barely gotten out from under the rubble, I immediately rushed towards the battle. My lost brother was fighting there, and I was chilling out. Having already decided to fight to the fullest, I created about a dozen clones with Rasenshurikens, but when I arrived at the scene, I dispelled them. The battlefield was empty. Absolutely. Neither the monster nor my brother were there. I stamped my foot in rage, which made a hole about 3 meters in diameter in the ground, and heard a rustle not far from me. I tried to hit the sound, but my hand was carefully intercepted. Calm down, Naru, it's me. Dad. I threw myself on his neck, not paying attention to his accompaniment. We're late, fourth. Why? Minato finally pulled his daughter away from him and looked towards the Tsuchikage. Shibuki is dead. The old man crouched down by the body and examined it. What are we going to do? I don't know. The guy didn't have a successor, so I have no idea who will lead the village. Most likely, the neighboring countries will try to tear this place apart. Where are the Jinchuriki? Asked a girl not much older than Naruto. Kuretsuchi, I think, is the granddaughter of the current Tsuchikage. Naruto, what happened here? Someone called himself Momoshiki Otsutsuki attacked. He was hunting for the Jinchuriki of this village, but he was stopped. Who? I'm not sure the waterfall shinobi could have put up any resistance, and most of them simply fled the battlefield. It wasn't them. Akatsuki fought Momoshiki and his servant. Akatsuki. Tsuchikage approached. Yes, Mr. Tsuchikage, 3 from Akatsuki. Kisame Hoshigaki, Itachi Uchiha, and Menma Uzumaki. How did the battle end? I don't know. Somewhere in the middle of the battle, I joined the Akatsuki side. They were losing. Uchiha and Hoshigaki were in a deplorable state and were barely holding on against the servant, and Uzumaki was using his last strength to dodge Momoshiki's attacks. Wait, did you say Utsutsuki? Do you know anything about this, Shikaku? Only legends. Have you heard of Kagaya? Is this the one who seemed to give you chakra? Stop answering a question with a question. Yes, according to legend, she gave chakra to people, but I'm not sure. No one is sure. Something happened towards the end, that everyone rebelled against her. Although it was always like that. Get to the point. Minato stopped the flow of information. She was also from the Utsutsuki clan. Kagaya Utsutsuki. What a twist, Fugaku and Kitsuchi said in unison. I'll continue. Naruko drew attention to herself. The fight didn't last long. Soon Menma and I were able to defeat the big guy Momoshiki had summoned as a replacement, and then we took on him. Only this Momoshiki had absorbed the still living servant and became several times stronger. I was carried out after about 5 minutes of continuous attacks. I don't know what happened later, since I was unconscious the whole time. I only just came to. I see. What are the enemy's characteristics? Speed. About at my level. Attack power. Somewhere at the level of Might Guy with 3 gates. Vitality beyond praise. Extreme chakra control, as well as invulnerability to ninjutsu and genjutsu due to the eye in the right hand. I would recommend a kenjutsu master with an average radius of damage. Coming close is dangerous, as is keeping the enemy far away. We worked with Menma like this. He threw throwing weapons at him and sometimes came close, attacking with katanas, and I held him back in hand-to-hand combat all this time. So, this could be a problem. It's not a fact that those 3 were able to defeat this Momoshiki, so. Minato, we need to call a couple of Anbu squads and send them out to scout. I suggest 1 from each village. Agreed. Third, Naruko, go home with Shikaku and Fuga. Fu, did you find something? Minato noticed that the Uchiha was examining the entire battlefield with his Manjiko. Yes, and most likely they dealt with Momoshiki. The Tatsuka blade was used here. Most likely, Momoshiki is sealed. Finally. No one has ever gotten out of the sword gourd X. B. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at such a name, but this enemy is not an easy one either. I hope he won't get out. And look, Fugaku pointed to the center of the village, where a dark flame was blazing, Amaterasu. Wow, this is the second time in my life I've seen it, and the first time it's so wild. Can you clean it up? No, it's grown too much. There's nothing else to do here, Minato, but it's better to send Anbu. I don't agree. Shikaku joined the dialogue. If the threat is eliminated, then we can't waste our forces like that. We have a lot of work for Anbu, and the small number of fighters does not allow us to deal with them in time. We'll send one squad. Nara, we must be sure that the enemy is defeated, Minato said at the end. Let's go back. Naru, how's the chakra? I can handle it myself, Dad, thanks for your concern. Well, as you wish. Tsuchikage, where are you going, Mr. Third? I'm going on my own. Well, wait, I mean it with all my heart. With a smile on his lips, Minato moved towards the retreating old man. Commentary on Chapter 12. I will rarely post chapters during the session. Afterwards, it'll be a matter of luck. I want comments without swearing. Present beta. Chapter 13. What have you done to me, Itachi? Kisame and I sat and waited for the results of Pain's examination. He immediately gathered all his bodies after our message and began examining the Uchiha. The prognosis was disappointing. From a week of coma to complete blindness. He can't say for sure. Itachi used his eyes to the fullest during that battle, sparing no effort to cover Kisame and me. I paced back and forth in front of the door where Itachi was being examined. Glancing to the right, I noticed that 4 pairs of eyes were watching me, Konan, Kisame, Fu, and Samahata. Calm down already. Kisame stood up and forcibly sat me down on the sofa. How can I calm down? I just can't understand what this Uchiha did to me. I finally burst into tears. Calm down. I'm not sure Itachi would influence anyone. This is something else. I suggest you, Konan and Fu go and sort through his notes. There's probably something about this there. He sat down opposite me and propped his chin up with his hand. By the way, why haven't they pulled the tailed one out of Fu yet? At these words, the girl shrank and began to look for escape routes, which she hadn't seen yet. Nag, Pain was interested in your words about the seals of Biju capture. He said that he would look at them and then decide whether to use them or not. And she still won't escape her fate. She has nowhere to go. The waterfall is completely destroyed, and in other villages they would rather pull the Biju out of her and transplant it into another body. I wouldn't go back to the waterfall anyway, the girl said quietly, curling up into a ball and hugging her knees with her arms. I'll stay here and wait until you come back. Approaching her, he squatted down and put his hand on her shoulder. When the Hiraishin seal was fixed, he took his hand away and immediately moved to Itachi's laboratory, forgetting Konan. If he keeps paper somewhere, it's here. Having sorted through almost all the waste paper, I came across 2 folders. One about me from the time of my stay with Danzo, and the second was a thin folder, written in Itachi's hand. Having opened it, I began to read. Naruto Uzumaki's blood is a sample of mixing the blood of Uzumaki, Uchiha and about 5 or 6 other clans that have special genomes, but were not awakened during the experiments. Attempts to awaken them by force on my part also did not bring any benefit, but a certain dependence was discovered in the end. Not that at all. I practically didn't read whole sentences anymore, skipping them entirely, until one word caught my attention, Sharingan. As is known, the eyes influence the user. The person becomes aggressive and impulsive, his actions most often cannot be analyzed. And the desire to gain even more power can subject a person to terrible deeds. Naruto is different. After the second eye was transplanted, his SCS resonated with the eyes and began to affect the user, but not in the same way as a representative of the Uchiha clan. He became calmer, began to get attached to people and practically does not show aggression, if compared to his past. I do not know exactly what caused such a reaction, receiving the eternal Manjiko or the interaction of the Uzumaki genes with the Uchiha. Most likely the latter, but there is no 100% certainty. I will be able to understand everything in the subsequent tests that I will conduct in the future, since Naruto now has problems with using the basic eye techniques, Susanoo, Amaterasu and Kotoamatsukami. Maybe he has the same case as Izumi. Her Sharingan was awakened even earlier than mine, because of this she could not fully use it. Usually, Sharingans are awakened at the age of 11 to 13 years, when the body is already fully formed and the chakra center is normally prepared to use the Sharingan chakra. She awakened too early, so the eyes produced their chakra, but they could not dump the excess through the center and, therefore, the SCCH, so the chakra accumulated in the eyes, causing great pain and the inability to use them for a long time. Naruto most likely has a similar story. He is an Uzumaki from birth, which means his body is not adapted to using the Sharingan. Shisui's Sharingan was obtained after the events en route, and since he was already at the Manjiko stage, the process of transforming the chakra hearth did not begin. Uzumaki blood allows him to neutralize the effect of prolonged use of the abilities of the 3 Tomo, but when using the Manjiko, his body can no longer cope, and because of this, using Susanoo for more than 5 minutes can be fatal for him. That's it. The end. Quickly flipping through the remaining pages, my gaze caught on some spot somewhere in the center. Having found the right page, I opened it and examined it. And indeed, in the center of the page there was such a big blot, but I activated the Sharingan. Indeed, this is his way of transmitting information. A set of microscopic and crude seals from Itachi, hidden under the guise of a blot, due to which only another Sharingan can see them. Even Pain's Rinnegan cannot cope with this encryption. Having put together the necessary seals for this formula, I bit my finger and dripped a drop of blood right into the center of the seal. Immediately after that, text appeared on about half the page, and the blot disappeared. Naruto, if you're reading this, then I most likely left the folder somewhere in plain sight, or you noticed changes in yourself and decided to study all my notes. I declare right away that this is not my fault. I did not influence you in any way. I did not resort to the help of the Sharingan or put anything in Shisui's eye that could affect you. Although I am an Uchiha genius, I am not that much. When I noticed these changes, I was even glad. You were too closed in on yourself, which meant you could break down sooner or later. You would start cutting everyone left and right, which simply wouldn't help your goal. Everyone talks about Akatsuki, that we are soulless creatures and murderers who don't understand anything about the lives of others. I'll say right away, this is not true. Kakuzu sometimes can't control his actions, which is why he tries to kill you, and many others around him. It's all because of the influence of his hearts. I have a request for you if something does happen to me. Find my little brother and use Kotoamatsukami on him. Let him return to the village and live a peaceful life. And the fact that I want to destroy this village, is it okay? I grinned. Well, Itachi, this is written as a farewell letter. You know, it even makes you feel better knowing that your comrade didn't betray you. I'll use this ability on him if that's what you want. By the way, now I understand his constant training in using genjutsu with the Sharingan. You do everything for the sake of others, Uchiha. Looking down, I came across the last note. Beware of Toby. He is very dangerous. Wow, it's about me too. A cheerful voice was heard from behind, which suddenly turned into sheer cold. How interesting. I felt goosebumps all over my body. I didn't feel him with all my range of sensations and sensor. He just appeared behind me. This is no longer that dumb Toby, this is a completely different person. Trying to dash forward, simultaneously activating the first stage of Susanoo, I realized that I was being sucked into his eye. Your mother, was the last thing I said. Kisame and Fu. Half an hour later. Conan had long since left them, and Fu and Kisame were still sitting and waiting for the results. Menma has been gone for a long time, the girl said. Most likely, he found something there that interested him. Over these months, he became too similar to Itachi, in terms of thirst for knowledge, as well as love to solve riddles. He was interrupted by the door opening. Pain came out and immediately addressed Kisame. He'll wake up in a couple of days, it's just chakra exhaustion, although I feared the worst. His eyes are fine too, but the next use of Susanoo's second form will immediately blind him. Give him this for now. Where's Menma? I went to Itachi's lab. Then I'll take care of the Jinchuriki for now. At these words the girl shrank once again. Don't worry. While my other body was monitoring Itachi's condition, I checked the seals. They really might work, but the chance is about 60%. At these words the biju inside the girl began trying to break out to avoid the fate of being absorbed by something strange, and the biju's mind will remain inside you, even if we completely extract all the chakra. You will develop schizophrenia, so to speak. At these words the eternally gloomy guy grinned for the first time, so don't worry. Besides, this is the best way out for you in any case, otherwise, as they said recently, other villages will try to extract the biju from you. When do we start? The girl decided to put everything on the line. Yes, even now. Follow me. Fu left after Pain, and Kisame stayed behind to wait for his partner. An hour passed, then 2, then 4, but Menma was still not there. Hoshigaki was about to go look for him, but he suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind the wall opposite Kisame. This should have alerted him, since Menma had never done anything like that before, but he thought that Uzumaki was simply checking out one of Itachi's experiments, which was why he was sitting there for so long. As soon as Naruto came out from behind the corner, Kisame immediately got ready. Uzumaki's gaze expressed nothing. There was only coldness. Has Itachi come to his senses? No, he still has a couple of days left. Kisame, out of some feeling, moved Samahata closer to himself, which later surprised himself. Got it. Then I suggest we complete a couple of tasks and then have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Did you learn anything interesting? Yes, and I really didn't like it. Hoshigaki was on edge, but he couldn't figure out why. Naruto had that look on the day the boy first came to them, but Kisame thought there was something strange about that look. The swordsman was used to trusting his feelings, so he couldn't throw them away right away and decided to keep an eye on the boy. Naruto at this time. No emotions. Just a goal. 1. No. 3. 3 images flew before my eyes. Konoha. A cloak with the words 4 written on it. The Hokage. Minato Namikaze and the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Me. No. My sister. What should I do? Eliminate her. We'll do that, but later. Only something is burning at the level of the stomach. Pulling back the clothes, I saw the seal of Orochimaru, who was currently doing something. But what? Although now is not the time for this. I need to do a couple of tasks with Kisame, and then talk with Itachi. Only before this I seem to have goals. But what? I don't remember. Tobi and Zetsu. Are you sure that was right? The black and white creature addressed the man in the spiral mask. He can serve our purpose, but this influence of the eyes. Even back when he first broke out, I was hoping for Konoha to be weakened and for the opportunity to steal the Jinchuriki. But that snake interfered and ruined everything. He simply changed the bookmark for Konoha's destruction that I set for him 2 years ago. And that fox got in the way. His chakra was not enough to resurrect Jubi. At least he's out of the way now. Okay, let's go watch Sasuke. He could be Itachi's replacement. I returned the stash to that Uzumaki, which means the capture of the 9 tails is just a matter of time. Zetsu immediately disappeared into the ground, and Tobi used his spatial technique. A second later, there was no sign that anyone had just been here. Commentary on Chapter 13. No, it wasn't Itachi laughing face. I'll say right away that Naruto's goals of destroying the village were real, but Tobi kindled them and reinforced them with the Sharingan. Ready to catch slippers, I will stand with my head held high. This chapter is transitional, the rest will be in the following ones. And yes, tomorrow is an exam, so don't expect chapters. I crave comments without swearing, my muse is crazy about them, and so am I. I'm here, beta. Chapter 14. 10 months later. Konoha. Mr. Hokage, your wife has come to her senses. The doctor ran into the office, but the only thing he noticed was the sheets of paper falling to the floor. Minato, as soon as he heard the words, your wife, immediately used Hiraishin and was transported to Kushina's room. On the way, he sent a message to Naruto using the same Hiraishin. Well, this skill has many uses. Kushina sat on her bed, looking through scrolls of information about the events that had happened during her coma. Knowing his wife, Minato had asked his secretary to duplicate all reports related to Team 7 and other events that had any bearing on Kushina. She would have demanded to know what she had missed first anyway. Naruto immediately rushed to her mother and threw herself on her neck. She had a wide smile on her face, and tears were running down her cheeks. She immediately began to tell what happened, and her mother listened to her very attentively and commented on various moments, even though she had just read it all. The Hokage stood in the doorway and smiled like a fool. He was pleased to look at this family idol and did not want to interrupt it. An Anbu appeared behind him, which immediately made Minato become serious. There were no fools working there and they definitely wouldn't bother him at a time like this. After handing over the scroll, he immediately disappeared. The Hokage unrolled the scroll and immediately cursed him again. Who? Kushina turned her head in his direction, not noticing how Naruto shrank. Naruto. No, it's Menma. In short, he attacked the Leaf Genin team once again. There are no survivors. The woman just lowered her head and hugged her daughter tighter. Did you try to reason with him? Half a year ago, Naruto met him. Then she was saved by a miracle. And who saved her? Menma's partner, a certain Fu, a former Jinchuriki. And she advised Leaf not to come close to him. Minato used the summoning on the necessary scroll from the archive, and then passed it to Kushina. He reacts aggressively to everyone who has any connection to Konoha. Our protector is like a red rag to a bull for him. I don't know what to do with this. I met Fu once on neutral territory. She said that Menma himself doesn't understand why he reacts like that. Did you receive any information from Lasca? Kushina asked, looking into Minato's eyes. What kind of weasel is this? Naruto didn't understand. No, he himself doesn't know what's wrong with him. He only claims that this started happening to him after the battle with Momoshiki. I've already read it, darling. So, attempts to get Naruto to talk were unsuccessful. When trying to understand something, Menma's head starts to hurt really badly, and he starts repeating the same word. Liquidate. True, After a day he forgets about the attempt to talk and continues to perform tasks. Who is this fool? Asked Kushina, with demons dancing in her eyes. His partner. She became one after the same victory on Momoshiki. The Biju was pulled out of her, but she didn't die. There's nothing more to say, and we don't know how the girl feels about him either. Laska reduced the amount of contact with Menma to a minimum. Why do you call him Menma? Because it's not Naruto, it's Menma. He's not the person you'd like to see. He's a heartless killer who will come to our house sooner or later. The Hokage's gaze became hard, and he himself spoke with amazing clarity and confidence in his opinion. I've already declared a hunt for him. But he is ours. He almost killed you. Because of him, Naruto almost died. He kills teams of genin almost once a month. He is dangerous. The Hokage approached his wife and, pushing Naruto away, put his hands on her shoulders and looked into her eyes. I understand this, but I can't accept it. I have a feeling that he can still be returned. This is a false feeling. He pulled away and turned to the door, rest and gain strength. I'll come by again. Having used the Hiraishin, he returned to his office, and then took out some sake and drank a little. If he weren't the Hokage, he would personally go over his son's brains, but he has a lot more to do than an ordinary ninja can imagine, even one like his wife. Rocking in his chair, he recalled that moment 6 months ago when Naruto returned from a mission accompanied by the hermit. Yes, they were able to restore his arm and leg, even the hair on his head. But now he is not as strong as before. It is quite difficult to get used to new body parts. Although if someone had not provided him with first aid before, it is unlikely that they would have been able to return his body parts. The nerve endings should have completely burned out under the influence of the technique that Jiraiya fell under. Naruto returned and was immediately examined by Tsunade. The great medic got her back on her feet and sent her to her father to report. Oh, how many tears there were then. Naruto remembered their last adequate conversation during the fight with Momoshiki, remembered their teamwork. And now, when she simply noticed him and decided to say hello, he attacked her without warning. Jiraiya was knocked out with the first blow. Knocked out, not killed. Naruto's brother attacked her without sparing any effort. Even the Biju mode didn't help her. She was increasingly exposed to blows, and then she tripped and went on a short flight into the gorge. Right above the ground, Fu caught her. Having led both of them away from Menma, she explained the situation and asked them not to mess with them. Menma, as sad as it was to call his son by another name, he no longer felt like Naruto. And this Fu, she was a missing Jinchuriki, who was being sought by the great countries. And she resurfaces 2 months after disappearing from Akatsuki. It's not clear what happened. She became stronger than she was according to intelligence reports. And what's more, she's already reached the strength of an A-rank Jonin. And that's in 2 months. From an average genin to an average Jonin. And officially, of course. Well, he got distracted. Now is not the time to chill. I need to sort out the paperwork, and then maybe I can solve the problem with Menma. Menma, somewhere. I held another bandit by the neck at arm's length. Slowly squeezed his palm, looking at the hopelessness in his eyes. Behind me lay a pile of corpses, and my partner stood not far from me with reproach in her eyes. Then there was a crack in the body and my hand went limp. Making a movement with my hand, I threw it behind my back without looking. Fu immediately came up to me and hugged me from behind, trying to calm me down. Although why calm me down, I am always calm. Unclasping her hands, I took 2 steps forward and picked up the leader of this gang, who pretended to be dead. Looking into his eyes, I smelled a strange smell. He shit himself, Fu said, holding her nose closed. So be it, I didn't pay any attention to the spoiled air. Are you going to talk? I'll tell you everything. Just let me go. He squealed the last word, which made me wince a little. Where is he? Where is Yomi? In the north, TT Temple. He is there with his students. Is it true that they are looking for Maro? Why yes. Well done. I smiled at him, which made him catch his breath and relax. A second later there was the crack of a broken neck, a short scream and another body went limp in my arms. Was it necessary to do this? No witnesses are needed. No one must know that we are hunting Moro. Why do we need this demon anyway? He can replace one of the tailed beasts in Pain's plan. Time is running out. I looked at the red moon that appears once every few years, blood moon. How symbolic. Chuckling, he pulled his old mask over his scarred face. He turned around and looked at his partner. The girl shuddered from such a look, but did not retreat. The slightly crooked mask, all in cracks and bloody dried stains, created a terrible impression. And those red Sharingans, horror. She wanted to run away from here more than anything right now, but she could not. He was her only friend, and she does not abandon friends. Menma, the Bloody Moon. He got this nickname when he slaughtered a small shinobi outpost. At the time, the moon in the sky was dyed the color of blood. Every ninja from Genin to S rank Jonin laid down their heads that night. Ordinary people, workers, cooks, cleaners, did not escape this fate either. In one night, the entire outpost simply ceased to exist. The only survivor that night was a child of about 7 years old. He was from the Uzumaki clan, so Menma could not raise a hand to him. The blood did not allow him to harm his younger brother. The child ran away and told everyone. At first, they did not believe him, but a reconnaissance team was sent. When they returned pale, that was when everyone learned about Menma's bloody moon. He has become so attached to the nickname over this time that when he puts on his mask, a reddish smoke appears behind him. A mesmerizing sight that you see for the last time in your life. Only the Akatsuki see him to this day, as he does not raise a hand against members of his own organization. I moved forward in the indicated direction. Now, working almost alone, I did not rely on others. Fu was assigned to me, since she was still alive because of me. If not for my seal complex, the girl would have died during the suction of the Biju's chakra. And besides, she was practically the only one, besides Itachi or Kisame, who could bring me to my senses if I played too much with the prisoners. It's a different story with Itachi and Kisame. After the battle with Momoshiki, Hoshigaki started avoiding me. He was constantly tense, as if before a fight, and tried to end a business conversation as quickly as possible. How he endured those 2 months with me while Itachi was recovering, I don't know. Itachi simply cut off all contact. If he spoke, it was only on business. He abandoned all experiments with me, although it is to my advantage. Uchiha is now preparing for something, but it is not clear what. Orochimaru and I also went our separate ways. Our last meeting ended in a fight between me and Sasuke. After that, Sasuke was carried out feet first. To the operating room, it was still possible to pull him out of the afterlife. Well, what about me? He simply asked to show him the most powerful technique. Uchiha was saved after all, and he began accelerated training. And Orochimaru said that now I have my own path. The meeting with the Konoha representatives ends badly. For them, as soon as I see the leaf symbol, I have only 2 thoughts in my head, Konoha, and liquidate. Nothing else. I can't control myself then, although at any other time I am calm and reasonable. Using the summoning, I summoned 2 small snakes. I made one wrap itself around my shoulder, and sent the other one to scout. They will change every few hours. That's it. Fu is following me, the coordinates have been received, I have enough strength. As they say, I'm starting the plan to capture the demon. Commentary on Chapter 14. I'm nervous before the exam and wrote a new chapter. Beta is sleeping, so no checking. For now, sorry for such a time speak. The events that happened over this almost year will pop up in the following chapters as inserts or separate digressions. In the meantime, we begin the arc with the demon Moryu and the priestess Shion. Anyone who has seen the Naruto movie will understand. I want comments without swearing, as well as pluses. Woke up, checked, went to get some more sleep. Beta. Chapter 15. Leaning his back against the tree trunk, he looked into the flames of the burning fire. Tomorrow we will reach the temple, capture the demon's mind and, if we are lucky, meet Yomi. I am very interested in what technique he uses, transplanting chakra to the others. Moreover, he strengthens his subordinates so much that they even give the swordsman of the mist a hard time. These abilities of his are 100% connected with Iryo ninjutsu, medical ninja techniques, literal translation. Yomi is quite talented in this branch of ninjutsu. Another 7 years and he would have reached S rank and would have become on par with Tsunade. In his country, they predicted a great future for him and exalted him, they wanted him to raise their country in the eyes of others. But, there will always be one, but. A long time ago, his ancestors served the demon Moryu. They used his power to capture other countries and establish their own order. But, as you understand, nothing worked. The demon was divided into 2 parts and sealed in different places. In one place, where I am heading now, his mind and soul are sealed. In another place, his power is sealed. In order to get to the power, I need the first half of the demon, that is, his soul. And I need the power according to Pain's instructions. His power can replace one of the Biju, so that we do not have to gather everyone and save time. Throwing some branches on the fire, I turned my gaze towards my partner. Fu was lying wrapped in a blanket and fast asleep. Or so it seemed. Now her peace was being watched over by Chome, the 7-tailed Biju. Former Biju. Now it was only the mind in her body, which could use part of her chakra to scan the surroundings. The sensory waves it sent out into the area gave less information than my sensory abilities, but at a much greater distance. At any moment, it could wake her up, and she would immediately join the fight. Why am I not sleeping then? I think. 2 months. Kisame and I trained her for almost 2 months. During this time, her level became higher than most of Konoha's chunin, who trained for years. Before that, she was a weak genin, although she could use the Biju chakra. But due to the lack of experience, as well as possible combinations of abilities, using the demon's chakra brought her more problems than benefits. Now, using only her chakra, she can hold out against the same Kakashi. I'm not talking about winning, just holding out. And even then, not for long. Her chakra reserves are a whole other story. When Pain assessed her level, his eyes popped out of his head. The girl's reserves were equal to about 70% of Pain's reserves, and that's quite a lot, I tell you. Not every Uzumaki can boast such a chakra reserve. Even I'm inferior to her, although I was pumped up en route, so to speak. She had a strange seal of the tailed beast. She used almost all of the Jinchuriki's chakra to keep the Biju under control. But this led to an incredible growth of the source and reserve itself. When this limiter, in the form of the Biju chakra and the seal, was removed, her growth became visible to the naked eye. She could not control the first elemental techniques, since her reserve had increased many times over. But she squealed and rejoiced at this like a little girl. I tried to teach her some of my techniques, but I didn't succeed. When I tried to use Horaishin, she split. That is, she had many open wounds on her body. Pain healed her and didn't even leave scars, but even the word, Horaishin, makes the girl's skin crawl and she turns pale. I didn't succeed with the rasengan either. Her control is not at that level with such a reserve of chakra. Still, the leap is not small. But she continues to develop her skills and trains constantly. Shadow cloning came easier to her and she creates about 17 clones without any damage. So guess who does the paperwork now? You guessed it, me. I can't resist the power of the pleading eyes of 17 girls. Yeah, but that's only how we behave at the base. Outside, she obeys my every word. If anything, she gives advice, but she won't disobey a direct order. And also, outside the base, I thirst for blood. A lot of blood. I have to kill to quench some thirst. A thirst for something I can't understand. But any murder removes this mental torment. I try not to touch the innocent, but sometimes they themselves get in my way. Looking at the horizon, I saw the rays of the sun. I got up, went to the girl and shook her awake. She is so strange. Sometimes she wakes up and wakes me up, sometimes she sleeps for days and nothing can wake her up. But that's only at the base. Now she quickly woke up, put on her makeup girls in a word and, throwing her bag over her shoulder, smiled at me with her strained smile, which she smiled at everyone back in the village. I only winced at this. The main thing is don't get in the way, and we'll complete the task calmly. Here you go again. I'm not weak. She poked me in the chest with her finger. I kept silent to this statement and simply set off, having ordered the clone to remove all traces of our presence. Having turned the sensor sphere to maximum, I began to monitor the surroundings. Nothing strange. Only forest animals and ordinary people. Hunters or foresters there. They won't even notice us. 15 hours later we reached the temple. Or rather the remains of the temple. There were corpses of guards lying there, some of whom had stab wounds, and most of whom had black skin, or meat from using fire techniques. Not finding even mortally wounded, I went inside. I wanted to leave Fu outside, but changed my mind. Now my premonition was silent. There was no danger at all, but I decided to play it safe. Having activated Manjiko, I moved along the corridor. The girl created 3 clones and left them outside. If there were guests, one of them would disperse and pass on the information. Coming out into the huge hall, I was ready to curse. The seal was broken, and on the sides of the road there were piles of stone, which had once been cages for the army of this demon. This means that he was freed, and acquired a body. No, this is impossible. The demon's body is on the other side of the country. To get to it, you need to move for 3 days at the constant speed of a chunin. And here it looks like he started moving along with the army. So we add a couple more days. Although they move several times slower, this army simply tramples a path through forests, mountains, snow, and so on, not really caring about obstacles on the way. But all this is unimportant. If the spirit left the seal, and it did, then how does it move? Move into the body of an ordinary person. The body will not withstand without a special seal. I withstood the Biju chakra because it was pacified in childhood and it resonated with mine. Now Kurama is gone, I have lost all hope that he is still alive. Lately I've even started to have thoughts that it never existed, and that it was my own power. Well, that's not it. Conclusion. There is no spirit, no army, the demon is moving towards his body, simultaneously laying down people in batches, which will attract the attention of the shinobi. And therefore, we have guests, Menma, who distracted him from his thoughts. And who is it? Shinobi. Anbu. I think Konoha. She hesitated at these words, but I'm not sure. Get rid of your clones, I'll meet them myself. A beastly grin appeared on my face against my will, although it wasn't visible because of the mask. From the side, the Anbu squad froze in place, seeing 3 girls standing at the entrance. Moreover, the Akatsuki uniform clearly hinted at the girls' affiliation with the very same Akatsuki. The squad captain, Lee Uchiha, immediately lost the desire to find out what had happened here. Then one of the girls exploded into smoke, and Uchiha tensed up. A second later, it dawned on him that it was a technique dispel. But, he checked with his Sharingan, the girl was real. Then the last 2 girls disappeared in the same way, and it dawned on him that they were shadow clones, who were indistinguishable not only by the Sharingan, but also by the Byakugan. Just as he was about to command a retreat, he stopped short. A figure was slowly walking out of the temple. The same Akatsuki cloak, only torn, scratched black leather armor was visible underneath. The figure was holding a blade in each hand, spreading them apart. Already cursing the Hokage, Akatsuki, and this country that couldn't contain the demon, he looked up and peered into the face. The mask. The mask that most Konoha shinobi had nightmares about. In the bingo book, the owner of this mask is labeled as an S-class ninja, a member of Akatsuki, and a missing nin of Konoha. The exact identity is unknown, but his hatred for all Konoha shinobi, evident in the killing of entire groups, is known. The Anbu gathered. They had never thought of meeting such an opponent. Logically, they should have attacked simultaneously or retreated sharply, but it was useless. Blood Moon could catch up with them at any speed, no one would escape. Attacking was also hopeless. A couple of minutes of dancing, during which you need to kill or weaken the enemy, and then he starts jumping around the entire battlefield, cutting everyone down with one precise blow. Well, what a meeting. He raised his hands slightly upwards and spread them, bowing slightly. I didn't expect to see the valiant Konoha Anbu squad here. Lee was about to rush in and grapple with him to give the fighters a chance to escape, but something was stopping him now. This ninja's actions did not have the madness he showed, according to the book. Now he just wanted to put his weapon away and listen to what he had to say. Kai, the captain cried out, folding the seals. Ha, you're smart, only, it's useless. You, more than anyone, should understand that Kai is no help against the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Luna tilted his head to the side, and then disappeared. Lee immediately felt something cold sink into his body. Lowering his head, he saw the steel of a blade coming out of his chest. A second later, he fell and began to slowly bleed out, dying a slow and painful death. Lee couldn't move or provide himself with first aid. The enemy pierced his spine, depriving him of the ability to move, but practically without damaging his internal organs. He will live like this for a few hours, and now the squad leader will watch as his squad is destroyed on the spot in a hopeless situation. A slow and painful death, which cannot be compared to the fact that you have to watch the death of your subordinates. Naruto. As soon as I finished off the squad captain, I immediately let go. Ah, self-genjutsu is a good thing. This time I didn't lose my cool so quickly, holding out for a whole 40 seconds. And I kept my head in the fight itself. Maybe in a couple of months I'll be able to fully regain control over myself, since I've already set foot on the right path of perfecting self-genjutsu. Fu wanted to say something, but I simply commanded her to follow me, and I moved towards the capital of the demon country. I think the demon will want to deal with the priestess first before returning his body. Commentary on Chapter 15. I know it's not enough. But tomorrow is another exam, and besides, my muse is on a rampage. Last night, she smashed my plot for this arc to smithereens, and then started throwing in plots for Warcraft, Skyrim, and Star Wars. I'm holding up for now, but I crave comments and criticism without swearing and insults. I was present beta. Chapter 16. Konoha. Dad, what's going on? Naruto burst into the Hokage's office, and Sakura followed her. The ancient evil has awakened, he said in a quiet voice, and then shook his head. The demon has declared war on all countries. Kavostok, what don't I know about you? A shadow clone with red eyes and vertical pupils appeared next to the girl. Slander and provocation, I am not guilty. He put his hand to his chest and looked at the ceiling. It wasn't him. Cage waved his hand at him. A demon named Moryu broke free. I sent a detachment of Anbu there. They are dead. But one of the Anbu members managed to use a summoning, and then, having delivered a message, immediately recalled a creature. Recently, a member of his clan made a summoning and managed to summon the deceased summon animal. So, 2 people are suspected of releasing the demon. The first is a well-known in narrow circles A+ class medic nin, whose ancestors were on Moryu's side. His name is Yomi. 5 dossiers flew onto the table. He has 4 people under his command, 3 of whom somehow use all the elements. But only 1 each in battle. Moreover, no one repeats the other's elements, but at the same time they are well coordinated. Danger level. The second is a well-known S-class ninja in Konoha, and also a member of Akatsuki. Menma Uzumaki or Blood Moon, call him what you will. He was the one who destroyed the Anbu squad. 2 more dossiers flew onto the table. His partner is a certain Fu, whom you already know. In extreme cases, study the dossier. What is our task? Sakura spoke up, seeing that her friend was currently thinking about anything but the task. You will accompany the priestess of the demon country named Xian. Her goal will be to seal the demon. The escort will last until the tomb of the demon's body, where you will have to protect her during the ritual. Wait, you said that he had already broken free and declared war, Fox interjected. That's not how he put it. His spirit is free, but he still needs to get to his body. According to intelligence, he is now moving towards this very tomb as part of his army, where, having regained his body, he will finally try to take over the world. Moryu. Kurama started scratching his chin. Moryu. What does he look like? Not like something black, jelly-like and tentacle-like, by any chance? I have no idea, Minato answered calmly, already accustomed to the fox's vulgar descriptions. Well, if it's the one I'm thinking of, then our task becomes much easier. And what with red? The fact that he was probably created by me. When I first got out of Madara's control, I decided to break off a piece of myself and create a soul that could help me free myself from the bonds of the other Uchiha. Only he understood my instructions in his own way and decided to take over the world so that nothing would threaten me. And when I was sealed in Mito, I lost my last control over him, and he decided to decide his own destiny. Such pineapples, Kurama spread his hands. I don't understand, how does this make our task easier? Asked the fourth. I'll just regain control over him, and then we can create another Jinchuriki. Or just reunite him with me. As an option. Okay, this is an A-rank mission, so be careful. In addition to you, Neji and Lee will also be going on the mission as team members. Naruto, since you are Tokubetsu Jonin, then the command is on you. But advice, listen to Neji's advice. He is a smart guy, he will not advise anything bad. I think that's all. You have 3 hours to get ready, after which you must head to the capital of the demon country. And also, do not reveal Menma's identity. If someone finds out that a Konoha shinobi is slaughtering a member of the Uzumaki clan, there will be such a scandal. Is everything clear? Yes, sir. Then you're free to go. The girls quickly ran out the door, and Lee remained standing and looking at Minato. What do you want, red-haired misunderstanding? I'll give you a misunderstanding. What didn't you finish? Menma is hunting Morio. According to my agent, the demon can replace the dead Four Tails, thus bringing Akatsuki's goal closer. And if what you just told the truth, then they most likely won't need your chakra. Badly. Agreed. Okay, let's get to the task. Kakashi and I still need to worry about the line of defense. Goodbye, fourth. The fox opened the door and went outside. Bye, Nine Tails. Minato looked at the door for another minute, and then returned to the papers. A second later the door opened. Kurama suddenly jumped up to the Hokage's desk, took the folders with the dossier, and then popped out the door again. Minato didn't even pay attention to this. Naruto. Now it's clear how he managed to get out. That damn Yomi became a vessel for the demon. Now it's useless to grab him right here and drag him. The vessel is not designed to hold the soul of a Biju, right now it is being destroyed. Only Yomi's incredible skills in healing techniques allow Moryu to still live. They will last until the temple, and then he will simply transfer to his body, killing this vessel in the process. He will have to wait until the temple. It's good that I came across them on the way. And it's good that Yomi sent these 4 after the priestess right now. I'll go after them and see what happens. I won't kill her right away, I need to make Yomi hurry. If anything, I'll protect this Xian from these 4. Fu will stay here and monitor the army's movements, sending a clone with me to transmit information. I'll just recharge him with chakra so that he doesn't die early. And now, sitting on a rock, he watched as brave 200 soldiers lost in dry shinobi. Snacking on an apple, he commented on the insignificant attempts of ordinary people to oppose something to Class A shinobi. Although no, pardon me. They pull at most a Class C, but some special technique transferred a simply huge reserve of chakra into them, because of which they seem stronger. Although they have a lot of chakra, but the source is already very tense because of this. With each use of the technique, their control is worse and worse, and in the end they will simply die from the destruction of the source. Yomi's technique is imperfect. He crossed his legs, took an apple out of the seal and started gnawing. It was too early to climb. They hadn't even reached the priestess yet, and several shinobi were already approaching the town. 4, I think, and the chakra was familiar. Having quickly created a shadow clone, I cast a control genjutsu on myself. It will last for about an hour, after which I will go crazy. Moreover, it will be impossible to renew it. I have temporary immunity to my own genjutsu. Hiding myself and my emotions, I begin to observe what is happening. Having turned the sensor sphere to the maximum, I feel that there is a squabble going on inside. These 4 are slowly walking towards the priestess, not paying attention to the fact that the Konoha 4 are approaching them from behind. Thank them for walking so slowly. Otherwise, I would have had to intervene. Here Naruto accelerates sharply. Grabbing the 2 survivors in the room, the priestess and her guard jumps out. Lee, the guy in the green tights who constantly yells, "Power of youth," if anyone has forgotten, appears between the 4 and throws them to the sides with simply enormous attack speed. Having looked closely, well, how did it happen? With the help of the sensor, he noticed that he was filled with the Biju chakra to the maximum. Sakura, rushing to the right, tried to kill 2 with 1 blow, but the attempt was unsuccessful. The guy with the mask on his face took her blow on his hand, which was suspiciously heavily filled with chakra. Stone. Most likely, the shade of chakra is similar to the element of earth. Neji decided to knock the girl out with heavenly blows, but she simply released fire chakra from her body. The effect is similar to the chakra shroud of the Biju, only it is expensive for the Nijinchuriki, and the effect lasts for 1 second. Neji abruptly interrupted his technique, receiving a rollback. Hyuga was out of the fight for a while until the trembling in his body subsided. How do their touches work? Byakugan sets the brain and muscles to many blows at great speed, after which it calculates the trajectory of blows to the necessary points, and only then gives the order to carry out the plan. If you cancel this technique, then a rollback will follow in the form of a huge headache, temporary shutdown of the Byakugan, as well as numbness of the muscles. Somehow jumping out of the room, he left Sakura and Lee alone against them. At this time, Naruto, having created many clones, was simply looking for the wounded. Feeling Neji, she jumped to him and transferred her chakra, after which she rushed into the room, the former residence of the priestess. Chuckling, he told the clone to pass the information to Fu to move towards the demon's body. There we will meet the priestess, Yomi and Konoha. Already moving towards the final goal, he noticed that 3 of the 4 servants of Yomi were practically without chakra and were now making their escape. Naruto. We have a problem. Neji walked up to Naruto and, holding out 1 plate with lunch, sat down next to her. And what kind of one? The girl began to eat quickly, not feeling the taste. The fight was being watched. I can't figure out exactly who it was. But he wasn't an ally of those 4. Since he hid his presence well, I was able to estimate the approximate level of power. And what kind? Naruto answered in the same manner. A+ rank or higher. I can't say for sure. Strong sensor. If it weren't for the specific chakra, I'd think he was from Hyuga. So you want to say that someone was watching our fight, but you couldn't really figure out who? Yes, that's right. It's the Blood Moon, Naruto said with sadness in her voice. Then why didn't he attack? It seems like this guy is slaughtering all the shinobi from Konoha. I don't know. I really don't know. The girl raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture and backed away. I won't eat that, came a shout from the camp. Naruto sighed as she rose from the rock and walked towards the fire. There, on a chair in front of a small table, sat a girl about her age. A plate of quickly heated food for a quick snack lay on the ground nearby. Sitting down on the ground next to her, Naruto addressed the girl. Well, why aren't you going to do it? Listen to you, move the same way as you and everything else. And why are you not happy with all this? Naruto asked with a half smile. Sakura, at the sight of her friend, stepped back and pretended to look at the clouds. Neji followed her example. Only Lee looked from one to the other and tried to understand what was brewing here. Everyone. Horrible food, more like rubber. Crazy jumping, more like an attempt to kill me. And also one guy with fat eyebrows, another with white eyes, and the commander of this squad is a redhead. So that's it. Naruto continued to smile, and then suddenly leaned forward. Do you think we're still playing with toys? There was no trace left of her faint joy and kindness. Very informative. We were ordered to accompany you to your destination, and then protect you. How we will accompany you is none of your business. And if you don't like something, you will speak up after the task is completed, because during the task you obey me, as your servant. And by my order, even if you crawl on the ground, collecting worms, you will fulfill it. Do you understand me? This is the world of shinobi and it obeys the rules of shinobi, and not some girls. But you, shinobi, obey the rulers of countries. On paper. Officially, each country has a leader of that country and a village leader, where the village leader is subordinate to the country leader. In reality, shinobi don't obey anyone. Because a Jonin-level shinobi can single-handedly take on an army. You don't have to go looking for an example. Your damn defenders, 300 strong, lost to 4 shinobi. And you would have died if we hadn't shown up in time. Hey, gentlemen, maybe we should have left her there. I might have managed to seal her myself. You don't own this seal. Shion jumped up from her chair. I don't know, but I'll figure it out. Luckily, my mom and dad were the ones who chased me with the seals, since they sealed the 9-tailed beast themselves. The strongest Biju in this world, for whom your demon is just a small bug. Now shut up and eat. Naruto put a plate she had filled in advance in front of her and pushed it towards her. A second later, the sound of food being eaten could be heard, and Shion was emitting emotions of fear and envy. Maybe. Naruto hadn't learned to read people's emotions that well yet. And was it necessary? I just snapped. The last few days. Bad feeling and mood. Then everything is very bad. The rest stop is over. Let's move out. Having removed all traces of their presence, they moved forward at great speed, carrying Shion and her guard in turn. What's wrong with you lately? I don't know myself. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. So much has been going on lately. The special Jonin rank, and Jiraiya's attempts to send me to the Toads to train me to be a sage, and the news of my brother destroying an Anbu squad. I'm so sick of it all. Why couldn't he just come and say, hi, mom, dad, sister. I'm here and you weren't expecting me. Why did everything turn out like this? You know, little one, when you live from birth almost in a prison, being subjected to experiments and so on, you are doomed to hate everyone. I would be like that, if not for several centuries to think. Naruto doesn't have that much time. As soon as he saw how happily you were living, he hated you and the whole village. He suffered there, and you were happy. That's how it all happened. Kurama, what should we do? The girl almost howled in frustration. I don't know, but we'll come up with something. Commentary on Chapter 16. That's all for now. Tomorrow after the exam I'll try to write a couple more chapters. I crave comments and criticism without swearing. I was beta. Am I really needed? Chapter 17. My speed was many times faster than the Konoha squad. Why? Because they were escorting 2 non-shinobi. In addition to the fact that they couldn't move normally along the upper paths, ordinary people also had very low stamina. Sofu and I were now calmly setting up camp near the demon's body and waiting for them. My partner was constantly sending out clones for patrols, and I was inspecting the cave itself. The seal was, shit. Forgive me. If one competent Uzumaki wasn't enough to fear all countries, then this fear wasn't fear at all. This seal can be broken by an ordinary person, simply by tearing off the leaflets on the sphere standing at the edges of the pentagram. If many paper seals from Uzumaki simply won't allow themselves to be torn off with a slight movement, then even a child could tear off this one. I won't even mention the seals that the red-haired ones burn into objects. Those can only be broken with skills. Besides, the seal's time was running out. A year, maybe 2, and that's it. The seal will collapse on its own. In the meantime, I had a lot of work to do. I needed to set up a few additional FUNNs so that the energy wouldn't fly away into the surrounding area after the seal was removed. I was going to seal everything without a trace. My mind. But why do I need my mind? This amount of chakra would be enough for me. There was no problem inflicting FUNN. The problem was that my chakra was in stark contrast to the surroundings. For several years, everything here had been saturated with demon chakra, which, at least drop by drop, was spilling out of this seal. As they say, nothing can be perfect. Not even Susanoo or Amaterasu. Although everyone says that it is the perfect shield and perfect attack, but in reality, Susanoo is not protected from below, unless in full form, and Amaterasu throw off or cut off the part that is exposed to flame and that's it. There is no longer any threat. It will not spread to the ground, and if it does, it will go out almost immediately. The mud will absorb all the chakra, burning itself. That's how it is. Nothing can be perfect. So, I solved the problem this way. Having pumped up 4 storage seals with natural chakra, I enclosed these storages in several more FUNN rings, which were not supposed to open them ahead of time. These rings themselves are powered by the storages. At my command, the rings will disintegrate and the chakra from the storages will flow into my first seals. Long and tedious. Yes. Expensive. Yes. But there is no time for the best option. I spent 2 days on all this, during which time stone warriors dropped into Seas and turned into stones right in front of the entrance. When I finished, Fu dropped in and said that 2 were approaching, Naruto and the priestess. Another target of mine, who appeared quite recently. The priestess has a special genome that allows her to predict the deaths of those nearby. Why do I need it? Who knows? Maybe he picked it up from the serpent, he's also drawn to special genomes. But, it would still be nice to know when, how and who will die. Right now, hiding in the hall, he waited for events to develop. Here Yomi entered. What a state. Sitting down next to the seal on the dais, he began to look at the entrance and wait for someone. But what is he waiting for? Why doesn't he break the seal? Ah, I see. Judging by the state of his body, he can barely move his legs. In his current state, Yomi is weaker than a baby. His entire body is permeated with chakra, which is trying to minimize the damage from the influence of Morio's mind or soul. He hopes to return to his body when the priestess removes the seal. So many questions, and I can only get answers later. And it's not a fact that I will. Having created a clone, he cast genjutsu on himself, and then continued to observe. Apparently, Naruto is fighting outside, but what's stopping her from creating clones and sending them here? And where is Fu? She disappeared from all ranges. But I didn't notice these warriors. Several stone warriors attacked the priestess running to the center of the seal. He chuckled and was about to do everything himself, as if the outcome wasn't interesting, but the matter was more important, but suddenly froze. A strange chakra came from this girl's chest, which acquired a pink color. Really? Pink. Priestesses. In a word. This light is emitted by a pendant hanging on her chest. Or a bell. I can't figure it out exactly. But it's some kind of very powerful artifact, since even I can feel its power. What should I do? One option is to tear it off, but is there a chance that it won't incinerate me right away? No, then we'll continue to watch. The emitted chakra took the form of thin beams and simply cut these warriors. Morio, and this is already a demon, grinned. Apparently, this is not the first time he has encountered such a thing. Here the girl, not paying attention to the stranger, ran into the center of the seal and began the activation. And that's all. No talk, no pompous overcoming and other things. Oh well, the first layer has come off, the second. The third, it's time. Appearing behind her, I activate my seals and with a quick movement of my hand I strike her in the heart area. The bell won't do anything to me, a second of looking at the Sharingan was enough to understand this. The artifact only reacts to Morio's chakra. The demon is surprised, the girl is too. But her emotions fade and disappear completely. She begins to fall to the floor like a limp doll, and I get a view of the entrance. Naruto is standing there with a surprised expression on her face. 2, 1. The priestess fell to my feet, and the demon's chakra begins to soak into me. Not as much as I expected. The hurricane that appeared lasted for about 10 seconds, after which it died down to nothing. I check my condition and feel power. Maybe. I look at the demon. He's gasping for air, and the life is fading in his eyes. Yomi's body can't take it anymore and is starting to disintegrate into its component parts, and the demon is simply dissipating. I knew it, it's a fragment of a stronger entity that simply dissolves without a body. Well, they couldn't hold a strong demon with such seals. Even if they split it into 2 parts. Naruto fell to her knees and looked at the corpse at my feet and then at me with disbelieving eyes. I kneel down to the corpse, unseal the flask with the special compound and simply rip out the eyes with 3 fingers, placing them in this flask. I look at my sister. She is also kneeling, and judging by her twitching ears, she hears a voice in her head, but she doesn't pay attention to it. Kurama is trying to bring her to her senses. Well, let him try. But, why not? I throw a kunai at Naruto. She comes to, and a grimace of rage appears on her face. Uncontrollable, merciless and restless. Has the death of this girl driven her to this extent? She moves towards me at maximum speed, creates a rasengan and prepares to attack, but I simply activate Manjiko and move to her subconscious with my sister. We appeared in a familiar space, where I appeared quite often during my stay en route. We are standing in front of an open cage, from which Kurama looks out. Only this fox is completely red, although mine was a little dark. What are you doing here? He tried to push me away with his paw, but I simply increased the gravity to such an extent that both Naruto, who was standing next to him, and the fox were pinned to the ground. I was the only one standing normally. Without saying a word, he glanced briefly at his sister, and then headed towards Lee. He tried to kick, but it was useless. Coming as close as possible, he stood in front of the mouth trying to bite me and looked into Liss's eyes. So this is what you are like, the real Kurama. I see you are friends with her. Such that you can freely walk around her consciousness. But where does such affection come from? Okay. My fox and I became friends, we had a difficult childhood. But you, how? None of your damn business. He tried to bite me again. Well, then you'll just lose each other. I activate Koto Amatsukami and simply erase Kurama's entire personality. Kurama. A cry of despair rang out, and in response she received a beastly roar. Now, in front of me, pressed to the floor, lay the fox. The fox, living only on instincts. He would gladly grab by the throat anyone who dared to encroach on his freedom. Bijou do not forgive this. He chuckled, walked outside the cage and, moving his hand, closed it. My advice to you, don't open it. Never in your life. Kurama. Removing gravity, he enjoyed the sight of the girl throwing herself at the bars of the cage, and then being thrown aside by a blow of claws that could pass through the cage. You are a monster, brother. A monster. I know. I smiled and went outside. Naruto is lying at my feet, and Kakashi, Lee, Guy, Neji and Sakura are already running inside. Upon seeing me, the three freeze, and the Jonins enter a fighting stance. Smirking, he used Hiraishin and moved to Fu's mark. Our work here is done, now we can leave. A week later, Konoha, Hokage's house. Minato knocked carefully and entered his daughter's room. She was still sitting on the bed, pulling her knees to her and hugging them. When Tsunade had put her on her feet, she had immediately sent her home. She had advised her to take a break along the way, but Naruto had simply ignored the advice. And now, for almost a week now, his daughter had simply been sitting here and doing nothing. Taking a look at the untouched tray of food, Minato sighed and walked over to his daughter. She didn't react to me at all. She was still sitting there, hugging her knees. Lightning lifted her loose hair and looked into the empty eyes that had been filled with determination just a moment ago. Now, there was nothing there. Naruto. Sitting down next to him, he hugged his daughter. This can't go on. You need to live on. Do you think Kurama would be happy with your current state? Oh, there's some movement. An ear twitched, and signs of life danced in his eyes. Do you think Kurama wouldn't look for a way to fix everything? Think about it, he's still alive, he just has no memory. And think about it carefully. We have the entire Uchiha clan as friends, you have a friend Sasuke, who will definitely master Manjiko in the near future. He left us, she whispered quietly. As if that would stop you. I don't recognize you. Where is that mischievous blonde, always cheerful and encouraging others? Where is the girl who always strives for a goal, who can move mountains? Literally, come to your senses and set a goal. Bring back your friend's memory and let him say again, let's fight together. Come on, but I will need strength. Which I will help you get. Jiraiya entered the room, the toads have been waiting for a long time for you to start training. Minato walked away from his daughter and stood next to his teacher. Naruto sat there for a few more seconds, then raised her head and got up from the bed. Looking at the leaf forehead protector lying on the table, she took it in her hand and said, I swear, Kurama, I will bring you back. No matter what it costs me. Commentary on Chapter 17. So, hello everyone. Sorry that chapters are published so rarely. Most likely I will release 1 to 2 chapters on weekends, with rare exceptions, such as holidays or just a good mood. And now about the chapter. The muse left. Literally. I wrote for almost a whole week, with breaks for Skyrim, naval action, Warcraft and other games, as well as studying through Force. I wanted to stretch the plot of the arc for several more chapters, but it did not work out. I decided to write everything in one chapter, depriving Naruto of most of his power. And about the eyes. In future chapters they will find a use. Laughing face. Thanks to everyone who reads me. I sincerely thank you for the comments you leave. Until tomorrow, or the weekend, I'm going to bed. I have my last exam, and then I have to tie up loose ends. I want comments without swearing. And yes, why did my fanfic show up when I searched for Sakura? Strong. Maximum parts. I was beta. Chapter 18. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at the flask with the priestess's eyes. A very interesting thing. If I understood correctly, this genome does not predict the future, but calculates many variants of events at great speed and chooses the most suitable one, analyzing the behavior of a person, his environment and all the events around him in general. Strange and confusing, I agree. But this crap works. Predicts the future with a probability of 99.9%. One person per day, after which the eyes need to rest. But you can't even use this, since even the factor of attempts to use predictions is taken into account. And the worst thing is that only a girl can use these eyes. If you transplant them into a man, he will go blind. And it's not the eyes that will lose the ability to see, it's the man himself who will have all the nerves directed from the brain to the eyes burn out. So, what do we have? Eyes that are only suitable for girls. A prediction of the future that cannot be used. Or rather, only the owner of the eyes can, in theory. A girl for transplantation, we turn our gaze to Fu, reading a scroll and eating an apple on the couch, we have. Will we transplant or not? I don't know. Okay, let them stay in the archive for now, if anything, I'll transplant. The flask with the eyes flies into the box with the other eye genomes. In addition to these eyes, there are about 9 more pairs of Sharingan, not a single Manjiko, and only the last pair has 3 Tomo, 2 pairs of Byakugan, and another pair of strange eyes that even Pain and Itachi met for the first time. They look like ordinary eyes with an orange iris, but the user. That person was a Sanjonin who was able to give me a hard time. In addition to the fact that he noticed me at a huge distance, in close combat he calculated my blows better than Itachi. Then I had to sweat a lot, but I got the eyes. There was an idea to transplant Kisame, but when I took the scalpel in my hands, for some reason I said out loud that I wanted to try sushi. The swordsman ran away after that. I still have to write a report about the mission, he sighed, took out a scroll and dipped his brush in ink. I wrote it down and sent it to Fian. Chew it and then talk. I've already written and sent the report to Pain. You don't have to worry about this. And this, half of an uneaten apple flew at me, which is why I had to catch it with one hand. Enough work already, let's go rest. At least we'll go to the springs. There is no time for rest now. Have you seen your face? A copy of Itachi after I joined you. Why did you cast Kotoamatsukami on Naruto? You spent almost all your eye chakra. What if you had fainted right there? I put the brush down, rolled up the scroll, leaned back in the chair, put my hands under my head, and closed my eyes. If Fu started to reproach me for something, then it would be for a long time. And before she was quiet. Toby in Pain. What did he do with the 9 tails Jinchuriki? If only I knew. According to Fu, he blocked all of the Biju's memories, forcing it to become an ordinary animal with enormous power. Pain shrugged. This is power. Even I couldn't do this in my time. The man in the spiral mask clasped his fingers together and stared with one eye at the image of a black-haired guy, around whom a girl with turquoise hair was running and waving her arms. You wanted to say Madara. Maybe you should stop talking. You're not Madara, but you have power similar to his. Pain looked at Madara, and his other body stood in a battle formation. I didn't lie. Partly. I really am Madara Uchiha, but the rest, let it remain a secret. I shouldn't tell you everything. If you want to bring peace to this world, then be kind enough to continue following the plan. Now the question is, what are we going to do with the boy? He's become too dangerous. It won't work to remove it. If I try to clash with him openly, we'll lose the base, and several hectares of forest around it. Quietly remove it. Madara lazily opened his only eye. He constantly scans the area around him. Just to get close enough to him to strike, you need to be able to hide yourself in all ranges, something even Rakudo Sennin couldn't do. Immunity to most poisons due to the influence of the white snake sage. And those that are not in the majority will only weaken him. He's a monster. Worse than you, Madara. Not that much. Even without looking under the mask, one could tell that the Uchiha's lips were twisted into a slight smile. I'm planning to hunt the 9 tails in Konoha soon. I think we can take him with us and he'll lose his temper and then expose himself. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to stand up to the 4th. Uchiha put his hand to his chin, and you'll deal with the weakened Minato. That's right. Pain turned his head and looked out the window. How long have we been trying to achieve our goal? Long. Very long. But we are already close to the end. Naruto. Standing on the balcony, looking at the moon. Lately I have a very bad feeling. And then there was this sudden message from Kabuto. Orochimaru died. Or rather died at the hands of Sasuke. When I first received the scroll with the message, I was a little taken aback. This child couldn't have risen in such a short period of time. His chakra capacity is not that large. Although it could be that Orochimaru pumped him full of all sorts of junk and modified him to get into his body earlier. That's how the guy grew up so fast. Besides, we can't rule out that damn seal, which is the best creation of the serpent. It automatically saturates the user's body with natural chakra, mixing it with the usual one in equal proportions. And if the hermit mode strengthens my eyes, then the eyes of an innate Uchiha should become 100 times stronger. As a result, at the moment he is gathering a team to attack Itachi. What will I do? Nothing. Thanks for the information, but Itachi is nothing to me. No, and thanks to him for the second eye, and for teaching Uchiha techniques. But, if Sasuke defeats him, he can replace him in Akatsuki. So we do nothing. Pain also went to his rain country and told me not to take on any missions. Be ready for a new raid for the Biju. And who's next? The One Tail. Deidara has already been sent for him. The Three Tails will only be reborn in a couple of months. The Four Tails was replaced by the chakra of a demon, from the land of demons, and it itself will take several years to be reborn, which we can't afford. We have the 5 tails. The 7 tails too. That leaves the 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. And I'm an idiot. I could have captured Naruto and pulled the Biju out of her. But no, I decided to screw up her life a little. I'll have to work on the genjutsu. I can't fully control myself even under its influence. As a result, I'm sitting and staring at the moon. That's how it looks from the outside. In fact, it's easier to improve Sharingan techniques through the moon. I can't explain it, but when you look at it with activated eyes, it becomes a little easier to see the processes that occur in the eyes during the imposition of genjutsu. And if necessary, it's easier to replace some processes with new ones. What if it's because the body of the legendary 10 Tails is sealed there? He seemed to have an enhanced version of the Sharingan. No, that's nonsense. Most likely, it's just more convenient for me. As a result, before the moon disappeared behind the distant mountains, I was able to increase the duration of the genjutsu by 1.5 times. I did not control my actions anymore, but at least I will hold out for a longer time. Go to sleep already, you look awful. A scroll flew at the back of my head. And really, I turned around and was about to stomp into my room, but I was stopped by a crow with a Sharingan in its eye that landed on the railing. And what did you bring me? Reaching out to the paw, he pulled out a small scroll, which with a quiet poof, increased in size. Opening it, he delved into reading, and then grinned. In short, Itachi asked me to come in. And this is important. Very. I'll get some sleep later. Sorry, Fu, he chuckled, dodging another object flying at me. Commentary on Chapter 18. What do you think will happen in Konoha when he gets there with pain? Tomorrow my practice starts, so chapters will come out more often. That is, they may still appear on weekdays. I was beta. Chapter 19. Oh, a new customer. Tsuki quickly approached the counter to take a new order. The unexpected visitor with a slightly strange Anbu mask on his face nodded to him and quickly sat down on a chair. I'll have ramen with Naruto, if possible, the visitor said, handing over the requested amount. Right now. The guy, dressed in black shabby clothes, began to wait. It seemed like he was waiting for something other than the noodles being prepared here. He tapped his finger on the counter and moved his mask slightly so that it did not cover his mouth. It's a bit hot today, isn't it, sir? Tsuki decided to get the visitor talking while the noodles were cooking. I agree, it's been a long time since I sweated so much in Konoha. Judging by your clothes, you spend almost all your time outside the village, carrying out missions far from home. The old man smiled good-naturedly, adding the necessary spices. You can't even imagine how rarely I come here, the visitor grinned. Having placed the plate in front of the customer, Tsuki straightened up, looking into the face of the young man. The Anbu was forced to completely remove his mask in order to begin the meal. In front of him sat a brunette with oval features, as well as black eyes. He also had small scars on his cheeks, which were almost invisible due to the inconveniently falling light from the lamps. You know, sir, you remind me of someone. And who? And what exactly? Yes, there's one blonde here, Naruto Namikaze. You've probably heard, she's the daughter of the current Hokage. And you remind me of her with your facial features and the stripes on your cheeks. So maybe I'm her brother, the brunette chuckled, finishing his ramen. Definitely not, our Hokage has only one daughter. After the tragedy with the fox, he and his wife did not dare to have children anymore. They say that they had twins that day, but because of the fox that escaped, they lost one of the children. But for me personally, these are just rumors. If the Hokage could save his daughter, then he would have saved the second child as well. Who knows? The Hokage is not all powerful. Putting down his plate, the visitor pulled a mask with red stains over his face, stood up from the counter and headed for the exit. By the way, dear sir, is this girl in the village now? She doesn't inform me, Tsuki shrugged, but I haven't seen her for the last few days, although Naruto came to see me almost every day. So she's either out of the village on a mission, or she's sick. Although no, she's definitely not sick. She even crawled to me when she was a child, the old man smiled. Thank you for the information. The Anbu nodded and reached out to the curtain to go out. Have a good day. And have a good day to you, sir. Tsuki nodded to the visitor with a smile, and then got down to business. Shinobi headed towards the center of the village, counting down the remaining seconds until the operation began. A crooked smile crept onto his face under the mask. The fun was about to begin. 10, 9, 8. I noticed that 3 Jonin are following me. 7, 6, 5. They were joined by 4 more, and somewhere on the edge of the radar loomed groups of Anbu. 4, 3, 2. I sense familiar faces in the background. Neji, Sakura, Lee and other participants of all the old meetings. But where is the 4th? He should be in the village, and I have already walked all over it, looking for him. 1. I can feel the chakra circulating quickly in my pursuers. They sensed something. Our pain has already been discovered. So it's time to begin. 0. Taking my torn Akatsuki cloak out of the seal, I throw it over my shoulders. Immediately after that, Jonins jump off the roofs, trying to get me. Only they move very slowly compared to my previous opponents. I take a step to the left and miss a blow from a katana a millimeter from the body. Having filled my hand with honestly stolen Chidori, I pierce his chest through and through. -1. Without taking my hand out, I place the already dead body under the kunai and shuriken flying at me, and then throw it at the man on the left, who is making seals. He dodges, but immediately runs into a kunai in the heart. A mask of surprise is forever frozen on his face, as I have moved to the Horaitian mark installed on the body. -2. Hyuga's member lands nearby and immediately gets into a stance for 64 blows. Intercepting the first blow, I break his arm, and then drive a rasengan into his chest with my other hand. Hyuga, with a torn chest, is thrown back to the wall of the house, which he breaks through. -3. Shanaru. I take the pink-haired Kunoichi's blow on the crossed block. The ground beneath me sags, by a good half-meter, cracks in the ground spread in all directions, and the shock wave makes the leaves on the nearby trees fall. Sakura looks at me with surprise, but I am already delivering a roundhouse kick to her. Having almost inflicted a fatal wound, I am surprised to realize that it was intercepted by Lee in green tights. Judging by the chakra flow, he opened the 5th gate, so it is not surprising that he held off a direct attack. Kato. Phoenix flowers. I hear a technique shout to my left and do a backflip to get away. Having activated the Sharingan, I begin to play a little more seriously. I give a mental command to my summoning, and poisoned kunai immediately begin to fly at the opponents from all sides. Small snakes, summoned in advance, unnoticeable even to the most keen eye of the Hyuga, began to spit out the swallowed kunai. Almost all the Jonin calmly dodged, most of the Chunin too. But Choji grabbed his hand, from which he had pulled the kunai a second ago. Although everything seemed fine with it, he was currently experiencing not the most pleasant sensations. Moreover, the pain from this poison cannot be removed by blocking the flow of chakra. Pink hair begins to provide first aid to the injured, but most can no longer be saved. The Chunin abruptly leave the battle, as do some of the Jonin, who would only get in the way here. There are 5 Jonin in front of me, and a platoon of Anbu is already approaching from the south. The Jonins are approaching in a semicircle, discussing battle tactics with gestures. I chuckled and form a series of seals, after which each of them ends up in a triangular prism. If you know what kind of barrier this is, then getting out of it won't be difficult. You can also push through it with sheer force. But ordinary Jonins start to dry up to a skeletal state right before my eyes, and my chakra reserves are replenished. There are many techniques in the Uzumaki scrolls that can make life easier. I stretch my neck and note the summoning of Pain's animals, as well as explosions at various ends of the village. Not noticing anyone except the Anbu moving towards me, I continue to slowly move towards the center of the village. I feel another summon being used. A large slug appears near the center. Katsuyu, is that what you look like? It immediately disintegrates into many small slugs that head to different parts of the city. The Hokage residence begins to literally mouth honey chakra. Even the flames are visually displayed. I am so amazed. Having jumped onto the roof, I stopped 10 meters away from the Anbu squad and the slug princess Tsunade herself. It was she who was emitting so much chakra that I even pinched my nose for effect and waved my hand in front of me. Pain lands next to me. When Tsunade notices us, she stops feeding chakra into the technique and turns to us. Akatsuki. And where is the Hokage of the village in such a difficult hour for her? Where are the Jinchuriki? Pain and I asked the questions that interested us. Naruto Uzumaki. I will kill you personally. I don't want Minato to take on such a test. You'll die anyway, and then he will too. By the way, answer Pain's question. Where's Naruto? I crossed my arms over my chest and looked her straight in the eyes. You. I know you. She turned her gaze to the path of Diva. Were you one of Jiraiya's students? In the land of rain, I think. It doesn't matter now. That man has been dead for a long time, now only a shell remains of him, and Konoha is to blame for this. As well as for all the troubles of the other villages. Pain cut him off. Even if you don't tell me where Naruto is, I will still find her. There are many ways. And now I will show you Pain. Not so fast. Pierced one, I forcefully returned Pain to the ground. Have you forgotten whose goal it was to destroy Konoha? After gazing at me, he simply commanded the body outside the village to use a summoning technique. When he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, I used the hovering technique I borrowed from him and flew high above the ground. Spinning the standard Dai Rasengan, I began to feed it with chakra to the maximum. When it first turned white, and then black again from the chakra put into it, I simply threw it down. A bright flash, the sound of an explosion, a powerful shock wave, and then instead of a village, one solid crater. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't even have time to enjoy the spectacle. There were quite a few victims, but much fewer than there should have been. Judging by the sensations, Katsuyu managed to devour most of the residents and shinobi to save them from the blow. But it didn't save those who were right in the center of the explosion. Although no, Tsunade survived, she even managed to get up. However, judging by her condition, she will fall into a coma within 5 minutes, and die in another 10. Are we going down? Commentary on Chapter 19. It's alive. It's alive. Chapter 20. What is this? A reverse summoning technique. Judging by the chakra flow, that's what it is. Having descended to the ground, I shook my hands. After using such a quantity of chakra once, my chakra channels had received considerable damage. But the natural chakra had already begun to work at full capacity. Within a minute there would be no consequences from using the technique. The only thing that was a little annoying was that my hands were shaking. The cloud of smoke from the summoning clears and I see a rather interesting sight. 3 huge toads, a red one with a combat trident and shield, a red one with a blade and a light blue one with 2 large swords. Jiraiya stood next to the left one, looking around. On the head of the central one stood another toad, smaller in size. About 3 or 4 times the size of the others. And on the head of the last one stood one of the toad sages, judging by the chakra, as well as our main target. While I was assessing the approximate strength of the opponents, Naruto was trying to understand what was going on. The legendary Sannin wasn't far behind her, and while they were listening to another toad sage that had appeared out of nowhere, I don't even notice it in the general background. What kind of monster is it? He managed to shake himself off and started moving towards them. What is this Konoha? The Jinchuriki's cry was heard. More precisely, what was left of it. A very pompous appearance, Namikaze. I would applaud, but I will not do it, I spoke up, stretching. How wonderful I feel. To achieve a long set goal, what could be better? That's right, to fulfill the second goal I set for myself. Taking a deep breath, I felt the vibration of a small tube that was hanging around my neck. This was Pain giving me a signal to summon them all with Horaishin. Fortunately, with the help of his tube this is not a problem. While Naruto stood there gasping for air, I concentrated on Pain's chakra and summoned all of his bodies. Without any special effects, they appeared half a meter above the ground and slowly landed on their feet. The main red-haired body immediately turned its gaze to Naruto. The Jinchuriki came to us herself. You did this. Why? Not paying any attention to the walking corpse, the 9 tails Jinchuriki glared at me. Horizontal pupil, pigment around the eyes. Hermit mode. She mastered it in such a short time. Not bad. She really was very skilled, but these stupid questions ruined everything. I'm tired of explaining all this to you every time we meet. I sighed and placed my palm on the mask. So, what is this? Okay, Pain, she's yours, and I have a guest here, I said, grabbing the fourth's three-petaled kunai with my left hand. After that, I was transported away from the village by his Hiraishin technique. The Valley of the End. Quite telling. You're taking a long time, Namikaze. Where were you while I was destroying your village stone by stone? Folding his arms across his chest, he peered into the Hokage's eyes with his sharingan. How many emotions can you read in the eyes of the person standing in front of you? Many. And if you add to that the amount of empathy I have left from Kurama. Even more. Pain and determination, anger and sadness, disgust and guilt, helplessness and indignation. He doesn't want to fight me, but he has to. Because nothing can stop me. I feel nothing but contempt for this man after everything that happened. No more, no less. We'll finish everything here, Naruto. No, Menma. I would be happy to fight you, but there is one small but. You have already lost. In order to move a person using this technique, he must either have physical contact with the person's body, or pour his chakra into it. I certainly did not absorb his chakra anywhere, and he could not move me through a kunai. So he had to move to this kunai in a split second, grab me with his hand and move here. This was enough time for me. Fortunately, the Sharingan and Sannin mode significantly increased the reaction speed. Rather hasty conclusions, Uzumaki. I just bent over and laughed like a horse. In that split second, I managed to put a long-prepared seal. A seal that I had been developing all my free time. Orochimaru always made me develop countermeasures to my own techniques. In addition to the fact that this could give complete information about my weaknesses, I also worked out the tactics of the fight with the fourth and Naruto. This seal, which was now on his elbow, blocked all attempts to move Hiraishin, if activated. Having folded the hand seal, I activated the work of the installed seal. Namikaze immediately felt the changes and his self-confidence evaporated. Your legendary Hiraishin technique is your legendary crutch. Remove it, and you immediately become the level of an ordinary Jonin, except that he has the rasengan and an increased reaction. That's enough talk. I accelerate, get closer to him and immediately deliver a series of blows to the body, taking out a katana from the seal. He deflects all my blows with his three-petaled kunai. Now Minato is trying to find a solution to the problem that has arisen. For 3 minutes we dance around the battlefield, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. He does not possess any strong long-range techniques, and I have not yet recovered from using Dai Rasengan. We cross the steel of our weapons and bounce off each other. He catches his breath, I try to stop my hands from shaking. Now he decides on something, makes a concentration seal and closes his eyes. I don't risk attacking, you never know what he's up to. They couldn't have made him Hokage just for his pretty eyes and the Hiraishin technique. Although that could have happened in this village. A flash of dark chakra, my seal burns out because of the amount of it, and my eyes widen. I could have guessed earlier. Minato opens his eyes and then starts throwing his kunai around. I, on the other hand, clear my body of all possible seals that Namikaze could have put with a short burst of chakra just in case. Quickly running my eyes over the area, I note all the kunai and possible points of appearance of the fourth. I also start throwing my kunai around the area. The fight continues, only now we are flickering here and there. The fourth's chakra supply is not infinite, so he tries to end this fight faster, throwing himself into the attack again and again. If I were in the form I was in before the destruction of Konoha, those few minutes of fighting at the beginning would have been enough for me, but now, due to the damaged chakra channels, I am slightly inferior to him in speed. I was just lucky with the installation of the seal block on him. After 10 minutes of dancing, I notice that his chakra is starting to run out. He moves slower and slower, and then jumps back. I don't waste time. I make a sharp dash forward and strike with my foot from the bottom up. Minato leans back, watching my leg. I throw a kunai from behind his back down at his feet, and then make a series of seals, Raiden, destabilization. We find ourselves locked in a sphere of lightning chakra, 3 meters in diameter. Afterwards, it abruptly spreads out in all directions, destroying all the Hiraishin seals, but not affecting us. Minato notices this out of the corner of his eye and frowns. I move to my kunai and from a low stance, I do a sweep. Minato does a backflip, or rather tries to. He dodges my sweep, but I grab his leg with my hand and discharge him with pure lightning chakra. Minato's affinity with Raiden is much higher than mine. If I had put very little chakra into the blow, he simply would not have paid attention to it, but I put almost everything I had. He arched, then went limp on the ground. Yellow lightning wasn't used to so much chakra coursing through his body at once. I stood up, trying to stop my hands from shaking, and then looked at Minato. He was lying there, not moving. Well, he couldn't. He had temporary paralysis of most of his muscles, he had automatically protected his vital organs based on reflexes or intuition, so his heart, brain, and other organs were still working. But he couldn't move. His eyes were moving and staring at me. He was ready for what was about to happen. But I'll wait. I lean over to him, pick him up by the collar, and then use Hiraishin to transport me back to Konoha. I need to see how things are going with Pain and Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 20. Catch another chapter early in the morning. Bekino. Chapter 21. Having shifted, I threw the fourth to the ground, having first set up several restrictive seals. I don't need a blow to the back from a seemingly paralyzed man. After that, I leaned on my knees and began to catch my breath. I had never exerted myself so much. And today I had spent more chakra in one day than during my entire time in hermit mode. Looking around the battlefield, I noted the dead Jiraiya, the toad sage, as well as 5 bodies of Pain without the slightest sign of life. He glanced at his sister and chuckled. She was pinned to the ground by Pain's spikes, and they were having a dialogue about peace and justice, or rather about their views on those words. It's time to realize that people by their nature are incapable of coming to a universal agreement. This world lives only on hatred. Pain leaned towards the Jinchuriki's face, lifting her head higher by her hair. Having caught my breath, I grabbed the fourth by the collar and dragged him along the ground after me. I approached at a slow pace so that my sister would have time to notice me and take everything in. You're still as naive as ever, sister. You believe in people, you think they'll change right away, feeling your positivity and attitude. Only, as Pain said, this world is not a fairy tale, but a damned reality. Answer me, how do you intend to confront this hatred and bring peace? Answer me. Pain let go of her hair and rose above her to his full height. I don't know. She closed her eyes, and a tear rolled down her cheek. I created Akatsuki to break the chain of hatred. But to accomplish this goal, I need the 9 tails to create a weapon so that the world will know pain. With the fear of this pain, I will end discord and lead everyone to stability and peace. Nonsense. This world will be a deception. You yourself live in a deceptive little world that you created for yourself. I approached them, threw Minato down on the ground next to them, and then squatted down. Naruto lay there, looking firmly into my eyes. She bit her lip, and her eyelids trembled slightly. There is no other way to get peace from them. People are too stupid for that, Pain replied, spreading his arms out to the sides. Seeing Naruto begin to gather chakra again, Pain summoned 6 more pins and pierced her in different places. Now she is completely immobilized, and any chakra manipulation is not available to her. Naruto, don't give up. I turn to the only toad present here. You are the child of prophecy. It is your destiny to save the entire world. I roll my eyes at this statement. Jiraiya-san and Pa gave their lives for you because they believed in it. You can't just give up like that. If you let go of your hands now, I will never forgive you. I threw a kunai and Pain used a push on the toad at the same time as me. I hate amphibians. I hate toads, we said at the same time. Oh you. That's it, I'm sick of this talk. I get up, dust off my pants, and then take off my mask. Naruto, answer me this question. What will happen to a Jinchuriki if a Biju is extracted from him, provided that there is no highly qualified medic nearby, a master of seals, or the Jinchuriki does not have the Uzumaki gene? What are you getting at? Answer the question. He will die. That's right, dear sister. So what are you waiting for? She bared her teeth. Take a chance on getting Kurama, but I won't give up so easily. She said the last words with a beastly roar. I measured her securely fixed body skeptically. You're not the only Jinchuriki in the village, and you have the Uzumaki gene, I said, and then lifted Minato by the neck above the ground. A quick swing of the kunai and the jacket on his chest and stomach is ripped open. Naruto's eyes are like saucers from my actions. She apparently does not understand. Putting my palm to his stomach, I pour in chakra, and the Jinchuriki seal on the fourth's stomach immediately appears. On that damn day, the fourth split the fox into 2 halves, and then wanted to place one in each of us. Only at the last moment he changed his mind, pulled out the half of the 9 tails that was already placed in me and absorbed it himself. Who would refuse free power? Only this action decided my fate. And you know, after all this, I can immediately say that Orochimaru is a genius. He was able to save a child from death. A baby that Tsunade could not pull out of the afterlife. In addition, he provided him with the power of the 9 tails. Yes, maybe the wood element from one root played a rather large role there, but Orochimaru did not have the S rank of an Irionin. A slight twist of the hand, and the seal opens. I immediately begin to absorb the dark half of Kurama, which was in Minato all this time, into my own seal. The fourth does not even scream, although he is simply torn apart by pain. This lasts for about 5 minutes, while Naruto uselessly sheds tears. She was not ready for this. To lose the village, 3 mentors Kakashi, Jiraiya and the Toad, and now her father. With each passing second, Naruto lost control of herself. And when I completely absorbed the tailed beast, I took my hand away from my stomach, and then looked into Minato's eyes. Goodbye. Father. The cervical vertebrae crunched under his hand. I unclench my hand, and the Hokage falls at my feet like a dead doll. Looking up at the sky, I take a deep breath. A smile creeps onto my face against my will. What? Oh yeah, Naruto is right there. I turn towards her, lean closer to her, louder, I can't hear. Come on, say those 3 magic words. I spread my arms out to the sides, me. You. My mouth curves into a mad grin, replacing the smile. Well. I will destroy you. I hear a beast's roar and see a vertical pupil, a shock wave hits me. While I'm flying backwards, I notice a red pillar of light in the sky, and in place of Naruto, a red-black sphere. And only in flight did I realize that something was wrong. A flash, a strong push, pain in the stomach area, and then I fall into darkness. Commentary on Chapter 21, a short chapter, but that's it for now. Chapters will be published most often at 7:30 a.m. I set a timer for publication, Moscow time, with an interval of 1 to 3 days. If the next chapter is published at some other time, I will warn you in advance in a note. And yes, don't shout in the comments about the main character's stupid leak. This is not the end, and in the next chapter there will be an explanation, as well as a meeting with one rather interesting character. Bekino. Digression 2. My God. But it really is God. Having woken up, I immediately began to look around. I was in a place quite similar to my inner world. The same water on the floor, only the walls of the sewer were replaced by darkness. No matter how hard I peered with the Sharingan, I saw nothing. Having tried to sense natural chakra, I discovered a powerful source behind me. More precisely, not so. A fucking powerful source. Even the 9 tails chakra is inferior to this creature by an order of magnitude. I slowly turned around and tried to understand who was in front of me. Since his back was to me, and I did not feel any threat from him, I stood up, slowly shook off my old armor that I wore back when I was with Orochimaru. Who are you? I asked immediately. Good question. The figure began to slowly turn to face me. Now I could at least see him. An old man with horns, hanging in the air in a lotus position, holding a black staff with rings on the end on his shoulder, as well as a rinnegan. I think I can guess who it is. I am the creator of the world, laws and order. My name is Sage of the 6 Paths, God of Shinobi, Savior of this world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, I said in surprise. And how do you know so much about me? The god in front of me grinned. The Uzumaki scrolls contained not only techniques, but also history. The history of this world, as well as its creators. He let go of the staff, which began to fly around him, and then thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Do you know why I came? Even complete nonsense doesn't come to mind. I crossed my arms over my chest. Okay. Then listen carefully. You just died. He waved his staff, and around us there appeared a standing illusion of how the tail of the transformed Naruto pierced my body. Now I remember. I used too much chakra, so the body exited the hermit mode, so as not to strain the system even more. The remaining chakra was transferred to restore all the chakra channels that were damaged. The Sharingan was also turned off. Because of this, I missed the blow that became fatal for me. Died like some genin. Usually it's Shinigami who comes for dead souls, not the god of the shinobi world. So my death is just the beginning, but what? He nodded slowly and then continued. Then I'll skip the details and ask just one question. And what kind? What do you know about the Eye of the Moon plan? He made quotation marks around his name. Infinite Tsukuyomi, which will be reflected from the moon to the entire planet. For this, the pawn of the dead Madara created the Akatsuki organization, and then began to collect 9 Biju to unite them into the 10 tails. That was Madara's plan. And you know about Zetsu's plan? He grinned. No. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Can this weed really develop plans? He laughed. Weed. A profound misconception. This entity was created by my mother. You could say, the rabbit goddess. That one. Yes. Can you draw a parallel? No, I don't have enough information. Then listen. Zetsu wants to resurrect the rabbit goddess. But how? For the resurrection, it is necessary for the person possessing the Rinnegan to absorb the 10 tails, and then it is a small matter. Zetsu himself will start the reaction in the Jinchuriki's body. The 10 tails is an anchor in this world for my mother, which is why I decided to divide it into 9 parts. All this time, Zetsu was bringing history to his plan. The Uchiha war with the Senju, so that one of the red-eyed could obtain the eternal Manjiko. Madara Uchiha became the first owner of the eternal Manjiko after my son, but then chance intervened. The creation of the Leaf Village. Zetsu had to crawl out of his hole and begin to prepare the ground for the awakening of the Rinnegan. He led Madara Uchiha to the necessary actions, influencing the most precious thing that the Uchiha clan had. The most precious thing for the Uchiha? And what is that? War. Battles. I know little about that time. Very little. For them, honor, traditions were always above all else. The stone tablet, created by you to dissuade Indra's descendants from creating the Rinnegan. That's right. He changed the lines of the text, which allowed Madara to read the tablet completely, possessing the eternal Manjiko, and then a new series of clashes between Madara and Hashirama began. At the end of his life, Madara was able to awaken the Rinnegan, but Zetsu did not have time to gather the tailed beasts. So they took a risk. Madara's Rinnegan was given to the Uzumaki boy from the Hidden Rain village. Pain. He was supposed to be brought under Madara's resurrection, and then given his eyes. Zetsu should have already collected all the Biju by that time. And he succeeds. But the boy's death was too great, since Zetsu could not watch him all the time. Therefore, a backup plan was created. At that time, Zetsu already had contacts with Shimura Danzo. What do you need to awaken the Rinnegan? My genes. Uchiha and Senju. The great conflict between the brothers who were the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths. Zetsu supported their conflicts all this time, so that the genes would always be at hand. That peace between them was both a spoke in the wheels of Zetsu's plan, and also a big bonus. They made marriage contracts between themselves to strengthen the alliance, but no one awakened the eternal Manjiko. Through Danzo, he learned about the scientist Orochimaru. Who knows how to implant genes? I was the backup plan. On the day that Root was destroyed, your restrained seals were destroyed by Zetsu himself. He no longer needed Shimura, who decided to destroy the remaining Uchiha, since the plan might not work and the Uchiha are needed in reserve, and also you received the Sharingan of a person who was a relative of the test subject whose genes were implanted in you. Shisui Uchiha's older brother, who mysteriously disappeared on a mission. That's why I awakened the eternal Manjiko when I transplanted my second eye, and also learned to control them. But why didn't I awaken the Rinnegan, old man? To awaken the Rinnegan, it is not enough to have only 3 components, you also need to stimulate the development of the eyes. For Madara, Black Zetsu did this, but no one stimulated you. Why do I feel like you? A soulmate, he responded calmly to the change of topic. Yes, I nodded. Because you are my reincarnation. Okay, what do you suggest we do next? Listen carefully. Commentary on digression 2. My God. But you really are God. Anyway, I'm starting the finish the fanfic in 4 days stage. On Tuesday morning, I, the author, am being drafted for military service, so chapters will be coming out every day. Then the events of the Fourth World War begin, the denouement is near. Waiting for comments. And please, less mistakes in comments, and also use the public beta. Bekino. Chapter 22. From the third person, Doden, barrier. Thousands of shinobi formed seals in a single gesture and shouted the name of the technique. A huge amount of chakra instantly transformed into 100 huge stone walls. This technique was the last hope of the united army of all the hidden villages. Naruko Namikaze, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, tried to quickly restore her spent chakra, but she simply couldn't keep up. And the 10 tails had already launched its tailed beast bomb. The 8 tails tried to stop it alone, but it was no use, his power is beyond measure. The walls met the attack, but they began to break one after another. Each crack of the wall echoed like a blow to the heart of each shinobi. They gave it their all, tore their chakra channels, giving more than possible, but it was not enough. The power of the 10 tails was immeasurable. Fu, who joined the Hidden Leaf village and transplanted the eyes of a dead priestess, saw how the walls were breaking. Having recently saved the life of Neji Hyuga with her eyes, the former Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, understood that now nothing could help. The last wall, Shikamaru shouted. The sound of impact, the dust clearing, and everyone sees how B stops the bomb with his body, preventing it from destroying the troops. Unbearable pain spreads through the Jinchuriki's body, but he stands still, not bending under the pressure of the enormous force. He stands because there are those behind him who need his protection. The ordinary Jonin could only stand and watch. Naruto bit her lip in frustration, and Kushina tried to remember at least one barrier that could save everyone. But the bomb suddenly disappeared, without a sound, without a flash. It seemed as if it had never existed. But the burns on the Eight Tails' body were healing at a rapid pace, as well as the fragments of the walls and the huge trace of the 10 Tails bomb. Disappeared. Over there, on the wall. Who is this? It can't be. This is. A lone figure stood on a fragment of a wall that towered over the battlefield. His tattered cloak fluttered in the strong wind. Underneath, tattered black armor was visible, and on his belt was a shinobi protector with the leaf sign crossed out. On his face hung a well-worn mask that had seen many battles and was soaked in the blood of its owner's enemies. Blood Moon. After looking over the united army, I said just one word, get ready. Then the shock wave came. Almost too late, a little later and everyone would have died, but I don't need that yet. After Orochimaru resurrected me along with the first 3 Hokage, I just sat there for about 3 or 4 hours waiting until that damn Sasuke had had enough of talking to the first. And then I immediately rushed here, leaving marks for the second so that he could transfer everyone else. Looking at Fu's surprised eyes, as well as mine at Naruto, I looked forward. The 10 Tails was striking in its grandeur and enormous amount of chakra. Its strange Rinnegan with 9 Tomo attracted my gaze, but I tried not to look there. What interested me most were the 2 figures standing on its head. Madara Uchiha and Tobi, only now without a mask. Seeing that the 10 Tails was not going to attack yet, I jumped towards Naruto, as well as the field headquarters in the person of Shikamaru Nara. Naruto is in quite a lot of trouble. The 9 Tails is exhausted, as is she, but the amount of chakra is growing more and more with each passing second. Well, hello, Menma, my sister said through clenched teeth. Naruto. Fu hung on me with a happy squeal, I knew you were alive. Only now she saw the color of my eyes, and then jumped back with conflicting feelings. My teleportation seal immediately worked, and 3 Kage landed next to us. You're fast, kid. You move even faster than me, it's a pity you're an Uchiha. Tobirama said. Great, let's do it. Hashirama shouted, raising his fist up. Surprised exclamations and whispers went through the shinobi, I can't believe it. First Hokage, second, and even the third. It was the Hokage who stopped that attack. After this phrase my palm met the mask. Who resurrected you? Orochimaru summoned us, the third replied in his usual manner, to end this war. Isn't he dead? Cool, the previous Hokage are joining the fight. Questions and exclamations poured in from all sides without stopping, some were happy, and some felt something was wrong. That's not all, Naruto said through gritted teeth, not taking her eyes off me, the rest of the reinforcements are delayed. To our right there was the sound of a body colliding with a rock, and it was fast. I've been waiting for you, Hashirama. Madara shouted with a strange grin on his face. In short, I'll deal with the crazy Uchiha, the rest is up to you. After that I moved to Madara and, taking him by the elbow, moved us to a fairly decent distance. Well, Madara, I've long wanted to fight someone of your level, but I didn't even think that I would fight you personally. Madara laughed. I won't leave a single wet spot of you. He is enveloped in blue light and hits me with his Susanoo sword from above. I abruptly activate Eternal Mangekyou and take his blow on the shield in my left hand. Out of the corner of my eye I notice the appearance of the barrier of the 4 crimson lights. So they have decided, and Kushina has replaced the 4th, judging by the chakra. It seems I underestimated you, boy. Madara chuckled and began to strengthen his Susanoo. First, muscles appeared, then skin and armor. And then Susanoo began to grow and increased in size several times. I whistled and prepared myself. After death, my limitations were removed. I became several orders of magnitude stronger, so, well then, let's dance. I began to pour chakra into my eyes, stabilizing it at the same time. This will be fun. Finally some variety. 2 completed Susanoos hovered over the battlefield. We spread our wings and flew into the sky, then crossed our chakra blades. It must have looked very beautiful from the outside. A battle on the ground with the 10 Tails, and above them, 2 winged samurai flew, raining blows on each other without stopping. Flames of Amaterasu, Genjutsu effects, blade crossing, as well as Kaden and Raiden techniques. Now I did not restrain the power of my eyes. From the side of the shinobi army. The kid is strong, grinned Hashirama, who was holding the barrier. It's good that such people are on our side, Tobirama chuckled. But why is he fighting for us? Naruto asked, looking at the sky. The answer to this question interested many, but but they would only be able to find the answer after the battle was over. Commentary on Chapter 22. Decided to start right away with the battle with Jubi. I'll finish the fanfic in these 2 days, so stay tuned for updates. The events of the time between the death of the main character and his resurrection will pass in flashbacks. Comment without swearing, I'm ready for slippers. Bekino. Chapter 23. Having struck from above, he had to immediately do a somersault in the air. Fighting against 4 blades, having only 2 in his hands, is problematic. Madara was truly considered the strongest Uchiha of all time. There is no one who could fight him on equal terms from his clan. But I'm no slouch myself. Having flown away, I begin to fold the seals. Madara stopped and waited on purpose. He was interested in what surprises I still had hidden up my sleeve. After 24 different seals, I clap and fold my hands in a prayer gesture. A second later, rings of strings of symbols appear around Madara's Susanoo. FUNN art. Heavenly strike. Yes, show me all your power. A mad grin appeared on the Uchiha's face. A second later, the sky fell to the ground. A stream of nature chakra that was transformed and captured by the seal at once crashed down on Madara, causing his Susanoo to crack at the seams. I continued to hold the seal of internal chakra concentration, preventing my attack from going out of control. The fight with the Jubi stopped again. All the shinobi forces looked at my technique in awe, and Kushina's mouth opened in surprise. She had only heard of this Uzumaki technique, but had never seen it in person. But unfortunately, this was not enough. When all the chakra was released, Madara also held his defense, although it was greatly weakened. The right arm and left leg are missing, the left arm is half missing. The wings are torn to shreds, and there are multiple cracks all over the armor. In his eyes, instead of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan was currently burning. You're on the same level as Hashirama. If it weren't for the absorption seal, I would have disembodied. Only now did I notice the melting sphere around Madara's Susanoo, which I had seen earlier at Nagato's Preta path. In response, I moved to him with Hiraishin and with a double left strike I cut his Susanoo in the center. Madara in response begins to shower me with fire techniques, and I lose my view for a while. Concentrating, I try to predict where the blow will come from. Only it's not Madara coming towards me, it's me being pulled towards him. One of Nagato's eye abilities tore me right out of Susanoo's body and threw me onto Madara's first stage Susanoo blade. It's an unpleasant feeling when a sword cuts your body in half. And an even more unpleasant feeling when that half of your body is restored. Tobirama is certainly a genius for creating such a technique, but I have to suffer because of it. Okay, enough whining. I spin the fire rasengan in my hand and move to the mark 1 placed on Madara. When his body and the rasengan collided, we were simply torn apart. That unpleasant feeling again, only now Madara is experiencing it too. We land on the ground and stand facing each other at a distance of 10 meters. No one attacks. The battle is certainly interesting, but I don't have time for it. You still haven't understood it after all this time? I ask him directly. What didn't you understand? Puppet Zetsu. You're confusing something, I created it. My laughter was his answer. While I was in the afterlife, I communicated with the sage of the 6 paths. What was written on those tablets? How to awaken new stages of the Sharingan and the Rinnegan itself. Do you know what Hagoromo Otsutsuki actually wrote on them? A warning that the Rinnegan should never return to this world. It disrupts the balance of the universe. And heralds the revival of the great evil. How much pathos I've just thrown in. Don't give me the runaround. As I said, I don't have time, he waved his hand at me. Well, I tried, raising my eyes to the sky, I prepared to continue the battle, but Madara formed a concentration seal with one hand, looked somewhere in the direction of Jubi and glowed with a golden glow. I don't understand. Deciding not to take risks, he began to wait. And only after 10 minutes, when the cracks on his body began to evaporate, and I began to feel life in his body, I rushed forward. In the background, I felt a person moving with the help of Hiraishin, but I did not pay attention to it. Stretching his hand forward, he formed Rasenshuriken in a second and threw it at Madara. An explosion, a pile of dust that has almost settled. Madara is sitting on the ground surrounded by Susanoo. Only his pose is unsettling to me. He is sitting on the ground, his cheek propped up on his fist, and smilingly looking towards Jubi. Only this smile of his is too strange. It gives me goosebumps. I didn't have time. He spread his arms and lazily turned his gaze to me. Watch the show. Looking at Jubi, I opened my eyes in surprise. It was being sucked into 1.5 seconds later. The huge 10 tails body was no longer there, but a strange sphere was hanging in the center of the battlefield. Trying to scan it, I had to immediately fold the sensor sphere around me. I had never seen such a spectrum of emotions, chakra, and other things. A mishmash that was constantly changing. What the hell is this? This. I seem to have voiced my last question. This is what will ruin the whole picture. Obito absorbed the unfinished stage of the Jubi and is starting to go crazy. The sphere cracked and a man appeared from there, who reminded me very much of the Hermit of the Six Paths. Now it is a monster in human form. Shall we continue the battle? After gazing at him, he activated his Manjiko, looking closely at his Rinnegan. You remind me of my little brother, Uchiha suddenly began. He was just like you. And what kind? A goal-oriented, unswerving shinobi who awakened Manjiko. He also had the color of your Susanoo, green. Maybe you'll join me. Together we'll create a world without wars, no more orphans, no more experiments on people, families will never abandon their children to their fate. You see, Madara, this is truly one of my goals. To help the same as I was in the past. The experimental children that are kept in the underground laboratories of all shinobi countries. But that will be after this war and my revenge. And also, with your plan, we will definitely not achieve this. Why? He put Gunbai on his shoulder. By calling her into this world, we will only destroy it. He sighed and once again created the complete Susanoo, and I followed suit. Only now, purple lines were running along my Susanoo. In addition to the chakra of my eyes, I also let nature chakra into my technique. Swinging the blade, I pulled my right hand back, lowering the blade of the chakra sword parallel to the ground, and held the sword in my left hand vertically. Let's continue, Madara Uchiha. Surprise me again, Menma Uzumaki. Commentary on Chapter 23. Sure. Maybe not Chapter 33, but Chapter 23. Chapter 24. From Madara's perspective. This fight, I really enjoyed it. On one hand, it reminded me of sparring with my long-dead brother. On the other, the opponent was equal to Hashirama. Even stronger. And he was still so young. If he lived in our time, I would understand why he achieved such strength. Others did not survive. But in this time, although, judging by his look, his movements, he had been fighting since childhood. Not for some principles or ideas of countries, but for himself. For his life. I couldn't help but smile, fighting with him. He really reminded me of my younger brother. But after a while, I sensed something was wrong. Stopping my Susanoo in midair, I looked around. It seemed to be the same battlefield, only. Looking at the Jubi and the shinobi that were there, I saw that they were frozen in place. Not moving. Kai. It didn't help. So what is this then? You were in my genjutsu. Naruto or Menma appeared in front of me. I still didn't understand. What kind of eyes do you have if you can use a Rinnegan wielder in genjutsu? And such a strong one at that. Koto Amatsukami. Wow. Then I understand now. And why did you throw me here? You could have destroyed me right away. In a second. The owner of such a Manjiko is the strongest in the world. If he catches the enemy's gaze, he is doomed. And you, having managed to catch me, just decided to talk. I've already done what I wanted. After these words everything started to move. And what was that? From Naruto's perspective. Well, that's it. With these words, I dispel Susanoo and look at the battlefield. Okay, that's a problem. Obito decided to transform the Jubi into a tree form to carry out this idiotic plan. Taking one last look at Madara, he moved to the mark on Naruto. The Uchiha will still play his part. Problems. My voice made everyone jump in place, and I was immediately hit by Naruto-in. The fourth. How the hell are you alive? Fourth. I personally broke your neck. He ignored my remark, looking back at the tree. His eyes are normal, there are no black cracks on his body. He is not resurrected like me, so what the hell? Turning his gaze to Naruto, he raised an eyebrow. Nagato, she said, and Manjiko twirled in her eyes. I see, that's why he decided to betray the organization. And this is your, or rather my eyes' business. They belong to Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke said, starting to press his key. I don't give a shit who they belong to. When the time comes, Naruto will return them to me. By the way, isn't it annoying to walk around with your Sharingan activated all the time? My chakra reserves allow me not to say anything about you. Konoha is to blame for everything. Why can't I use Koto Amatsukami on you? Because the eyes cannot subjugate their true owner. At this she grimaced and spat. Yes, Naruto had changed during this time. Better look there. I pointed at the tree. I was wrong though, he hasn't put his plan into action yet. He decided to destroy everyone at once by simply detonating 3 Jubi bombs within the barrier. And that's bad. Damn it. I don't have enough chakra to protect everyone. Naruto began to bite her nail, trying to find a solution. Are you still trying to save everyone? If I can, I will save. You're still the same. Shut up and don't open your mouth. She twirled the manjako in her eyes again, slowly advancing on me. Because of you my life has turned into a series of torments. And only chance prevented me from losing everything. At least you had something. You see, sister, I didn't have what you had. If you came to us, then nothing would have changed. I'm a monster, a mutant. Are you finished? Sasuke stood between us. We need to sort this out now. Naruto, Orochimaru revived you and ordered you to help in the war. So, act. Spitting, I move to Naruto and grab her by the neck. Closing my eyes, I concentrate on her and my chakra. Now I will need all my concentration and power. Sasuke stopped the cage who almost rushed towards us. He understood that I would not harm her. With my free hand I form a seal of concentration. A second later, the bombs of the tailed beast break away from the tree and fly across the entire battlefield. A bright flash and the space inside the barrier is filled with flames. There is nothing alive left there, only dust and ashes. We were watching all this from the side. I used my chakra for Hiraishin, using Naruto's chakra, which was in every shinobi on this battlefield, as a beacon. I moved them all at once and dropped to one knee. Not bad, the second chuckled. My sister shook my hand off and looked at the barrier. Frowning, she turned her gaze to me and said only one word, thank you. Shut up, I don't care about your gratitude. Better give me some ideas on what to do with this tree. The barrier has already dissipated, and Obito still decided to create the Jubi tree. Damn it, if the rabbit goddess is resurrected, we'll all be in big trouble. And what's this? Everyone back, shouted the first. The tree began to spread roots that entangled the entire battlefield and absorbed the chakra of everyone who touched it. Yes, now the army was reduced by a good 2/3 in a second of battle. Everyone who came across simply dried up before our eyes. A roar escaped from Naruto's mouth. She was about to rush forward and try to cut down this log, but I had to abruptly move us once again. Right where we were standing, a root tore itself out of the ground. In short, continue to sort this out without me. Right now my body is completely exhausted, I said, sitting down and leaning on the stone. I'll rest for now. Don't die there, sister. Only by my hand can you die. I closed my eyes and didn't notice how I passed out. Commentary on Chapter 24 Bekino. Chapter 25 UPD April 17, 2018. Damn it, my soul was exhausted. There was no other way to explain my disconnection from reality for a good hour. And what woke me up was Naruto's death. Or rather, her proximity to that death. Somewhere in the background, I could feel the dying sprout of Sasuke's life, but I didn't care about it. He wished not to die, so to speak. You can't entrust her with anything. Standing up, I almost immediately fell to my knees. Shinigami was hovering in front of me, just as I had imagined him. A rather scary creature, who was holding out his hand to me. I suddenly had an overwhelming desire to hold out my hand to him in return, but it's not time yet. The sepulchral voice pierces to the bones, you will repay in full in time. I chuckled, stood up and used Hiraishin. Appearing next to Naruto, I looked around. Yes, it was problematic. Sakura was artificially restarting my sister's heart, but it wouldn't help her. Naruto was too young to extract the 9 tails, and Madara had pulled it out without any preparation. Yes, this Uchiha is alive. Now he is stronger than when we fought. Well, it won't last long. Approaching my sister, I pushed Sakura away. Ignoring her screams, I approach and make the necessary seals. I told you that only one person will kill you, that's me. So don't you dare die while it's still too early. With these words I began to pump the second half of Kurama, which I had taken from the fourth at one time. After that I took my eyes from her. When I finished, I moved to Madara and Obito. Congratulations on your rebirth, Madara, I chuckled, watching him take his Rinnegan from Obito. Thank you. Maybe you'll join me before it's too late. It's late, but only for you. He is already the 10 tails Jinchuriki, this is my chance. I make a series of 30 seals, after which my body is covered in the most powerful restraining FUNN, after which I twist the Manjako and look at Madara. When I put him in Genjutsu, I set several settings. The first is to always look me in the eyes. The second is to destroy Zetsu. After my words, the embedded command is activated and Obito and Zetsu catch fire with black flames. The black blot tries to separate, but the setting I put in Obito is already in effect. He uses Kamui and moves himself and Zetsu to his world, and then destroys the eye. The power of my eyes is stronger than Zetsu's control. We will not hear more about this Uchiha. The third setting on Madara made him fold the seals in. That's so good, he took a deep breath and slowly released the air. Resurrect me. To feel your blood flowing through your veins, to feel you can breathe again, to feel your eyes disintegrating, priceless. That's the only thing worth giving everything for. Madara, still in a zombie state, approaches me, attaches my Sharingans and takes a step back. Now he is nothing more than my puppet for another 2 minutes. I hit him in the chest with all my might. He immediately comes to his senses, but does not have time to do anything. The 10 tails chakra begins to flow into me. Oh yes, this power. Just in case, I control the process, not giving Jubi a chance to take control of me. But it wasn't necessary. Madara had already completely pacified the beast and it was nothing more than a big empty shell without a mind, filled with power. When I opened my eyes, I had to grab them with my hand. Unbearable pain, which indicated a transition to a new level of power. I laughed madly. Oh yes, this power. The power that is controlled by me and only me. Only one last thing remains. Naruto. I make a sharp horizontal swing with my hand in front of me and turn around. A tree falls behind me, and in front of me stands Sasuke with Rinnegan and Naruto with whole eyes. Did we get gifts from Rakuto after all? Well, who cares? How long have you been planning this? Sasuke asked. As I read the Uzumaki scrolls about the true nature of things. Orochimaru didn't even realize what treasure he was storing on a dusty shelf. True, everything didn't go exactly according to plan, but the end result was achieved. I received the Rinnegan and the power of the 10 tails. This will be our last fight, right, brother? Of course, sister. Today we will decide all this. And tomorrow, only one of us will remain. I thought, let's meet where I fought with your father. With these words I use Hiraishin. I didn't even have to wait. She moved here as quickly as I did. And apparently without a seal, which is a problem. Sasuke was holding onto her shoulder, apparently deciding to join in the fun. Sasuke, you don't belong here. This is my fight with Naruto. Only I can cut off my entire past. I chuckled and launch all the Gududamas at them, transforming them into spears. Naruto suddenly forms her black balls and sends them towards mine. They collide in midair, causing a strong explosion and Sasuke appears next to me. Hiraishin, Shunshin, no, something else. Rinnegan power. It looks like it. The stone that was in this place is gone. I grab the katana, filled with lightning chakra, with my bare hand, but Naruto appears on the other side of me. I see. While he switches places with objects, the main thing is that it's not with air. Naruto will move along the mark she put on Sasuke. Interesting, but not dangerous. I kick my sister's body with my right leg and she is thrown into the water. Sasuke was thrown back by Limbo. Quite an interesting technique, I tell you. A second later, they are back next to each other and start whispering. Are they developing tactics? Looks like it. Spitting on the ground, I slowly walk towards them. They seem to have decided to combine their techniques. Sasuke summoned black flames, and Naruto Rasenshuriken. In principle, the right idea, but I create a Dai Rasenring from Gududama and meet their attack with my own. A bright flash and we are scattered across the valley of the end. Smirking, I went to the current of Naruto's chakra. Only she, it seems, decided not to interfere in the fight for now. Sasuke met me one-on-one. Having summoned Susanoo, he began to shower me with black fire arrows, which did not cause me any problems at all. After jumping for another minute, I felt Naruto's chakra, which somehow suddenly increased several times. Shifting my gaze, I saw that Naruto had entered tailed beast mode and strengthened it. 3 faces of Kurama, 6 arms, and also a Rasengan strengthened by the chakra of each Biju in one hand. Powerful. While I was thinking about how to take the attack, Sasuke came up from behind. Did they want to strike at the same time? Yes, please. I intercepted Sasuke's Susanoo and sent it straight at Naruto. She managed to react and use Hiraishin. She appeared not far from me and immediately struck with all the Rasengan. Without further ado, I took them on the shield formed from Gududama, which was cracking at the seams from her pressure. He flew back and grinned. They were standing there again, discussing the plan. And then they combined Susanoo in the Biju mode. When they finished combining, they simply created. Yes, Rasengan again. They don't have any other techniques. Only there is somehow too much chakra in it. And it seems like all the elements are collected. It reminds me of Gududamba, only the chakra is unstable. I collect all my balls and saturate them with chakra to the maximum possible. I send them forward one by one. Each of them meets the attack, but ricochets to the sides behind them, causing them no harm. When they reach me, I take the blow on my hands. A bright flash illuminates my smile, and then darkness engulfs me. What are you going to do next, brother? Naruto lay on the ground in front of me, drained of strength. Nothing. This is enough for me. I defeated 2 shinobi marked by Rakudo, possessing a part of his power. Don't make me laugh, there's something else here. I chuckled and looked at the rising sun. 16 years ago it all began and now it was over. My whole life flashed before me. What I had hated so much all this time now became an empty sound to me. You will live, Naruto. Live and know all the pain of life. For you, death itself is not a curse and fear. You are more afraid and hate when other shinobi die. Those who trusted you. Those you wanted to protect. I looked at Sasuke. He had passed out from the chakra surge, his chakra system wasn't ready for it. Naruto followed my gaze. Will you kill him? Why? I'm not interested in him. And you yourself will most likely stab him with a kunai. You promised that you would return him to the village and then you simply followed the promise you made to someone. You yourself have long wanted to take his life for all his crimes. If I kill him, then you won't be hot or cold about it. Having folded the seals, he began to draw out the 9 tails chakra from her. I'll leave you the consciousness of the Biju, like I did with Fu. It will be my gift for your birthday. So that means you were born on a different day. She chuckled, sprawling on the ground and closing her eyes. I was born when I escaped from the root. That's when I started to learn about the world and set goals for myself. And what is your goal now? You destroyed the village, killed Dad and defeated me. What other goals do you have left? Live, Naruto. And also deprive this world of the great curse. I will seal all the Biju in another dimension so that no one else can get them. Let the shinobi deal with everything in the world without infinite chakra reactors themselves. And will they be happy with that world? Rakudo himself gave me the technique to move to that world. The Biju will be pleased with such a gift from their father. After standing like that for a few more minutes, he began to slowly fold the seals. We will meet again, sister. In a year, or maybe in 10 years. But you will hardly recognize me then. Bye, Naruto. When I made the last seal, the space next to me began to distort, and a second later I was transferred to the world suggested by Rakudo. Goodbye, Naruto, my brother, was the last thing I heard. Commentary to Chapter 25, UPD 17.04.2018. Well, that's it. Yes, it's strained, written in a hurry. When I return, I'll edit the chapters, and also change the ending, and also write an epilogue describing the events several years later. Thanks to everyone who read me and pressed, waiting for the continuation, even when there was no continuation for 6 months. Bekano. Good luck to everyone, see you next year. And yes, Naruto didn't die. UPD. The chapter was not fully posted the first time, Ctrl+C Ctrl+ verses are acting up, so I had to update it urgently. Also, see you in a year, then there will be an epilogue. Good luck to everyone, I've joined the army.